when the cycle of reincarnation invades. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376 Calculation. The battle lasted for a whole day. Although Ki was not in charge of the Yunai dynasty, it was the origin of the demons. The monsters stationed here were extraordinary, but unless they had the strength to destroy all the aliens with a wave of their hands, otherwise, their fate was destined to be eaten and assimilated by all the aliens bit by bit. After that, Zhuge and Yanshiksha led the alien army and marched towards Lanruo Temple. During this time, Zhuge also heard Yanshiksha talk about the changes of Ki over the years. To put it bluntly, it was very simple. Niziokian died in the hands of Ki, and her last words before her death were that she wanted to be buried in Lanruo Temple. For her, this was the place where she and Ninkachin first met and fell in love. Although things have changed a lot, for her, this is her favorite place. After that, Ki has been guarding Niziokian's tombstone here and no longer cares about the outside world. Although Ninkachin, the six-night demon lord, has been possessed by a demon, his obsession with Niziokian remains. Over the years, he has tried many times to regain control of Lanruo Temple, but unfortunately, facing the strength of the seven-night demon lord, he has failed time and time again. That means even though they've been possessed by the devil, they still retain the obsessions they had before they died? Nonsense. After being possessed by the devil, the mentality will change, but the memory will not. Especially since Niziokian had died before she was possessed by the devil, which made her the most perfect symbol in their memories, so naturally they both want to get her back. Yanshiksha frowned and said, I originally guessed that Ninkachin would seek your help in order to get Niziokian back, but I didn't expect that he had already arrived and he didn't show up, even after you were in danger one after another. I had to rescue you myself, but in this way, I went from dark to light, and he went from light to dark. But at least before killing Ki, our goals should be the same, but after Ki's death, we must beware of Ninkachin. This feeling is really strange. Zhuge sighed. I was trapped in the city of no tears for 50 years. After I came out, the whole world has become a demonic realm. Even the people I'm familiar with are very different from before. Alas. It's a blessing to be alive. What else do you want to expect? I never think that being alive is lucky. It's better to say that it's unfortunate. Yunai dynasty is not close to Lanruo Temple. Especially the army of the aliens is too huge. Although they are very fast, they are still delayed a lot in the group. After 3 days, under the leadership of Zhuge, they finally arrived in front of Lanruo Temple. Lanruo Temple used to be full of ghosts, and it was not a place where ordinary people could gather. But now, wherever the Seven Knights Demon Lord goes, the demonic energy of the heavenly demon star will cover it. He has lived in seclusion here for 50 years. Now, even the growth of plants in Lanruo Temple has become hideous and terrifying, with twisted branches and leaves, looking like monsters with bared fangs and claws. Zhuge exclaimed, if I had come to Lanruo Temple earlier, I would never have mistaken Ki and the Yunai dynasty. He must be hiding here. He turned around and looked at the Night King who had been following them silently. A moment later, the Night King turned and left. The army was dispersed as well. I have separated the White Walkers. If Ki can really extract the magic energy from their bodies, the White Walkers' power will be greatly weakened, and I'm afraid they will not be able to exert too much useful combat power. But Master, if Ki really has this ability, I'm afraid that even you cannot pose any fatal threat to him, right? So the main attacker is you. Yanshiksha whispered, I have already thought of a plan. Under my calculations, Ki will definitely die. What plan? You are a human-demon hybrid, immune to magic energy. Only I know this. Later, you will take the initiative to absorb the magic energy into your body, pretend to be possessed by a demon, and then challenge Ki with me. With the abilities of you and me, we can compete with Ki for a short time. Then what? Ninkachin has been trying hard to get back Niziokian's body over the years, but he will never be able to defeat Ki. Now he is quietly following us. He must have some plan. So if the two of us take the initiative to attract Kiai's attention, even if the hope of success is slim, he will never give up this only chance easily, and will definitely take Nizaokian's body. Yanshiksha sneered, and a hideous pleasure appeared in the depths of his dark eyes. He said, when Kiai notices it, he will definitely be distracted, and go back to guard Nizaokian's body. Then you can use the bipolar arrows, to attack us from behind. Kiai is also very clear, that the bipolar arrows cannot be contaminated with demonic energy. As long as the two of us are entangled with demonic energy, he will never think, that we have bipolar arrows hidden on our bodies. You let these aliens guard the outside, and never let any demons from the outside get close, otherwise, we will have no chance, to launch a sneak attack. Zhuge said, Master's plan is so detailed. It seems that everything has been considered over the years. After all, what I have been thinking about all these years is how to defeat the demon lord Kiai. If his heart is really as cold as iron, I may really have no chance, but the whole world has transformed into the demon realm, and he is the one who is least affected. He still has concerns in his heart. This is his biggest weakness. Yanshiksha sighed lightly. This world. We have all changed, but he may be the only one who has not changed. Zhuge Hunt turned his head and clenched the yellow communication charm in his palm. Let's go. Yanshiksha strode forward. Zhuge followed him obediently. Although he was old, the person in front of him was his master. As he stepped out step by step, the surrounding demonic energy began to gradually gather into his body. Unlike those demons, transformed by demonic energy, he himself was a living being with demon blood. Demonic energy was never a poison to him, but a tonic. Because of this, when he actively absorbed demonic energy, his efficiency was much higher than that of ordinary demons. Even Yanshiksha couldn't help but secretly marvel at the high talent of his apprentice. And their footsteps had just set foot on the land of Lanruo Temple. Beside him, a dark and hideous black ancient tree suddenly trembled slightly, and an extremely cold voice sounded. He said coldly, Yanshiksha, I should have ordered that no one is allowed to disturb my peace. You openly ignored my order. Are you planning to seize the position of the demon lord? Kiai. Zhuge clenched his fist. Don't be surprised. Every blade of grass and every tree in Lanruo Temple is his spy. We couldn't hide it from him from the beginning. This is why I want to attack Huanglang directly instead of luring the enemy into our plan, because any strategy is useless to him. Yanshiksha ignored the voice. He said, let's go. Since we have decided to kill him, any extra words are useless. In the end, it will be a matter of hands. Kiai said coldly, very good, come up and die. After that, the trees stopped shaking, and it was obvious that the consciousness had left. The two of them kept walking. They continued to walk towards the deepest part of Lanruo Temple. After a stick of incense, Zhuge finally came to this place that he was once very familiar with, Lanruo Temple. Today, Lanruo Temple is no longer messy and dilapidated as before, but has been cleaned spotlessly. Although people have lived here for 50 years, it is still empty and lifeless. At this time, a man with shoulder-length white hair and a magic weapon on his waist stood there quietly with his back to the two of them. He did not move at all, but just standing there, it seemed that even the surrounding environment was a little darker. He was the source and core of all evil spirits. Ki. Zhuge shouted, thinking that his appearance had not changed at all from 50 years ago. I didn't expect to see an old friend 50 years later. Kiai turned around, with a sigh on his face, and sighed. Zhuge, it's rare to survive in this place full of demonic energy. Why do you want to die? Yanshiksha shouted loudly, stop talking nonsense, Kiai. Today my master and I have joined forces and we have no intention of getting out alive. We must kill you, and make this world clear. Ha, the slogan is very loud. Before shouting slogans, do you have to see if you are qualified? Kiai shook his head and said, Yanshiksha, I could have killed you 50 years ago, but the devil came, and the life and death, good and bad of the world are no longer meaningful to me. Killing you on purpose will bring me down, and I will be too lazy to kill you afterwards. You should cherish your good luck, especially now that you are self-degrading. It makes me feel bored, and I have no interest in killing you. But I have always aimed to kill you, Liuan. Understood. Although the master and the disciple had not seen each other for decades, they practiced the same technique. In particular, Zhu Jiuan learned the most orthodox zhuangs in authentic Taoism. In the past 50 years, Yan Shiksha had been filled with demonic energy, which had long been repelled by the zhuangs and authentic skills in his body. However, he took a different approach and reversed the method, perfectly transforming his own skills into magic power, making him even stronger. One positive and one negative better tacit understanding. The two of them attacked Qi from two different directions at the same time. Qi did not speak again. Being willing to say these two more sentences was an extra gift from seeing an old friend. Now that it was a battle, there was no need for any more words. At the end of the day, it would end with death. Yixi drew his sword. The sword slashed into the void, as if it cut through thousands of waves. In an instant, the ominous green sword energy filled the entire Lanruo temple, and the dense demonic energy around it rolled and surged, like waves mixed in the demonic energy. The demonic energy and sword energy and demonic energy, intertwined and difficult to distinguish. When they attacked the master and disciple, the sword energy had increased to a monstrous force. So strong. Zhu Jiuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Although he had overestimated Qi as much as possible, he realized at this moment that he had underestimated him. This attack alone was beyond his tolerance. He immediately exerted 120% of his strength. He pointed his right hand and slashed it in the air, but at the moment of contact with the demonic energy, he forcibly decomposed the sword energy and demonic energy that had been intertwined and difficult to decompose. He turned the demonic energy into his own use to counter the sword energy. In this instant, such a delicate change was achieved. Qi was amazed. In comparison, Yan Shiksha was much more rough and direct. He used his own power to forcibly ward off all the attacks, and a black magic weapon appeared in his hand, which looked like the one he held when he was the leader of Zhuang's sect, but now it has lost its original changes. The same sword attacked Qi. Qi dodged and retreated, exclaiming, although it is two people working together, it is also extraordinary to be able to withstand my sword attack of the heaven slashing sword technique. It is worthy of being the former and current leader of Zhuang's sect, but it is a pity that it is just like this. The heavenly demon star echoes with me, and my demonic energy is infinite. I'm immortal. What can you two do to fight me? My purpose is just to kill you. The two turned a deaf ear to it. 50 years of accumulation, the master and apprentice have already reached the realm of transcendence. Now that they have taken action, there is no room for regret, and they naturally do it without reservation. The Taoist magic moves are perfectly integrated, with a bit of the convergence of good and evil. Qi, who was besieged by the two, remained calm. Just as he said, he and the heavenly demon star are one and the same. That is the terrible demonic energy that can pollute the whole world. Its strength is probably comparable to the evil of this world, and it is controlled without any side effects. This makes Qi's strength almost reach an extremely amazing level. Even if the strength of either the master and the apprentice has far exceeded that of the former demon lord Liu Dao, the two of them together are not Qi's opponent. He even has the absolute upper hand. His steps are calm, and the sword is wielded freely, but every time he attacks lightly, it always makes the master and the apprentice flustered and exhausted. But even if he has the upper hand, Qi is not careless at all, but rather very cautious. Yan Shiksha is cunning, and has been a demon for 50 years. His thoughts are deep, and cannot be guessed by ordinary people. Since he dares to come, Zhu Jiuan is definitely not the only one who has the backhand. There must be some hidden tricks that he didn't know about. So although he could move forward and backward freely, he secretly used his demonic energy to awaken the sleeping demons dozens of miles away. Unlike the demons transformed by humans, they were the real demons that came from the demon star. They were real demons. They would not listen to anyone's summons and orders except him. This was also his real trump card. It was just that he thought that if they stayed here, they would disturb the tranquility of Lanruo Temple, so he let them sleep far away. And now, this Yan Shiksha has challenged him. Naturally, he should respond with all his strength and destroy it with overwhelming force. At the same time, a few miles away, around Lanruo Temple, Yi Wang suddenly looked up, and a strange color appeared in his dark blue eyes. No verbal command was needed. He raised his hand. Then, all the White Walkers became restless. Everyone's greedy eyes were focused on the dark land in the distance. The earth rumbled and trembled, and dry arms stretched out from it. The next moment, footsteps like thunder sounded. All the White Walkers charged at the same time. Even though these demons had not yet left the ground, the White Walkers had already rushed forward frantically, breaking and biting these arms one after another. The greedy momentum made people wonder whether they were White Walkers or zombies. It can only be said that the White Walkers have a natural pursuit of those evil forces. And what could be more evil than these prey? When countless monsters of different shapes and bodies rushed out of the ground, they were shocked to find that they had already been surrounded by the ocean of monsters. Even if they wanted to respond to the call of their current king, it would not work. I'm well prepared. But if you think my trump card is just the Sky Demon, then you underestimate me. Ki slashed with his sword, and the master and disciple worked together to barely resist. But Zhuge cried out in pain, and blood spurted from his knuckles. Yanshixia also vomited blood. Ki said coldly, if you have any other means, use them all. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be alive until then. Hehehe. Of course there are other means, but it's not time to use them now. Yanshixia sneered. Ki's face suddenly changed slightly. Looking back at the depths of Lanruo Temple, his usually calm face finally showed some anger. He jumped back without hesitation. Don't run. Yanshixia jumped up, and the magic sword in his hand slashed down from the air. Although it was not the sky slashing sword style, its power was no less powerful, aiming to stop Ki's steps. Get out of here. Ki's sword fell behind him, and he punched out. He hit the blade of Yanshixia's magic sword, and with a bang, the blade broke, and the remaining force hit Yanshixia's chest, knocking him out. Ki took advantage of the momentum, and rushed towards the back mountain. There is no doubt. In his domain, he has already noticed the existence of another invader. Even after defeating Yanshixia, his focus no longer lingered on these two people. They are not weak, but they are really not qualified to challenge him. At this moment, Yanshixia's eyes fell on Zhuge. Zhuge immediately understood. He raised his hand and shouted loudly, arrows. As soon as the voice fell from the sky, two sharp arrows pierced through the void and attacked directly. It was the bipolar arrows. Chapter 377 Who is killing whom? The arrow was coming at a very fast speed. It was like piercing through the clouds and the sky. When I first saw it, it was still far away in the sky. In an instant, it was already in front of him. Even when Yanshixia had seen someone shoot a bipolar arrow with a 9-stone longbow, it was not so fast. Especially when he saw Zhuge pinching the magic formula with one hand. This bipolar arrow coming from the sky seemed to be controlled by him with an unknown magical method. He couldn't help but smack his lips. He said in surprise, good boy. After not seeing him for 50 years, he actually studied this magical method. The speed of the bipolar arrow was far beyond Yanshixia's expectations, and naturally exceeded Ki's estimation. Yanshixia had painstakingly calculated for 50 years, and almost studied Ki to the bone. Although the plan was simple, it was really beyond Ki's expectations. When Ki realized something was wrong and turned around, the two sword lights were already close at hand. Bipolar arrows. Devil-breaking arrows. How could such a magical weapon be controlled by someone with demonic energy? Ki has been searching for the whereabouts of the bipolar arrows over the years, but such a natural thing of righteousness should be as conspicuous as a firefly at night in this place, filled with endless demonic energy. But he sent out countless demons, but he still couldn't detect any righteousness. He could only think that the bipolar arrows should have appeared when the Sky Demon Star descended, because Yanshixia used the bipolar arrows to forcibly resist the arrival of the Sky Demon Star, but was defeated by the surging demonic energy, and was completely destroyed. But he didn't expect the magic weapon to appear at this moment. From this point of view, this old guy has been planning for this day for 50 years. It was too late to block it at this time. Ki's pupils shrank slightly, and his right hand, that was holding the long sword, loosened instead. The sword spirit flashed, and it rose spontaneously, hitting one of the bipolar arrows. The most direct confrontation between righteousness and demonic energy. The grade of Yixi sword may not be better than that of the bipolar arrow, but after being infected by the heavenly demon star for 50 years, the demonic energy in it has already reached an extremely shocking and terrifying level. The righteousness between heaven and earth disappeared, the demonic path flourished, and the power of the bipolar arrows was greatly reduced, and they broke apart in an instant. But Ki blocked one of them, but the other one was too late, and went straight through his chest. With a hiss, blood splashed. The bipolar arrow showed its unique and magical power at this moment, breaking through the body, but not penetrating it, but evolving into the purest righteousness, completely disappearing in Ki's body. Ki's face was instantly bloodless. He bit his lips tightly, but still couldn't suppress a trace of blood mist that splashed out. He covered the wound on his chest with his hand, and said in shock, "Bipolar arrow. Yanshiksha, you hid it so well." Ha 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 ha. Yanshiksha laughed. As I expected, the bipolar arrow was born to exorcise demons. For a creature like you with deep demonic energy, even a bipolar arrow would be difficult to eliminate. The bipolar arrow has its own spirituality, and it will completely retain the spiritual energy in the arrow in your body. There is no bipolar arrow in this world, but the positive energy on the arrow will not be eliminated. It will remain in your body forever. Ki, do you feel like ice and fire colliding in your body? That is the demonic energy of the heavenly demon star and the positive energy of the bipolar arrow in your body. It will never stop until you die. Ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly. He raised the magic sword and attacked Ki again, vowing to kill him while he was sick. He shouted, "Liuan, this is our only chance to win. The bipolar arrow has disappeared from the world. If you can't kill Ki today, there will be no second chance in the future." Zhuge Liuan also rushed out. The master and the disciple joined forces, and this time they really went all out, without holding back. Ki was hit by the bipolar arrows, and he could no longer be as calm as before. Even the Yixi sword, which was sharp and unstoppable before, seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries in the confrontation with the bipolar arrows. For a while, his demonic energy was greatly reduced, especially after the three of them fought for dozens of rounds. Yanshiksha seemed to finally be unable to suppress the serious injuries left by Ki before. He staggered back and shouted loudly, "This is our only chance. Kill Ki and you will have a chance to rule this demon world, but if Ki doesn't die, you will always be inferior to others. You choose." As soon as these words came out, a golden light filled the distance. A red-haired man fell towards Ki like a meteor, his face twisted and ugly, even uglier than those monsters. He roared, "Ki, ha 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 ha, you said you would let me live. This is the hell you built for me, but did you ever think that I would become your hell today?" The momentum was so strong that it was even stronger than Yanshiksha. It was as powerful as a meteor, and it slammed fiercely on Ki's Yixi sword. If it was normal, Ki could easily deal with such a strong enemy, but now he was seriously injured by the bipolar arrows. His strength was greatly weakened, and even dealing with such an attack was a bit difficult. After a most direct and unpretentious confrontation, Ki took 2 steps back, with a bit of contempt on his face, and sneered, "An ant trying to shake a tree. Jingguang, you were not a big deal back then, and you are still a mess now. Jingguang is still alive." Zhuge Liuan showed a bit of dullness on his face. "Liuan, don't delay. The righteousness has entered his body, and this is the weakest time in the past 50 years. If you don't want to lose all your previous efforts, kill him as soon as possible. Understood?" Zhuge Liuan rushed towards Ki. Several other places also had several demonic auras rising into the sky. Yanshiksha's words really made sense, so much so that even the other demon lords could no longer hold back. Again, if they killed Ki, they would have a 1/6 chance of ascending to the position of Demon Lord, based on their own abilities. But if Ki didn't die, they would have to be the next in line forever. As a demon, born between heaven and earth, how could they be depressed and inferior to humans for a long time? A 1/6 chance was already worth the risk. This time, Ki was completely imprisoned. But even though he was surrounded by people, his expression was as calm as before, and he said lightly, "Do you think that, if you kill me, you can control the heavenly demon star? Who will control it? It depends on their own abilities, but at this moment please, Demon Lord, go to death. Please, Demon Lord, go to death." Among the 6 demon lords, there were actually some people that Zhu Jiuan was familiar with. The first person was the now demonized Jin Guang. Others, such as the first master of Kunlun sect, Zikyu Taoist, and Bei'an Zen master of Luohan temple. They are all pillars of the righteous path. But now, the bottom of these people's eyes are full of gloomy demonic energy, as if they have been deeply possessed by the devil, and have completely lost their nature. And there are others who he is not familiar with, but they are surrounded by demonic energy and demonic energy, with fierce eyes, Sanskrit sounds, and unparalleled power. This person should not have been a good person before he was possessed by the devil, and now after being possessed by the devil, his ferocity is even worse. Several people joined forces to rush towards Kai. In this way, Zhu Jiuan has been reduced from the main force to a side drum. In addition, his strength has dropped significantly after fighting Kai before, and he was soon forced to the side, and he didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the battle. Seeing that everyone attacked and seriously injured Kai, he couldn't help but secretly marvel at the identity of the people who came. It can only be said that the strength of these demon lords is beyond his imagination. Before, he was still wondering that his master was the leader of Zhuangxin sect before he was possessed by the devil, and his strength was profound. After he was possessed by the devil, his strength was so profound that, even if he had practiced hard for 50 years, and had almost mastered the skills of Zhuangxin Zhengzang to the extreme, he was still inferior to him. With such strength, how could anyone else be on par with him? But now seeing the fierceness of the other 5 people, Zhu Jiuan suddenly realized that it didn't matter that the leader of Zhuangxin Zhengzang was extremely powerful. Except for the demon leader who was said to be Ninkachan, the strength of the other 4 people before they were possessed by the devil was not inferior to Yanshiksha. Especially that Bei'an Zen master. If Yanshiksha was the leader of Taoism, then Bei'an Zen master was the leader of Buddhism. In terms of strength, he was slightly better than Yanshiksha. No wonder he is qualified to be on par with master. Just looking at the 4 people who were full of demonic energy and murderous aura at this time, he realized that his master might not even be the first among them. Wait. Zhu Jiuan's heart suddenly paused, and he quickly dodged to the side. But a chill instantly pierced through his chest. With a slight hissing sound, a pitch black magic sword had penetrated directly from his chest. Zhu Jiuan's pupils suddenly expanded, and intense pain had instantly invaded his limbs and bones. Good disciple, well done. Yanshiksha's voice of praise sounded in his ears, and he slowly turned his head to look at his disciple. His eyes were dark, and although the emotions in his eyes could not be seen clearly, his face was twisted and evil, and he was exactly the same as those who were possessed by demons. Where was the kindness and cynicism when they just met? Yanshiksha was also deeply possessed by the demon, and no medicine could save him. Sure enough, I said that even the meditation skills of Master Bei'an could not resist the erosion of demonic energy, and he fell to this extent. How can you, Yanshiksha, maintain your nature under the demonic energy? Zhu Jiuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and said through gritted teeth. But even so, you are still as naive as you were 50 years ago, and you foolishly fell for my trick. Yanshiksha grinned and sighed. Silly disciple, the world has changed, and good people are not qualified to survive, especially since you have only improved your cultivation, but not your brain over the years. You are so stupid, you would rather be fooled by me than by others. Zhu Jiuan said intermittently, demolishing the bridge after crossing it. Isn't it too early? Kai is not dead yet. Silly boy, if Kai is really dead, who will help me hold back Bei'an and the others? Yanshiksha sneered. I need them to help me hold back Kai, and I also need Kai to help me hold them back. I'm afraid these people don't realize that Kai's body is now mixed with good and evil, and he is no longer a pure demon body. His connection with the demon star has been cut off. The demon star is now ownerless. They must think that I'm seriously injured, but they don't know that I deliberately created this situation, because only in this way can I seize the dominance of the demon star. By then, I will be the new Kai. Even if they discover my conspiracy, it will be useless. The demonic energy is endless. Even if all of them join forces, they can't be my opponent. Yanshiksha's pupils shrank suddenly as soon as he finished speaking. He lowered his head in shock, but saw a black light and shadow magic weapon emitting endless murderosaurus slanting upward from the bottom and stabbed into his heart. The two were very close, and the magic weapon was not short. He didn't even know how Zhuge Liuan took out the sword quietly without being noticed by him. Just by looking at the unique hilt of the black sword, he reacted instantly. The blade of this magic weapon can be retracted, so it is even shorter than a dagger when held in the hand on weekdays. He was shocked and said, "Liuan, you, master, you also said that good people are not qualified to survive in this world. You are scheming against me, and am I not scheming against you?" Zhuge Liuan smiled. His lips and teeth were red and covered with blood, but he could not hide the grief in the corners of his eyes. He smiled softly and said, "Why did you put the bipolar arrow in the Yinshi Yaokun? Is it to use the demonic energy of the Yinshi Yaokun to wear down the righteousness of the bipolar arrow, so that the arrow can be used by you?" When I got the bipolar arrow, I guessed that the bipolar arrow must have fallen into the hands of the monster. So when you came to me, I knew that you had other means and intentions, but you planned to use me to control the bipolar arrow, and am I not planning to use you to deal with Kiai? It has been 50 years. Kiai's cultivation has reached a level that I cannot imagine, not to mention his endless demonic energy. In a fair contest, even with the bipolar arrows, I'm not sure I can defeat him. At this time, you suddenly jump out and say that you have a way. After 50 years of planning, you must have calculated everything thoroughly. Who else should I listen to? Zhuge Liuan mocked, and now it seems that master, you are also working hard. Thanks to you. Otherwise with Kiai's strength, my bipolar arrows would not be able to hit him. Yan Shiksha's face suddenly became very ugly. I wanted to use others, but I didn't expect that the other party knew everything all the time. He asked, "Why can't you dodge this sword?" "Because I can't kill you without you killing me." Zhuge Liuan gritted his teeth, like a mad dog whose reverse scales were touched, and a humming sound came from the depths of his throat. He stared at Yan Shiksha and said coldly, "Now your sword is stuck in my bones, and my sword is stuck in your heart. Tell me, who is killing whom between us?" "Well, my disciple, I will tell you one more truth. You have never really been possessed by the devil, so how can you use the fatal weakness of a human to mark a monster?" Yan Shiksha drew out the magic sword with his backhand. Zhuge Liuan also drew out the Shuanglang magic shadow sword that he borrowed. The master and disciple attacked at the same time, each kicking the other in the chest. There were two sounds of weapons leaving the body. Zhuge Liuan staggered to the ground. Yan Shiksha was also bleeding like a stream of black blood. He covered his chest and sneered, "Good boy, I calculated everyone, but I fell into your trap. But unfortunately, you underestimated my strength. What's the matter with being injured? How can I die with a pierced heart? When I get the heavenly demon star, my injuries will recover instantly with the blessing of strong magic power. Ha 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 ha, by then, I will still be invincible." He jumped into the sky, but just as he flew up, a golden light rushed across the sky, and there was a light sound of hiss. Yan Shiksha was completely unable to react, and was pierced through the chest by the golden sword light. He widened his eyes, and looked back in disbelief. What he saw was a familiar face. But I thought he should have died in the Yunai dynasty. After all, the battlefield was extremely chaotic at the time. This person was still beside Zhuge Liuan at the beginning, but he was completely submerged in a moment of distraction and disappeared. He was still alive. The opponent's strength was so high that he could hide quietly beside him. Linban sighed and said, "To die under this Zuanian sword, Yan Shiksha, this can be regarded as your destiny." This sword was inherited from Yan Shiksha, and now he used it to kill Yan Shiksha. It made him feel a sense of destiny. Linban sighed, "Anyway, thank you for helping me deal with Kiai, and cutting off the connection between Kiai and the demon star. To be honest, I'm really troubled by this kind of immortal enemy." After that, the Zuanian sword flew away from his body. Yan Shiksha widened his eyes and lay on the ground weakly, with only his dark eyes open, unwillingly looking at the demon star above his head that was shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The kingship and hegemony were right in front of him, but he no longer had the ability to chase. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378. Wisdom is like a sea swallow and red clouds. Master Zhuge, what a good plan. Lin Bin followed Zhuge Liuan with an optical camouflage cape throughout the whole process. Even when Zhuge Liuan was fighting Qi, he only used one hand because his other hand was tightly holding a communication talisman. And it was also relying on this thing. Even though Lin Bin was following from a distance, he always knew everything that happened between everyone. Zhuge Liuan even contacted Lin Bin specifically. He knew that Yan Shiksha had ulterior motives, but it was a great idea to use his power to deal with Qi, so he was just pretending to be submissive, not really being led by the nose when his mind was stunned. Then, Lin Bin found that it was really thanks to Zhuge Liuan. Qi's strength was beyond imagination. With the help of the heavenly demon star, his combat power was endless. According to Lin Bin's speculation, he might be able to compete with the beast god. Of course, this was based on his vision. After all, he had not reached that level yet. This conclusion can be drawn, which shows that Qi must be at least a high level reincarnation. Unless Lin Bin can get more than 7 A-level magic weapons, he will not have the strength to challenge him alone. Thanks to Yan Shiksha's appearance. The plan seems simple, but it is the result of Yan Shiksha's painstaking layout and planning for 50 years, which eliminated Qi's biggest reliance in one fell swoop. And now Yan Shiksha is dead. He also left a great situation for them. He is really a good person. At this time, Qi and others have also discovered the situation outside. It's just that the fierce battle between the 5 of them was extremely intense. One of them was injured, and the other was ready to go, which eliminated the biggest gap between them, and the two sides showed a trend of equal strength. Even if they saw Yan Shiksha flying to the heavenly demon star, although they wanted to stop him, they did not dare to leave the battlefield without authorization. Or once they left, giving Qi a chance to react, they would definitely die. Riding a tiger is difficult to get off. Yan Shiksha is really treacherous and insidious. But when they saw Yan Shiksha dead, one of the other 2 seriously injured, and the other one was not weak, but not as strong as Qi, they were relieved. They finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then they became more excited and rushed towards Qi. They vowed to kill him completely, and then fight for the ownership of the demon star. The demon star cannot fall into the hands of any of them. Zhuge Liuan looked defeated. After all, he was old. He fought with Qi first, and was plotted against by Yan Shiksha. At this moment, he could hardly stand up straight. Even so, his eyes were still full of unyielding fighting spirit. He panted and said, "At this point, we can't fail. Brother Abin, please take me up." Lin Bin was surprised and said, "What? The demon star needs a master. In this case, why can't that master be me?" Zhuge Liuan said firmly, "I'm naturally immune to demonic energy. If I were to take charge of the demon star, I could let go of all of the defenses of the demon star and let you, Brother Abin, destroy the star with one blow. If it's your brilliant magic weapon, it shouldn't be difficult." Lin Bin was shocked and said, "But in that case, you too. How long can I live if I don't do this?" Zhuge Liuan sighed, "I'm over 70 years old. I'm an old man. How can I heal such a serious injury?" Lin Bin asked, "Are you seeking death? How is that possible? I just received the gift of your reincarnation table and learned about the existence of another world. I actually want to see the customs and habits of another world. Well, I just want to die." Zhuge Liuan laughed bitterly and said, "Han Gai's dead. Master and the others are also dead. Where can I go? What does the new world have to do with me? I'm just an old widower wherever I go. It is better to die with them. If I can leave my body behind, Brother Abin, I will be grateful if you can bury me and Han Gai together and let us spend the rest of our lives together." Lin Bin looked at Zhuge Liuan deeply. Looking at his face, that looked like a homeless old man, he sighed and said, "I respect your choice, but in fact, if you don't do this, I have other ways to destroy the heavenly demon star. But the spread of demonic energy will cause great harm to the human world. It will take at least 100 years for the human world to recover. But if I absorb all the demonic energy into my body, in this way, my sacrifice is not without value. I understand." Lin Bin immediately understood that he just wanted to die. Just like just now, He did not avoid Yanshix's sneak attack, and he might have wanted to die with him. As early as after he found Yan Hongai's body, his heart was already full of self-destructive tendencies. The reason why he was so persistent in killing Ki was just the last sense of responsibility. Linben sighed lightly. Go ahead, I will protect you. Thank you, Brother Abin. Zhu Liuan took a deep breath, but suddenly covered his chest in pain. Linben waved his hand. The Ganjiang sword appeared at his feet spontaneously. Linben smiled and said, can't fly? I'll send you off for the last time. Zhu Liuan laughed immediately. It's worth it to be able to meet a like-minded friend before I die. It's a pity that we can't fight side by side anymore. Linben waved his hand, and the Ganjiang sword suddenly soared into the sky and rushed towards the Xianmo star in the sky, leaving behind a series of panicked shouts. This sword has no guardrail. Where can I hold onto it? Someone is heading towards the heavenly demon star again. Seeing that the thing he longed for was about to be taken away, Jin Guang's eyes were about to burst, and he shouted angrily, Qi, why don't we temporarily stop fighting and clear out these people outside the field first, and then we can fight to the death. Qi's expression was extremely calm, even though his body was already bleeding profusely, and he suffered several fatal injuries. If he was a human, he would probably have died a long time ago. But even if he was a demon body, without the endless supply of demonic energy, his injuries were still very serious. But his face was still indifferent. He said lightly, okay, you go. Jin Guang and others. Even if Qi really agreed, they didn't dare to turn around, because the sword behind them was a sharp and decisive sword that they could never resist. Yanshixia is indeed as cunning as a fox. Even I fell into his trap. The righteousness of the bipolar arrow is beyond my imagination. I'm afraid I will not be able to escape today. Qi said lightly, but after I die, Zhu Liuan will take charge of the heavenly demon star. There is nothing wrong with that. Don't you think it is interesting? All those with ulterior motives want to get this evil thing, but in the end, this thing fell into the hands of the last good person in this world. What? Jin Guang Beian and others were stunned. I didn't expect that Qi Demon Lord would be so indifferent to the so-called heavenly demon star, even to his own life. Ha 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 ha, irony, irony. Qi laughed and soared into the sky. At the same time, Zhu Liuan had already rushed into the heavenly demon star. In an instant, the demonic energy in the demon star surged and made chaos. Zhu Liuan felt that he was almost trapped in a muddy ocean that he could not resist. Countless pure demonic energy swarmed into his body. The demonic energy did not harm him, but was like a tonic. But it was not without any harm. When the body was too weak to be nourished, the damage caused by taking a large amount of tonic to the body might be more terrible than the simple damage. Just like now, Zhu Liuan felt that his body was almost bursting, even though he could not bear it at all. But the demonic energy completely ignored his feelings and swarmed into his body frantically. Is this the reason why I want to control the demonic energy without the body of a heavenly demon? Or am I the only one who is special? Zhu Liuan knew that with such abundant demonic energy, if nothing unexpected happened, he would be completely burst in 10 breaths at most. He could only drag his body forcibly and avoid the surroundings, while the demonic energy swarmed and moved with him. The originally chaotic heavenly demon star was surging with demonic energy. A gap was revealed. Zhu Liuan wanted Lin Bin to take action as soon as possible. He could no longer hold on. But at this time, he couldn't even open his mouth. At this moment, the last sound he heard was a burst of thunder that resounded through the heavens and the earth. Above the horizon, dark clouds covered the sky, silver snakes slithered, and lightning rolled. Below, Lin Bin saw this glimmer of opportunity. Without hesitation, he used the Nanming Lihuo sword to perform the strongest skill he could currently perform. The divine sword controlling thunder true art inherited from the Qingyan sect. As he recited the true art, he stepped on the 7 stars. Half of the power of the divine sword controlling thunder true art comes from the skill of the caster himself, and the other half comes from the upper limit of the weapon. The Nanming Lihuo sword is originally a high-level spatial weapon from the Shushan legend. With the blessing of the luck of a world, its power is so strong that it is probably not inferior to the simple Xuexin sword. With this sword as a guide, almost all the dark clouds within 1,000 miles were gathered together, and the thunder was mighty, mixed with fine ice blue sword energy wandering freely. The sword force and thunder were perfectly integrated. Zhuge Liuan finally saw a brilliant and vast column of lightning falling from the sky, striking the heavenly demon star directly, and then striking him. Most of the thunder force took advantage of the emptiness of the demonic energy and directly blasted into the interior of the heavenly demon star. In an instant, the entire dark heavenly demon star burst out with silver white electric light. It was like nuclear fission. In front of everyone, the heavenly demon star was torn into pieces, and then exploded. Countless black meteorites fell like meteors. The violent friction in the air had already ignited a scorching flame with a long tail of fire and fell fiercely to the ground. The whole world was reduced to a sea of fire. The sound of the explosion was endless, mixed with the shaking of the earth and the sky, as if the end of the world had arrived. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, the sky demon star is destroyed. Destroyed? What a great Zhuge Liuan, who gave up the opportunity to unify the entire human world without hesitation. I underestimated you. It's a pity that I didn't get to know you 50 years ago. What a pity. It's really a pity. Ki laughed. The condition of his body was completely synchronized with the sky demon star. As the sky demon star gradually fell apart, his body also began to show hideous gaps and finally disappeared. Only the Yixi sword was left falling downwards. Then, it was held by a hand. Lin Bin defeated the sky demon star with one move and then collected the Yixi sword. He exclaimed with satisfaction, another magic weapon is in hand, but, this time we are one step closer to the new 8 swords flying together. Bayan, Ziqiu, Jinggang, Sehung and others all looked solemn. Although Ki was dead, they had seen with their own eyes how powerful this kid had destroyed the heavenly demon star with one strike. Especially after they were possessed by demons, they were afraid of things like thunder and lightning. The 4 of them had just fought with Ki, and they were not completely unscathed. At this moment, Lin Bin had the absolute upper hand in terms of momentum. Boy, what is your origin? Origin? Lin Bin raised his eyebrows and looked at the several demon lords who were not included in the plan. For a moment, he had a headache. He thought that, as long as he killed Ki, he would destroy the world, but he didn't expect that these demon lords actually had such origins. In this case, none of these people can escape. After a moment, Lin Bin showed a playful smile on his face and sighed. What is my origin? My origin is not important. What is important is that Ki is dead, and no one can stop my master from unifying the world, and you are in the way. Your master? Who is it? Of course it is the master of Zhuang's sect, Yan Shiksha. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Although they had only used their peripheral vision before, they also saw clearly that Yan Shiksha attacked his disciples and then was countered by his disciples. He wanted to escape, but was killed by a golden sword flying from the sky. According to their previous observations, the golden sword should also be Zhuge Liuan's means, just like his control of the bipolar arrow. Nonsense. Yan Shiksha is obviously dead. Ha 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 ha. My master's divine power. How can you mortals talk nonsense? Or this is just my master's plan. My master has long abandoned his mortal body and achieved the body of the supreme demon. Please show up, my master. The voice fell. A loud and crazy laugh rang out. Yan Shiksha's body was clearly in the distance, and he even remained in a state of death with his eyes open. But here, in the flashing black air, a figure actually appeared. It was Yan Shiksha. However, the black hair was all over his body, and he looked very different from before. Is it really Yan Shiksha? How is it possible? His death just now. Was it really his plan? Damn, this cunning fox. I knew he wouldn't die so easily. Everyone was furious. But Yan Shiksha didn't give everyone a chance to react. With a loud laugh, he jumped towards the 4 people. Don't panic, my lord. I'll help you. Lin Bin laughed loudly, holding the Nanming Lihuo sword, and also rushed towards the 4 people. But there is no doubt that the undead Yan Shiksha, who was summoned by him with the Bible of the Dead, was the main target of the 4 people, and he was just an assist. Ha 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 ha. Yan Shiksha could only laugh wildly at this moment, especially under Lin Bin's secret control. He raised his hand and pointed. Several magic weapons rushed into the sky at the same time and attacked the 4 people. Such magical means surprised Jin Guang and others. They didn't expect that Yan Shiksha had such a magical means hidden over the years. They were more alert. They dodged the magic weapons and attacked Yan Shiksha's body. But Yan Shiksha laughed and fought with the enemy. He even had enough time to control those magic swords to form a formation and surrounded the 4 people. Just this one move made everyone frightened. Obviously, they didn't expect that this one night demon lord was so terrible. His strength was so strong that he seemed to have surpassed all of them. Chapter 379 Mission completed. Bible of the Dead. S-level item. The final destination of the dead. Holding this book, you can include the souls of the enemies you killed in the book. At the cost of sacrificing a page of the book, you can summon a powerful enemy to fight on your behalf. Sacrificing all the pages of the book can summon all the undead armies included in the Bible of the Dead to fight for you. Note, do you kill people like crazy? Who could have imagined that this item that Deng Yang gave to Lin Bin played a huge role? Lin Bin killed Yan Shiksha himself, and his soul naturally appeared on the pages of the Bible of the Dead. And when Lin Bin summoned the undead spirit of Yan Shiksha to appear and fight for him and openly regarded him as the master, what everyone saw was that Yan Shiksha fought 1 against 4, fearless of death, and still had enough time to control several sharp and unmatched magic weapons to wander around among the people and form a sword formation. The sword formation was outside and the sword master was inside. The 2 sides cooperated tacitly. For a time, he suppressed the 4 seriously injured people with his own strength. No one doubted it. You know, they had seen with their own eyes that Zhuge Liuan fired arrows, and the 2 pole arrows were immediately under his control, and he successfully attacked Kai. With Zhuge Liuan's ability, he could control 2 pole arrows, so it seemed reasonable for his master to control these magical weapons. Damn bastard, I knew you really hid something from me. Although Jin Guang was possessed by the devil, he did not lose his memory. He searched through his memories of the past few decades in Zhuang's sect, but he could not find any method about this kind of one-person formation, especially since he had served as the master of Xiao, which made him more certain of one thing. This old guy must have destroyed this method. He gave the mysterious hard secret to his daughter, and he secretly digested this sword formation. When Jin Guang thought about it, he was immediately furious and resented Yan Shiksha even more. While the other 3 people were fighting Yan Shiksha head on and blasting him to the point of losing his shape, he rushed in regardless of the cost, gathered black magic energy in his palm, and slapped Yan Shiksha's heart fiercely. For this attack, 2 sharp sounds of kai kai. His shoulder blade was directly pierced by the Jingwei sword. He also observed the power of this sword formation, which was indeed extremely amazing. If any of the 4 of them were here, even in their prime, they would probably have been defeated by now. But it is not without weaknesses. For example, although the sword power of these divine weapons is extremely strong, if they are still human, it would be difficult for them to resist so many clever sword attacks. But now that their magic energy has entered their bodies, their former fatal weaknesses are no longer weaknesses. Even if they are injured by these weapons, it is difficult to cause fatal injuries. Therefore, he risked being attacked by these weaker weapons, and indeed, he succeeded in one strike, causing fatal injuries to Yan Shiksha. Ha 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 ha. Yan Shiksha laughed wildly, completely ignoring the injuries on his body, and did not fall to the ground as Jin Guang expected due to serious injuries. He grabbed Jin Guang's head with his backhand, and with a loud laugh, he suddenly exerted force with both arms. With a bang, like a ripe watermelon under external pressure, Jin Guang's head exploded completely, and the brain and blood spurted all over the ground, leaving only the torso to retreat 2 steps weakly, and fell to the ground with a plop. My lord's divine power is indeed invincible. Lin Bin had already shouted loudly. But even if he tried to cover it up, the other 3 people had already noticed something strange. Apart from anything else, he suffered a fatal injury, but did not feel any pain at all, and could continue to laugh. This is not a normal person. Even if he absorbed the demonic energy of a heavenly demon star, Ki was not a person who was completely unconscious before. We've been fooled. Zen Master Baiyan put his palms together, his eyes were extremely gloomy, staring at Lin Bin, and said, he is the real mastermind behind the scenes. Yan Shiksha has been dead for a long time. This guy is just a puppet. We have all been fooled. The demonic energy around Senpudu was even more turbulent. He used to play with the world in the palm of his hand, but now he is being played like a monkey. How can he bear this? Oh, have you been seen through? Lin Bin's previous excitement slowly subsided, and he sighed lightly. I originally wanted you to fight to death with Yan Shiksha, but I didn't expect you to. Alas. Why bother yourself? I'll kill you. Taoist Kunlun Zikiu is now at a very high level of cultivation, and his status and position are incomparable to before. Now he is the most angry one among the crowd. He roared and rushed to Lin Bin first. Join hands to kill this beast. Although Master Bayan and Senpudu were also seriously injured, they were relieved to know that Yan Shiksha was just a puppet. Because if all this was really planned by Yan Shiksha, then this enemy would be too terrible. But now the puppet Yan Shiksha didn't care whether his identity was discovered or not. He was still laughing wildly, and his strength did not decrease at all because of being discovered. For a time, Master Bayan and Senpudu were suppressed and could not escape. Lin Bin saw Taoist Zikiu rushing towards him. He showed a meaningful smile on his face and said lightly, "Do you really think I can only hide in the dark and plan? Raise your hand." The 9 swords of King Yu suddenly converged. Then, several magnificent sword lights rushed straight into the sky. The magic sword Apophis, Zuanian sword, dragon slaying sword, Ganjiang, Moi, and the Yixi sword that just succeeded. 6 magic weapons above A level appeared at the same time. The magnificent sword energy swept across the whole world, tearing all the evil spirits around it to pieces. The power limit of the Zenwu 7 section formation is not as high as that of the Xiangang Big Dipper formation, but its advantage is that it can be formed by 2 people, and 3 or 4 people are not restricted. It is just that the upper limit is 7 swords, which is not as good as the Xiangang Big Dipper formation, which can even form a formation with 64 swords. But at this moment, when there are less than 7 magic weapons, the power of the 6A level magic weapons is still far beyond the 9 swords of the King of Yu, almost reaching the level of the world being eclipsed. What? Ghost thing? Taoist Zikiu was shocked, staring at the vast sword energy that almost occupied his entire eyelids in shock, and a dull look appeared in his eyes. The next moment, the vast sword energy directly submerged him completely. Wherever it passed, nothing was left. The enemy's strength was far beyond imagination. Yan Shiksha, I'm here to lend you a hand. Lin Bin used the Nanming Lihuo sword to control the other 6 divine weapons. The mighty and cold sword energy tore through the sky and split the earth, tearing towards the 2 demon lords in front. Fight him. I'll die with you. The 2 demon lords both had fierce eyes, and they cooperated very well. Senpudu opened his bloody mouth at the first time, and transformed into his original form, which was a very hideous and terrifying centipede. He swallowed Yan Shiksha directly into his stomach, and Master Bayan turned a blind eye to the mighty sword energy, took off the Buddhist beads on his neck, and shouted, "Look at my stars and clouds." These Buddhist beads were originally the most precious treasures of Buddhism, containing the supreme power to subdue demons, but after Bayan became a demon, they were deeply infected by the demonic energy and degenerated into evil treasures. Although they no longer had the ability to subdue demons, their power was more than doubled. Especially now that Bayan was extremely fierce, seeing the overwhelming power of the sword energy, it was difficult for anyone to retreat unscathed, so he did not retreat at all, controlling these demonized Buddhist beads to avoid the mighty sword energy, and attacked Lin Bin's body, as if to force him to withdraw his sword, otherwise, they would both perish. But Lin Bin just snorted softly. A white mist suddenly appeared around him. The Buddhist beads came straight at him, and should have completely submerged him in the next moment. But he seemed to have suddenly left this world, and no matter how powerful the Buddhist beads were, they could not rush to him at all. The short distance was farther than the end of the world. The Buddhist beads finally ran out of power. Then they fell to the ground powerlessly. This gathered the power of Bayan's full strength attack, but it didn't even touch Lin Bin's sweat hair, and it ran out of power. But the sword energy did not stop at all. It went straight through Bayan's body. In his shrill screams, a generation of great monks and virtues finally turned into ashes. After swallowing Yan Shiksha, Senpudu's condition has been not right. He was dizzy, and seemed to be in great pain. He also had no ability to resist the sword energy. Puff puff puff. After a moment, its huge body was pierced with countless wounds, bleeding profusely and wailing in pain. Even if it turned into its original form, it only lived a little longer than Master Bayan. After the baptism of sword energy, there was nothing left. At this point, the 4 great demon lords were all destroyed. Only Lin Bin was left unscathed, secretly amazed at the might of the sword formation composed of A-level magic weapons and the unreasonable defense of Avalon. You know, if it weren't for Avalon letting him completely ignore Bayan's offensive, Lin Bin was confident that he could win the final victory, but it would never be so easy. And at this moment, the entire Lanruo temple was shaken more violently, and even the huge land showed signs of falling apart. It seems that the destruction of the heavenly demon star has a greater impact on this world than I could have imagined. Lin Bin muttered, looking up at the sky. At this moment, the location of the heavenly demon star. The huge demon star still exists, but it is still exploding. It is obvious that the sword energy of the Nanming Lihuo sword and the demon energy inside are still reacting chemically. From time to time, a large number of meteorites still fall to the ground. Not only the territory of Lanruo Temple, but all the territories within sight are falling apart and shattered. This world is finally going to be destroyed. I have to quickly reunite with Elia and the others. Lin Bin put away all his weapons. After thinking for a while, he bent down and scooped up a handful of soil from the ground. Zhu Liuan wanted to be buried with Yan Hangai, but unfortunately, in this case, the chance of him leaving his body behind was slim, so he could only use this handful of soil instead. He loved this land deeply, so he probably wouldn't care. Lin Bin no longer hesitated, took out the positioning camera, and then flew towards Elia and Alice. At this time, just as Lin Bin expected, the whole land was trembling and shattering. The destruction of the demon star was not just the loss of a star in the sky. 50 years have passed. The ups and downs brought by the arrival of the demon star were so great, and the momentum of the destruction now is more than 10 times greater. You must know that after 50 years of forced insertion, the demon star has already been completely integrated with the real world. In the alternation of the sun and the moon, and the movement of the 4 seasons, the demon star has already had a place. The destruction of the demon star is like suddenly pulling out a link in the current regular sequence. The damage caused is so great that it is fatal to the entire world. Just like now, in an extremely dilapidated house, a young man in a black robe with a cold expression was lying on the dusty old couch. Next to him, where the pillow should be, there was an exquisite glazed green porcelain bottle. He just lay there quietly, with a look of reminiscence and tenderness. He sighed and said, "Come in." The tightly closed door was pushed open with a creak. A petite figure slowly walked in, with a pretty face, a purple suit with a pure white pleated skirt, and her long silver white hair looked particularly smooth and elegant. "Isn't it Elia?" Behind her, heavy footsteps sounded, and the huge shadow almost covered the entire door. The man in black said lightly, "Don't let that big guy in. He is so tall. If he really comes in, I can't protect my home. But if he doesn't come in, I don't feel safe. After all, you are a big monster." Elia had a bright smile on her face. "It doesn't look like she is here to kill people. Don't let him in, and agree to a small condition of mine. How about I give you a gift?" said the man in black. Elia asked, "What gift?" "My life. You can kill me, and I won't resist." "Then what conditions should I agree to?" "After I die, bury my ashes together with Xiaoqian." The man in black was none other than Ninkachin. He looked at the ashes beside the pillow with nostalgia, and sighed softly. "I have failed as a human being over the years. I can't even find someone I can trust. I can only beg you. Little girl, how about you help me, because of my attitude of dying honestly?" Elia's eyes lit up and smiled. "Of course there is no problem, Ninkachin. Do you have any requirements for the tombstone? What should be written? Do you want to write Ninkachin and Xiaoqian's tomb or something like that? It doesn't matter, as long as we can be together. The rest, nothing matters." Ninkachin said, "Hurry up, the heavenly demon star has been destroyed, and this world is about to be destroyed. If you don't move quickly, I'm afraid you won't have time to burn my bones. By the way, I have another small request. Please be quick when you do it. Don't look at me like this. I'm actually a little afraid of pain. Then I'll fulfill your wish." If it was Irisveal who was here, she might be moved for a while after hearing this. But although Elia was moved, it did not affect her excitement about completing the task. Fearing that something might happen if she was late. What if the other party regretted it? She gently pulled off a strand of her silver white hair, infused it with magic power, and turned it into a small silver sword, shooting straight at Ninkachan's neck. A sword pierced his throat. Ninkachan didn't even have time to feel the pain, and he was completely silent. Don't worry, it won't hurt. After making sure that the enemy had died in her hands, Elia nodded with satisfaction. The sword form transformed into a tear form, and the silver cold flame directly burned Ninkachan's bones. Until this moment, the reincarnation tables of Irisveal, who was on guard outside, Linbin, who was running towards this place, and Elia, who was trying to burn the corpse in the room, all vibrated slightly at the same time. Secret Realm Mission, destroy the world. Completion reward, obtain a level merit x1, 5000 reincarnation points. Mission time limit, 7 days, failure penalty. 7000 reincarnation points, mission completed, do you want to return? Finally done. Elia breathed a sigh of relief. Destroying the world or something. Fortunately, she followed the bad guy this time. Otherwise, in this secret realm which was much more difficult than the last time, she would have to die here alone. Chapter 380 Dad, I want to go home. When Linbin arrived, he saw Elia directing Berserker to bury the soil, and Irisveal was using magic to cut and chop the stone into the shape of a tombstone. She also wrote the names of Ninkachan and Izaokian, but he was not sure if they could read foreign languages. When Berserker fiercely inserted the tombstone into the soil, a simple but not simple grave was completed. Elia wiped the non-existent sweat from her head and sighed. Although this world will collapse soon, and this tombstone may not be able to be preserved by then, but at least, I agreed to your request. So Ninkachan, you can rest in peace. Linbin slowly walked over, stood behind Elia, and asked, is Ninkachan dead? Of course. Elia clenched her fist at Linbin, and said with lingering fear, I fought with him for a full 300 rounds, and finally succeeded in taking his life with a starlight explosion. This battle was too difficult. I almost exhausted all my ripples to get the final victory, and just after I killed him, I received a reminder from the reincarnation table. It seems that he should be the final boss. Yes, Elia did the best. I'll reward you with milk when we go back. I don't like milk, I like milk tea. Elia reacted after she answered. She glanced at Alice next to her in panic, and then glared at Linbin. He touched her head and smiled. Yes, I got it. I'll add more ingredients to it when the time comes. It will be delicious too. The mission was difficult. Now that it has finally been completed, Linbin is naturally in a good mood. He smiled and said, now that the mission is completed, the demon star has been destroyed, and this world will soon be shattered. It seems that, even if we want to stay in this world for further study for a while, it is impossible. Only a ghost would want to stay in this world. I have had enough of hiding here and there during this period of time. Elia said with lingering fear, and there are human skeletons everywhere. I wish I could go back to the real world immediately, take a good bath, sleep for a day and a night, and not wake up no matter how I mess with it. Then let's go back. Linbin looked at Irisveal. Alice nodded gently, with an inexplicable melancholy on her face, and sighed. Although this is a world that has been completely demonized and distorted, there are also flowers of love that have been nurtured and grown with sincerity. This state of disregarding everything except love is absolutely undesirable, but as the saying goes, one knows the warmth and coldness of the water, and they have gotten what they want. Linbin patted his storage bag gently and sighed. This is the love we should yearn for. By the way, after we return this time, we will be national level reincarnationists? Elia suddenly asked with expectation. She yearned for the title of national level reincarnationist more than Linbin. After all, Linbin has only been a reincarnationist for 3 or 4 years so far, and has followed the routine, and has hardly encountered any failures. But she has been struggling in this world for so many years, and even failed more than once, when she was promoted to the secret realm. And Elia's strengths and weaknesses are too conspicuous. Once targeted, it is easy to fail. In fact, if she hadn't teamed up with Lin Bean this time, there is no doubt that she would have failed again. And it was precisely because of all these years of hard work that she understood the value of a national level Samsara better than anyone else. Lin Bean nodded and said, "This is what President Long promised me. He dare not go back on his word. Besides, Director Lei is here." Director Lei looks mean and lonely, but in fact he is a very protective person. "Since we have passed the assessment, we should be given what we deserve." "That's great. I heard that the treatment of national level Samsara is very good." Elia happily threw herself into Alice's arms and said happily, "Mom, we are finally financially free. Let's go." "Just like you said, I don't want to stay in this broken world for even a quarter of an hour." The two women nodded. Lin Bean took out the Night King's life box and opened it. Thousands of miles away, the Night King, who was leading his subordinates to pick up corpses, suddenly frowned and looked in the direction of Lin Bean. He looked back reluctantly at the army he had finally assembled, especially the assimilation of the Sky Demon clan, which greatly improved the strength of the White Walker army. But unfortunately, the life box was not in his hands. It would eventually be subject to the control of the enemy. The Night King's eyes showed an unwilling look, but his body turned into a puff of smoke and gradually disappeared. Only a large number of White Walker army was left at a loss, and for a moment they didn't know where their leader had gone. The three of them chose to return at the same time. Secret Realm Mission, destroy the world. Completion reward, obtain a level merit x1. 5,000 reincarnation points. Task time limit, 7 days, failure penalty. 7,000 reincarnation points, task completed, settlement in progress, Reincarnator Abin. This secret realm experience is rated S. Task rewards increased by 200%. Obtain a level merit x2. 10,000 reincarnation points. Obtain the A-level magic weapon Ganjiang sword. Do you want to spend 2,000 reincarnation points to bring it back to the present world? If you choose no, you can exchange it for 4,000 reincarnation points. Ganjiang sword, A-level magic weapon, a peerless magic weapon forged from the iron of the heavenly demon meteorite, containing the strongest and most violent thoughts. The holder's devil heart corrodes the body, and it is very easy to become a puppet of the Ganjiang sword. Note, guess who is controlling whom? Obtained the A+ level magic weapon MOZ sword. Do you want to spend 3,000 reincarnation points to bring it back to the present world? If you choose no, you can exchange it for 5,000 reincarnation points. MOZ sword, A+ level magic weapon, a peerless magic weapon forged from the iron of the heavenly demon meteorite, purified by the strongest warrior Sushiangsen with the purest mind. It has become a first-class peerless divine sword. When it fights against the Ganjiang sword, it can exert 200% of its power. Note, I was born for you. Obtained the A+ grade magic weapon Yixi sword. Do you want to spend 3,000 reincarnation points to bring it back to the present world? If you choose no, you can exchange it for 5,000 reincarnation points. Yixi sword, A+ grade magic weapon, a weapon of justice forged by Kitai Liu Jingying, but because of evil thoughts, it fell into the devil's way. After 50 years of being infected by the devil's energy, it has become a combination of good and evil, and has unparalleled power. Because of the deep devil's energy inside, it will encounter the devil's feedback when it is controlled. Note, do you want to be filled? Obtained the D-grade item Contact Talisman X3. Do you want to spend 900 reincarnation points to bring it back to the present world? If you choose no, you can exchange it for 500 reincarnation points. Contact Talisman, D-grade. Holding this talisman in the palm of your hand, you can use your own supernatural power to resonate with other people holding the talisman, thereby realizing long-distance communication. The specific distance depends on your strength. Note, I'm still very convenient. Lin Bean blinked. He received an S-level evaluation, and the rewards were doubled. But even so, 10,000-2,000-3,000-3000-3000-900 equals 100 points. In summary, apart from the 2A level merits, he earned a total of 100 reincarnation points in this secret realm experience. And considering the consumption of his previous use of S-level time gems, this time, He earned 2 merits in the secret realm and lost more than 1,000 reincarnation points. A huge loss. But it can't be calculated that way. If you go to the outside world, if you want to exchange such an A-level magic weapon, you probably can't exchange it without 7,000 or 8,000 reincarnation points. The official exchange even requires additional merits, which is even more expensive. But here, 2 or 3,000 is too cheap. Although he didn't earn any reincarnation points, he made a lot of money. And next to it, Elia exclaimed happily, "Oh, he also got an A-level evaluation. That's great. The lowest evaluation of the state guarding level is B level. I still got an excellent score this time. Thanks to Ninkachan. If he hadn't given me a head in the end. No. If I hadn't successfully killed him with the last ripple, I'm afraid I wouldn't have gotten this A level." Alice said, "I only got a B, but it's already very good. After all, I didn't play a big role in this secret realm, and I don't need to be promoted to the state guarding level. B level is enough. 5,000 contribution points are probably, yeah, several million, enough to buy one of my previous cars." Linbin suddenly had an idea and asked, "How many cars did your family have before?" Alice shook her head honestly and said, "I don't know. I'm busy accompanying Elia every day. How can I have time to count that thing?" Linbin. Return. Linbin suddenly understood why Elia suddenly became so obsessed with money. The figures of the 3 people disappeared in this world at the same time. And just after the 3 people disappeared, it didn't take long. The land where they stood suddenly sank. The surrounding plains began to fall towards the center of the earth like a broken puzzle. The world collapsed. At this time, Yuanxing, the periphery of the A93 secret realm, many national level reincarnationists, and a temporary tent in the distance. An old man with a calm demeanor was holding an ancient scroll and carefully studying it. He turned a page every 30 seconds, very regularly. But at this moment, he had not touched the ancient scroll for 3 minutes, and even his originally calm eyes slowly closed, muttering, "The secret realm has changed, and there are creatures approaching this world, and they have reincarnation tables in their hands." At the same time, many instruments supporting the reincarnation tables in the periphery also started to scream wildly. The staff exclaimed, "The reincarnation table effect has been detected. A total of 3. These are Mr. Abin's reincarnation tables. All alert." The person in charge did not relax because it was Linbin's reincarnation table, but became more solemn. It is not uncommon for the natives to seize the reincarnation table of the reincarnation. Although most of them will appear from other places, there are also some who appear directly from here. Especially when the secret realm is invaded, they are often followed by a large number of terrible monsters. In the distance, Lonky clenched his fist tightly. He knew that life or death depended on this move. Until the opponent's distance was getting closer and closer. As the information detected increased, the shrill sirens became weaker and weaker. Then, a message began to appear at the center of the control console. The person in charge's eyes suddenly lit up and shouted excitedly, "The mission has been completed, and it is an S-level evaluation. It has been detected that the intensity of chaotic energy in the A93 secret realm is rapidly weakening and has been reduced to the minimum limit of a normal world operation. This world is on the verge of destruction." They succeeded. As soon as these words came out, everyone who was on guard before was stunned. After a long time, "Oh my, this is incredible." Suddenly someone shouted loudly, well done. This is a crisis of the same difficulty as the world where the East Sakura Kingdom was destroyed. The East Sakura Kingdom was destroyed, even though it was dealt with by itself. Mr. Abin was alone. Oh no, he brought his wife and children with him. He managed it. Many of the national level reincarnations suddenly relaxed, and a feeling of extreme exhaustion after surviving a disaster arose. The destruction of the East Sakura Kingdom made them feel a great pressure when facing this secret realm. Otherwise, why would no one dare to rashly enter this dangerous secret realm without any clues? To put it bluntly, one reason is that they are used to having some information before entering the secret realm. The other reason is that they are worried that it doesn't matter if they die, but if they cause the secret realm to riot and invade, then they will really be unforgivable sinners. Although they have not participated in this battle yet, they feel an unbearable pressure just by preparing on the periphery. I really don't know how dangerous it is inside. And it's an S-level evaluation. Is it really? That failure is so extreme if it's not S-level? So, when Lin Bin and the others stepped out of the secret realm, they saw pairs of eyes filled with excitement, admiration, respect and even excitement. Especially as the three of them appeared, the secret realm behind them, which was slightly torn, began to get smaller and smaller, from several meters long to only 2 meters, 1 meter, until it was blown out by the wind like a weak flame. Secret Realm A93 disappeared completely. Oh. No matter how much information was reported, it could not compare to the excitement and ecstasy they saw with their own eyes. Everyone cheered with joy. Even in the military tent in the distance. The old man slowly put away the ancient scroll and exclaimed, "Good boy, at this age, this kind of strength, at this critical moment, to have such a fresh force joining us, it can be regarded as God not destroying our country." His figure disappeared. From beginning to end, he did not meet any reincarnation. At this time, the outside world was still ecstatic and excited. Long Qi flew over at the first moment, grabbed Lin Bin's hand, and said excitedly, "Mr. Abin, you saved the world." Lin Bin smiled and said, "Which of the reincarnations who are qualified to appear here has not saved the world 8 or 10 times? Mine is nothing. Now, I just hope that there won't be any mistakes in the identity authentication of Allah and I as the nation guarding reincarnations. Don't worry, if there is any mistake, you don't need to tell me. I will sit in meditation and self-immolate and protest in the Reincarnation Association. If you don't become a nation guarding person, who else is qualified to be one?" Long Qi laughed and said, "At such a young age, becoming a nation guarding reincarnation is already a remarkable thing. You are a double reincarnation, so both father and daughter are nation guarding people." "That's right, even the daughter is so powerful. Mr. Abin has a good way of raising a daughter. I admire you." Everyone immediately praised him with joy. Elia's cute little mouth puffed up again. Looking at the people present, she suddenly felt that these people were really annoying. "Can't you see that I'm actually a stepdaughter? No. Wait. It seems that there is nothing wrong." She drooped her shoulders weakly. She pulled Lin Bin's shoulders and shouted, "Dad, I want to go home." Chapter 381 Promotion and Wealth. A93 Secret Realm almost touched the heart of the entire Samsara Association. There is no other reason. It is really because of the East Sakura Kingdom. Although their China strength is far superior to that of the Sakura Kingdom, the destruction of the East Sakura Kingdom is because their limit is there. Who can know whether the Secret Realm has reached its limit? Although only a few people entered the Secret Realm. But in fact, almost most of the reincarnations are waiting and watching, and the powerful reincarnations have received a notice from the Samsara Association to suspend all activities of reincarnation training. Once an accident occurs in the A93 Secret Realm, they must join in as soon as possible, or help the people evacuate, or resist the invasion of the enemy. Then, they receive the news that the Secret Realm has been successfully destroyed. And the one who accomplished this feat was Lin Bin, who they have long been very familiar with. The world is invincible in the sky, a nightmare level secret realm. In the end, it was destroyed. Speaking of which, we have been preparing for so long. Are we preparing for loneliness? Air conditioning repairman, isn't this good? As expected, our country of China is full of talents. It feels so good to have such a powerful person. I thought that this time we would use China as a battlefield and fight the enemy to the death. It is really painful to have to watch our homeland become a battlefield. Cheyuji, the most fortunate thing is that the people do not have to be displaced. Once this level of secret realm invades, the damage to the real world will inevitably be beyond imagination. A grain of sand in the era is an unbearable weight when it falls on a person's head. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. As reincarnationists, we should naturally carry the blue sky above the people. I really want to cheat in the secret realm. The tone of the above is too official. If you don't know, you will think that you saved everyone. Do you want us to raise funds for a plaque for you? Help me up, and I can still send. Didn't you pay attention to the point? Why don't you go and see the homepage of the Reincarnation forum? The discussion in the forum was fierce. When they heard the words help me up, and I can still send, they immediately exited the chat interface. Then, I saw a very eye-catching headline pinned to the top. Warm congratulations to the Chinese reincarnationist Abin and the little magic girl for successfully advancing to the national level reincarnationist. As the pillars of the country, they should maintain the people and work hard until their death. Help me up, I can still send. I don't know if you noticed, Abin's experience results just came out again. I checked his observable resume and found that he has an additional S-level evaluation. Everyone was silent. I really wanted to shout fuck, but this time, I couldn't even shout fuck. Abin just passed an S-level secret realm and became a national level reincarnationist. Over there, the terrible nightmare level secret realm that made all the reincarnationists look at it sideways, and it was said that even the most advanced reincarnationists had to go out to guard the rear, just disappeared. It's really hard to convince people that he didn't do it. But if it was him who did it, how long has it been since Abin entered the first killing level secret realm? 3 years? 4 years? It's about the same amount of time. Normally, it would be quite remarkable for a reincarnator to evolve from a rookie to a senior extraordinary level reincarnator in this period of time. But he has already surpassed the extraordinary and stepped into the sainthood and has even reached the level of a national level reincarnator. Theoretically, he has reached the limit of what a reincarnator can reach. It is already a very remarkable achievement for an ordinary person to achieve in 20 years, but he achieved it in just 4 years. What's even more unreasonable is that he even got an S-level evaluation when he was promoted to the secret realm. Help me up, and I can still send. According to unreliable news, it is said that this little magic girl is Abin's teammate, and it seems that she is also his stepdaughter. This time, he went into the secret realm with his wife and stepdaughter, and then he gave his wife and stepdaughter an A-level evaluation. He seemed to have an attitude of not stopping until he said something shocking. Peak elementary school student, asterisk, oh stepdaughter? So, Abin is also a member of my Deo? Sure enough, my Deo is not alone. Rampage Husky, excuse me, which Deo? Wee Woo Legacy Deo or Well Deo? The topic quickly went off topic. But this time, the name Abin left a deep impression on their minds. Before, if they thought that Abin's frequent S ranks made them think that his strategy ability was amazing, but his strength was not necessarily much better than Thiz, then now, after becoming a national level reincarnationist, they no longer have any competitive emotions. Even pigs know that the national level does not allow for the slightest bit of luck and must be fully developed and have no shortcomings in their own strength. Abin's ability to reach this level can only mean that his strength has opened up an absolute gap with them. Thinking of this, the reincarnationists immediately felt a sense of longing. They all ran to send private messages to Abin and took the initiative to congratulate him. The reincarnationist who had sold the Xiangang Bidao formation to Lin Bin before even took the initiative to return 2000 reincarnation points to show his congratulations to Lin Bin for successfully reaching the state level. Lin Bin accepted it. The Xiangang Bidao formation was indeed expensive at the time, but he just needed it, so he didn't care so much. Especially with the Xiangang Bidao formation, he directly gained the ability to tier the state level with his bare hands at the saint level, and he would have bought it, even if it was twice as expensive. But the other party was willing to make a good relationship, especially in return with reincarnation points. This made the extremely poor Lin Bin unable to resist this test. He specially replied with a thank you and added a friend. The other party's goal was achieved. Lin Bin then put down the reincarnation table and smiled and said, cheers. Everyone around him raised their glasses. Ha 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 ha. I knew that a mere first level of sainthood wouldn't be able to trap you for too long, but I never thought you would become a national level reincarnationist so quickly. Congratulations, brother. Cheers. I'm proud of you. Gu Yuan had already come out of the secret realm. However, due to the soaring difficulty of the secret realm, he only received a B-level evaluation this time. In addition, He was seriously injured and spent a lot of extra reincarnation points to treat his injuries, which almost resulted in failure. But even so, he was still in a very good mood. It was nothing. Who made him have a good brother? It was clearly a life and death feud between him and the apostle, but his brother actually remembered it so much that he was willing to take great risks to help him eliminate the threat of the apostle of the kingdom of God. When he learned of the news, he was so moved that he wanted to repay him with his death. Therefore, even though he knew that the first apostle of the kingdom of God was still on the run, he still took the blame on himself without hesitation and took the initiative to report to the Reincarnation Association, indicating that he had successfully destroyed the power of the kingdom of God. Lin Bin was deeply moved. Although Lin Bin said that there was no need to make a big fuss, Lin Zhu still insisted on inviting some close friends and relatives to help celebrate. Jean d'Arc and Altria, who walked in different planes, sisters Shi Fixun and Shi Qingxun, and Zhu Yuan, Shan Wanjing and Shan Mixun, 3 grandparents and grandchildren, from Datang Town. As the leader of the Yunji Ui sect, Can Can also represented the Yunji Ui sect to attend the party. There were also brothers Raymond and Lei Jun, Beiyuki, the president of the Science and Technology Association, Feng Qingshan, the president of the Supernatural Association, and Zhu Qian, who led Lin Bin to become a reincarnationist, and Xian Hu and Gu Yuan were also among them. Deng Yang didn't come. After becoming a vampire, he didn't like this kind of lively scene very much, but the two of them also made an appointment to eat hot pot together in private. Anyway, everyone was in high spirits that day and didn't leave until they were drunk. Especially Zhu Qian. She patted Lin Bin's shoulder and laughed, saying that she really had an extra thick thigh this time, and then she would give him the assessment of her national secret realm. Becoming a national level reincarnationist means that Lin Bin is no longer an ordinary reincarnationist, but has also gained his own voice in the Reincarnation Association. If he had a national level identity when dealing with the apostles of the kingdom of God, he could directly apply for a very strong team of reincarnationists to assist from the reincarnation space. There is no other reason. The national reincarnationists are the pillars of the country and have the responsibility to guard the country's destiny. If he determines that the kingdom of God has posed a considerable threat to China, he does have the authority to take action against it. That night, he didn't go home until he was drunk. Lin Bin was also drunk. There was no other reason. He was in a very good mood. That night, a sleepless night. There was no way. Although Zhu Yuan's eyes were so moist that they were almost dripping with water, Shan Mixun didn't even care that her daughter was right next to her. Her watery eyes seemed to be inviting Lin Bin to come over and eat them. But Lin Bin drank too much. He couldn't send them back. But it's not that no one attacked them at night. Without Yanfei, Gao Yu was completely out of control. In the middle of the night, she quietly got on Lin Bin's bed and said aggrievedly that her mother had been gone for a long time. She was so scared and she wanted to sleep peacefully in a warm embrace. In Lin Bin's eyes, Gao Yu was different from Elia. Elia was a standard older girl with a baby face. She looked young, but in fact her age might be about the same as his. But Gao Yu was really just a little girl. So what if she went to junior high school? She was just a child. And now that her mother was not around, wasn't it time for him to show his warm embrace as a father? He hugged Gao Yu and slept for a whole night. At night, he was drunk and had all kinds of messy dreams. When he woke up the next day, he felt more tired than ever because he had drunk too much. Gao Yu was nowhere to be seen. The little girl had already packed up and gone to school. Only the unique girl's body fragrance remained in the quilt, and the messy pajamas she had changed proved that it was not his dream last night, but what really happened. This girl, why did you throw all the changed clothes on my bed? If Fian saw it, she might misunderstand what I did to Jua. Although he knew that Yanfei would be away from training for at least several days, Lin Bin still hurriedly threw all the clothes into the washing machine. But when he was putting the clothes together, looking at the pajamas that were obviously 2 sizes larger than when she first came, Lin Bin muttered, "You are a big girl now. It seems that I have to be careful to avoid suspicion in the future." Hu. Gao Yu, who no longer needed to be picked up and dropped off at school, but could go to school independently with her school bag on her back, sneezed cutely, muttered, "Brother must be talking about me again." I don't know if he noticed it. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether he noticed it or not. I finally caught up with Sister Elia now. Although the two girls are not of similar age, at least in the eyes of outsiders, they are two girls of similar age, so their relationship is better than that of ordinary people, and they can basically talk about anything, no matter what the reason is. Anyway, she was passive before, she was active, and this time she won. Well, a secret victory that only I know. Thinking of this, Gaoyu's steps are a little more cheerful than usual. As for Linbin, when he pushed the door out, in the living room, Elia had already dressed up. She was wearing a purple and white dress, and her hair was still loose, but she carefully pinned a headband on the top, which seemed to prevent her hair from being too smooth and messy. She was sitting upright at the table eating breakfast, just like a cute doll that a girl used to play eating games. Alice sat next to her, her smooth face full of relaxed and happy smiles. Watching her daughter eat was more enjoyable than eating herself. Seeing Linbin, Elia waved her hand and said, "Come and eat. Isn't there going to be a national meeting soon? We are the protagonists this time. It would be inappropriate to go late." "Don't worry, it won't be late." Linbin sat down and took the cup of soy milk handed over by Alice and drank it. Compared with Elia's serious face, Linbin's attitude was relaxed, just like the freehand sketch of an upcoming spring outing. "Aren't we asked to rush to that conference room for a meeting as soon as possible? Especially, we have to commend our merits." Elia was eager to try when she talked about this. She didn't care about merits or commendations, but the increased salary and the free villa were all real benefits. There was no way. It was already difficult for her to support herself as a little girl, and now she had to support her mother. In this regard, she never expected Linbin to help her support her mother. When she accompanied Jean to watch those sad mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dramas, the most common ones she saw were daughters who were confused and insisted on asking their lovers to help support their mothers, or mothers who were confused and then randomly interfered with the lives of their daughters and sons-in-law, resulting in a mess of life. Although their situation is different from the normal situation, but Elia really doesn't want to owe Linbin too many favors. "I always feel that I can't raise my head in front of him in the future, and even my knees may be weak. Therefore, during this period of time, although Elia was eating and living at Linbin's house, Elia didn't hesitate to pay rent or anything. But the clothes on Iris deal, except for those sexy underwear, almost all other clothes were taken care of by Elia. Although they are very poor, they must have backbone. And now, they, mother and daughter, are finally going to usher in financial freedom. Big house, high salary." Elia was excited just thinking about it, and drank the milk in the cup in one gulp, and licked it with her tongue without wasting it. Then she urged Linbin to eat quickly. It is said that becoming a national level samsara not only improves treatment, but also has additional privileges that are exclusive to national level samsara compared to other samsara. When seeing others bully others with privileges, normal people will be very annoyed. But if the one using the privileges is herself, Elia can't wait. She pushed and urged Linbin to finish his meal early, and then pulled him into Linbin's exclusive modified H9, urging him, "Let's go quickly." Linbin was still puzzled and said, "Leaving so early? The meeting doesn't start until 10:30. It's okay to arrive early and take a seat." "Okay." Linbin stepped on the accelerator and drove out. Elia still happily stuck her head out of the window and smiled. "Mom, we won't be back at noon. The meeting at 10:30 must provide meals. The two of us are going to eat at a big table." Her silver white hair fluttered in the wind. Her smile was bright and innocent. Her cheerful, cute and carefree look made everyone who saw her smile knowingly. Chapter 382, Salary Improvement. At 9:10, the car stopped at the entrance of the Science and Technology Association. Linbin looked at Elia leisurely and asked with a smile, "How about going in and waiting now?" Elia blinked and asked, "What conference room is that in the Science and Technology Association?" "No, you can completely understand the Science and Technology Association as a virtual conference room. Everyone enters that conference room through the Science and Technology Association. So your idea that you have never heard of the name of the conference room, so you think it is far away and you need to hurry is completely wrong. We can enter the conference room in half an hour at most. Lin Bin asked with a smile. There are still 2.5 hours. Why don't we sit in the Advanced Science and Technology Association for a while? Although Zardao is not here and K88 should be busy, they will not refuse to entertain us. Forget it, just sit in the car for a while. Elia was a little embarrassed at first, feeling that she was indeed a little too excited before. But as a poor lady, she suddenly got the opportunity to get rich overnight, so this behavior is not surprising. But soon, she slowly calmed down. It's okay, just wait in the car for a while, it's just over 2 hours. Or do you hate me so much that you can't stand being alone with me in a separate space for more than 2 hours? Elia squinted her eyes, glanced at Lin Bin cutely, and asked, or would it be more appropriate to replace me with my mother? Lin Bin laughed and said, I really don't mean that. But 2 hours is indeed a bit long. I'll play with my phone to kill time. Elia took out an exquisite light pink latest model fruit phone from the small bag she was carrying. This was something she specifically asked her sister, and then sister asked those licking dogs for it, and gave it to her. As for you, Elia held the phone in one hand, seemed to hesitate for a moment, but still grabbed his hand and put it on her white and tender thigh between her short skirt and bare socks. Her face was already red, but her tone was still very serious and calm. She said, just play this. Lin Bin, don't you think it's as fun as my mother's? Elia's tone was a little resentful. In the secret realm, the three of them hid from monsters all day long, but at night they only needed to release Berserker to have a safe place to rest. Then, after Elia fell asleep, Lin Bin would help Iris Veal replenish her magic. Or rather, after they thought Iris Veal was asleep. The little girl had been holding back a lot of anger in her heart. It was obviously me who did it first, knowing him and having intimate actions with him. Why are you overtaking me so much now? It can only be said that in some places where it shouldn't be, Elia quietly ignited the fighting spirit against Iris Veal. Don't mess up my skirt. If you embarrass me in the meeting, I will let Berserker beat you 300 times. Believe it or not, Elia said casually and opened a popular game. Although she tried to pretend to be calm, Lin Bin could feel her soft thighs tightened and full of elasticity under his palm. But as for the feel, Lin Bin sincerely praised. It turns out that not only Rin's legs can be played with for a year, but your legs can be played with too. Huh. Why not bring up my mother but Rin? Elia kicked Lin Bin's left leg, which was lifted by Lin Bin, into Lin Bin's arms, and said dissatisfiedly, how do you know her? I've only heard of her name, but I've never met her, and have no chance to meet. Lin Bin laughed and asked, 2 hours, is that all? What else? Do you think legs are just for touching? What else? It seems that your knowledge is still a little lacking, but it's okay, I can teach you this knowledge. Lin Bin directly carried Elia to his seat. How to say it? After a few days of training with Infidi, Lin Bin is no longer the Wuxia of the past. In terms of tricks, he crushed Elia, a rookie, without even discussing it. Although it was her suggestion, it was undoubtedly him, Lin Bin, who took the initiative. With something to do, 2 hours passed quickly. When Feng Qingshan and Lei Meng arrived together, they saw two people who had just gotten out of the car and looked refreshed. Lei Meng pulled the corner of his mouth and said, good boy, you are here early enough. Lin Bin smiled and replied, it's just that there is nothing to do at home. It just so happens that Ilya and I both like to play the same game, so we played it in the car. Ilya stuffed a bag full of paper towels into the trash can next to her, and then quickly retracted her hand, as if it was hot, and stood behind Lin Bin with some resentment. As a result, her feet slipped, and if she hadn't held Lin Bin, she would have almost tripped. She looked at Lin Bin with resentment. Feng Qingshan smiled and said, it seems that you are a scumbag, and made the little girl angry. Because all my attention was focused on the World 20th Bureau, I really had no extra thoughts to think about the game. It's understandable that I played a little worse. If Zukan said this, I would believe it, but you, who are better than your master, I really don't believe it. Raymond said, let's go in. Yes. Several people walked inside. Raymond also instructed, you have officially become a national level reincarnationist. Theoretically, you no longer belong to any organization, but are directly responsible to the official. Of course, even if the official issues an order to you, if you think the order is unreasonable, you can refuse it, so you don't have to regard yourself as a member of the World Bureau. Lin Bin was surprised and said, is it that good? Power is the capital for reincarnationists to gain a foothold. If you can become a supreme reincarnationist, even the official can't order you anymore. But reincarnationists can't always fight alone, so the official gives enough respect, but we must also give back enough assistance. After all, if the skin is gone, where will the hair be attached? Then, what if I don't want to leave the World 20th Bureau? Lin Bin sighed. I love the World 20th Bureau deeply. I can't bear to leave you, Director Lei. Raymond finally looked back at him and said, until you say the full name of the World Fragment Early Warning Alarm Bureau, I don't believe what you said at all. Lin Bin corrected, Director Lei, you missed the word detection. Raymond. Feng Qingshan laughed and said, it seems that Abin is really reluctant to leave the World Bureau. It doesn't matter. You have been branded with the World Bureau anyway. It doesn't matter, even if you don't belong to the World Bureau in name. As long as you still identify yourself as a member of the World Bureau in your heart, isn't it enough? Lin Bin asked, but if I don't belong to the World Bureau anymore, who will pay my salary? Directly transfer it to the card. Raymond said coldly, and you don't even have to punch in at work. You can sleep at home all day. Lin Bin smiled and said, I don't mind this. I don't punch in at the World Bureau either. Feng Qingshan laughed even more heartily. He smiled and said, let's go. K88 is still debugging the line. It will take some time for us to enter the conference room. We can chat for a while. By the way, Abin, you probably don't know the difference between a national level reincarnationist and a saint level reincarnationist, right? It's just right that we, the seniors, can help you popularize it. I was just looking for a senior to ask for advice. Then I'll trouble President Feng. No trouble. Several people walked while talking, and Elia followed Lin Bin with a twisted step, slipping from time to time, and then twisting Lin Bin angrily, which made several old seniors couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that the relationship between this father and daughter is really good. Enter the Science and Technology Association. Everyone came to a small conference room, and soon someone served tea, and then said that the president was conquering an extremely difficult level, and now it was at a critical moment, and couldn't get away. Give her another half an hour to come over. For those who don't know her, like Ella, they can't help but secretly admire President Bay for being so great. She is so passionate about research, even though she is in a high position. She is worthy of being the president of the Scientific Research Association. For those who know her, like Lin Bin and others, they immediately understood what happened. Oh, she is addicted to the game again. Fortunately, they also have things to do. Feng Qingshan poured himself a glass of boiled water, took a sip slowly, and said, the biggest difference between a national level reincarnationist and an ordinary reincarnationist, in layman's terms, is that you have successfully transformed from a chess piece to a chess player, and a chess player naturally has many more privileges than a chess piece. Elia, whose legs were still a little shaky, immediately attracted all the attention. She asked curiously, what privileges? In addition to the most basic welfare such as housing, medical care, etc. Raymond said from the side, first of all, the mall will be open to you. Lin Bin was surprised and said, mall? Isn't it always open? That is the reincarnation exchange list, not the reincarnation mall. Have you noticed that there is almost nothing that is too good for us in the exchange list? It is because the real good things are actually in the mall. Feng Qingshan explained. In fact, the Reincarnation Association has a group of people who are responsible for recovering the bodies of each reincarnation. When the strength reaches the saint level or above, if the reincarnation dies in the secret realm, there will be someone responsible for bringing your body back. One is to allow the reincarnation to return to its roots instead of being buried in a foreign land. The second is that the props on you are too precious and must be taken back. And these recovered props will enter the mall. Based on their value, most of those below grade B will be included in the exchange list, while those above grade B will enter the mall. The status of a state guarding level is the ticket. This is why the strength of a state guarding level reincarnationist is far superior to that of a saint. It's not only because of their own strength, but also because many items in the mall are likely to be more precious than the treasures you get in the secret realm. At the very least, it's not just saint level reincarnationists who fall. It's not uncommon for state guarding level reincarnationists to fall. Feng Qingshan sighed. Especially during this period of time, the difficulty of the secret realm has gradually increased. The mortality rate has become even higher, and naturally there are more good things in the mall. Hearing this, Lin Bin exclaimed in admiration. Fortunately, I have accumulated a lot of merits here. The second advantage is the mall exchange. Although you still need to pay reincarnation points, the price will drop significantly. As long as you provide enough merits, you don't have to worry about reincarnation points. It's just the price of making friends. Feng Qingshan said, if you want to gain merit, you must conquer the secret realm. As long as you can conquer the secret realm, the official will not criticize you in this regard. The value of merit will increase significantly. Similarly, the value of reincarnation points will decrease, but you can use reincarnation points in private transactions, so it is also very important. Elia opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated and said nothing. Lin Bin was overjoyed. He had no shortage of merit, but he was really poor in reincarnation points. Last time, he fought to the death in the secret realm, and destroyed a world, but he only earned 100 reincarnation points. If you calculate the cost, you will lose even your pants. Especially with the time gem, which consumes a lot of reincarnation points. I didn't expect that this patch was applied so timely. I was already very satisfied to get a discount, but from Feng Qingshan's tone, it seemed that at least his legs would be broken. Good review. It seems that you have accumulated a lot of merits. That's good. When you open them all, you will know how precious the things in it are. They are truly treasures obtained by the top reincarnationists through life and death. Feng Qingshan said, the third benefit is probably the sale of reincarnation items. As the level increases, the previous props gradually cannot keep up with your steps. If you sell them, it may take a long time to sell them, but you can sell them to the reincarnation space. What about the price? The reincarnation space will give you an valuation, and then put it on the exchange list for sale. If the selling price is higher than the valuation, the extra reincarnation points will be returned. If it is not enough, you don't need to make up for it. Lin Binqi said, the reincarnation space doesn't make money? Not only does it not make money, it also loses money. This is mainly to help reincarnationists convert unused props into combat power as soon as possible. Lin Bin thought of his 9 swords of the King of Yu. Now his strength is improving, but Fixun and the others' combat power has also improved a lot. They can still use B-level props for the time being, but they will soon be eliminated. It is useless to keep these weapons in hand. If they are discarded, maybe they can exchange for a few more A-level weapons to greatly improve their own strength. And by the way, they can also make their wallets, which are not so bulging, swell up again. Of course, although there are many benefits, the obligations are also great. The government has such high hopes and even investment in the national level reincarnation masters in order to better protect the security of China. Feng Qingshan said, after becoming a national level reincarnation master, you don't have to enter the secret realm as frequently and regularly as before. If there is a secret realm you want to enter, you need to apply for it. But in normal time, the national level reincarnation masters need to be on standby at any time. Once a reincarnation master dies and causes the secret realm to go out of control, a national level reincarnation master needs to suppress and destroy it as soon as possible. Lin Bin sighed. The national defense is a brick, and it can be moved wherever it is needed. That's right, and it should be moved wherever it is dangerous. Feng Qingshan sighed, especially the previous leak of the evil of this world, which caused a lot of national level damage, and the difficulty of the secret realm suddenly increased, which greatly increased the probability of mission failure. The reincarnationists suffered heavy casualties, and many of the national level reincarnationists died tragically in the secret realm. The reason why it did not affect the lives of ordinary people was entirely because the reincarnationists completely blocked the chaos from their peaceful lives. Be on call at any time. Lin Bin's eyebrows jumped up immediately. Doesn't this mean that 9 out of 10 secret realms he enters in the future will be extremely dangerous? Even Elias' face changed a little. Having just experienced the horror of the A93 secret realm, she suddenly felt that it seemed a bit reckless to upgrade to a national level reincarnationist. There are many benefits, but at the same time, the responsibilities have also increased significantly. Chapter 383. Where does the sense of deja vu come from? Just as Elias said at the beginning, the state level reincarnationists really have too many more benefits than the reincarnationists. Just listening to Feng Qingshan's introduction, both of them felt a sense of swaying. Lin Bin had many thoughts in his mind. Why can he accumulate so many merits? Isn't it because the weapons above B level in the exchange list are already extremely precious and rare equipment? A level and above are even more rare, or simply the formation skills such as the Zhenwu 7 section formation or the Xiangang Big Dipper formation, which are extremely restricted and difficult to control. He doesn't know where to spend his money, and he is not the only one who has this problem. He even considered that, if his reincarnation points are not enough one day, then he can completely exchange weapons with merits, and then sell them at a high price with reincarnation points, so that he can make up for the deficit at that time. After all, the S-level evaluations he completed in succession allowed him to obtain rewards from 2 or even 3 secret realms for ordinary people in one secret realm, which also led to him not lacking merits at all. Lin Bin and Elia asked Feng Qingshan for more details. Feng Qingshan answered them one by one in a very gentle manner. This made the two of them understand the rank of the state guarding reincarnationists. Lin Bin also understood why he rarely saw state guarding reincarnationists during his daily training. To put it bluntly, when you reach this level, you get the highest end benefits in China, but the tasks you undertake are also greatly increased and heavier. Once a state guarding reincarnationist appears, it can only mean that this secret realm must be in an extremely dangerous situation. They said some useful things, and time didn't seem to pass quickly. When Bayuki came to call a few people to a meeting with a bit of resentment, Lin Bin still felt a little unsatisfied. And when they put on the exquisite helmets and their consciousness was transmitted to the virtual and vast conference room, Elia couldn't help but exclaimed a little. This is even more magical than the world-class prop in the kingdom of God. The girl's startled look actually caused a lot of knowing smiles from the people around her. To be able to become a national guardian, the girl looks small, but she must be very capable and qualified. They naturally did not underestimate her. It is better to say that Elia's resume is actually better than Lin Bin's. Various B-level, C-level, and A-level evaluations show that she has really worked hard in the secret realms again and again. But this does not prevent her cute and lovely appearance from adding some vitality to the conference room, which has always had a heavy atmosphere. In comparison, Lin Bin's pure S-level and A-level looks too fake, and it always makes people feel that this person may have some great backers behind him to help him achieve such an amazing record. But Lin Bin was very keen to find that. Compared with the last meeting, there were many vacant seats this time. The number of people has dropped by at least 1/3. This is because he saved a large number of reincarnations. The Free Federation suffered even more serious losses. No wonder even Infidi could become the president of the Reincarnation Space Association. It's not that Lin Bin underestimated Infidi. Infidi is indeed very capable. At a young age, he is a top choice in terms of forbearance, ability to deal with things, and ability to observe people's thoughts. But age is a flaw after all. He is still too young. Lin Bin personally grasped this point, and his evaluation was naturally fair. As the meeting began, this time, Fu Xian was still the host of the meeting, and the first thing he did was to welcome Lin Bin and Elia. Welcome to our two new companions who are walking side by side with us this time. His tone was filled with excitement that could not be concealed, and he exclaimed, I have long known that you, Abin, are not an ordinary person, and you will definitely soar into the sky sooner or later, but I didn't expect you to be able to soar so fast. This time, we finally have a solid back to rely on. If there are any difficult secret realms in the future, we may need to rely on you a lot. Everyone immediately applauded. Among the many national level reincarnations present, at least most of them had been saved by Lin Bin. Now that they saw him come to this step, they were naturally happy for him. It was just a routine to welcome the newcomers, but the atmosphere was directly raised. The noisy atmosphere made Lin Bin have to stand up and say a few polite words. A proper meeting turned into a newcomer party. Many of the national level Samsara masters took the initiative to make friends with Lin Bin. Strength is secondary. There is no waste to become a national level Samsara master. They all have absolute confidence in their own strength. But the fact that Lin Bin can get an S level evaluation in any secret realm is what they really value. If they can form a team with him, they can really be at ease as a lackey. In the end, it was Fu Xian who saw that the welcome ceremony, which was originally just an opening, was about to become the theme, so he urgently brought the topic back. He sighed. Okay, it's certainly gratifying to have two newcomers, Abin and the little magic girl, in this meeting, but we can't celebrate only if we succeed. Those who failed in their training are not guilty of war, and we must remember their sacrifices. Mr. Abin, Miss Little Magic Girl, I will help you activate your permissions now. After the meeting, you two can exchange your favorite props in the Samsara Mall. If there are any props that need to be exchanged, you can also give them to the mall for sale. You can read the instructions for the specific rules, or ask those friends who know about it. As he spoke, Lin Bin and Elia only felt a slight tremor in the Samsara watch on their wrists. It felt very strange. The virtual body sensed the vibration of the real wrist. However, at this time, they were in the virtual conference room, so they naturally couldn't check the changes in the Samsara watch. Then let's start this meeting. The issue to be discussed in this meeting is about the issue of the Saint level Samsara. As Fu Xian spoke, a thick book of information appeared out of thin air on the table in front of everyone. Elia let out a low cry of surprise. Lin Bin was also quite surprised, and then he realized that this was a completely virtual world, and it was naturally easy to conjure up some information. He opened it and slowly flipped through it. The first page was the list of people who were promoted from the Saint level reincarnationists to the national level this time. It was not just him and Elia, but a full 7 people, and each of their names was followed by their strength level and past achievements. The names of the other 5 people were crossed out. Obviously, in this trial of 7 people, only Lin Bin and Elia were promoted, and the others all failed. In fact, we should be thankful that at least 2 people succeeded this time. In the previous 2 times, all 12 people failed. The head, Fu Xian sighed. Since the last time the evil of this world broke out completely in the real world, Abin and the magic girl have been the only 2 people who have achieved the status of a nation guarding reincarnationist in the past year. But from that time till now, we have lost 19 colleagues, plus those reincarnationists who were killed or injured in the evil of this world before. Up to now, the number of casualties of the nation guarding reincarnationists has exceeded 40. Yeah, those damned little devils from Donggying nationality, it's bad enough that they killed themselves, but they also left us such a huge mess. Now the difficulty in the secret realm has soared so high. If this continues, we will be wiped out sooner or later. Actually, I do have a suggestion. Should we appropriately lower the assessment for Saint level reincarnationists to the nation guarding level? Although the difficulty was not low before, it had the effect of panning for gold in the big waves, selecting the best batch of reincarnationists. But now the best reincarnationists can't make it through. This is not panning for gold in the big waves, but directly sending all of them to death. So I think it is imperative to lower the difficulty. The meeting officially began. The discussion was very intense. Lin Bin and Elia were both new here and didn't know much about the situation, so they just sat and listened. Then they knew. It seems that, since the appearance of the evil of this world, the difficulty of the secret space, which had previously been progressive, has suddenly risen to a high level. It's as if the evil of this world forcibly tore the space crack, which was not small to begin with, to an even more astonishing degree. Then, the difficulty was so high that no one could control it. In the past, because there were only so many high-end props, China had to control the number of national-level reincarnationists so that it could concentrate all its strength to supply this group of people and let them block the invasion of those secret realms above the nightmare level. But now with the successive destruction of national-level reincarnationists, there are enough props, but not enough reincarnationists. They urgently need fresh blood to join. As the difficulty increases, especially those who have never enjoyed the gifts of them all, there is a huge gap between their strength and the props of the national level reincarnation. After obtaining the title of national level, the strength of the saint level reincarnation can be greatly improved through the exchange of them all, and then they can become the pillars of China. But now, they are innocently killed in the secret realm, because of the sharp increase in the difficulty of the secret realm. In fact, every additional national level reincarnation in the Samsara Space Association means that there is one more person to share the props in them all. This is not a good thing for the national level reincarnation. Even so, the national level reincarnation still agreed to reduce the difficulty. Obviously, the increase in the difficulty of the secret realm has not only affected these saint level reincarnations, but also the national level. It sounds like 8 national level reincarnations have died in the secret realm during this period. Sometimes, even the supreme level reincarnationists need to take action. Otherwise, relying on the strength of these national level reincarnationists present alone, they would probably have been unable to control it long ago, allowing those dangerous red secret realms to completely invade. But the supreme level is a last reserve of a country, and even they have to use it. This is not good news. After everyone's consultation, the charter was quickly taken out. Putting aside the assessment of the saint level, those dangerous assessment secret realms will be handled by the national level reincarnationists for the time being. This level of difficulty is no longer something that the saint level reincarnationists can control, and it is still safer to need the national level to take action. As for the assessment of the saint level, everyone also put forward their own opinions, the main purpose of which is to ensure the safety of the saint level reincarnationists, and try to let them save their lives, even if they fail the trial. Elia muttered in a low voice, "So, the two of us have missed the dividend of the times perfectly. Are we the last 2 reincarnationists who must save the world, to become a national guardian?" But it can also be seen how bad the situation in the real world is. Lin Bin also whispered back, but those extraordinary reincarnationists didn't know about this at all. It can be seen that for reincarnationists, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He was actually quite excited. As far as he knew about the reincarnation space, all the reincarnationists were scheming and deceiving each other. And now, seeing the Chinese reincarnationists working together, fiercely discussing how to do their best to ensure the lives of those low-strength reincarnationists, inexplicably, it gives people a feeling of blood boiling. But thinking about it, it seems to make sense. Facing the invasion of countless secret realms, if China cannot be united internally, I'm afraid it will not survive to this extent. After a long time, seeing that everything else had been agreed upon, only this assessment had not been agreed upon. There was no other reason. If the difficulty was too high, it might cost the lives of the reincarnators. But if the difficulty was too low, once those reincarnators who were not strong enough to enter the saint level were promoted to the guardian of the nation, then not only would their lives be lost, but a large number of props would also be lost in the secret realm. At that time, the covert action team would need to enter these secret realms to search, which would waste extra manpower and resources. Lin Bin slowly raised his hand. Fu Xian's eyes immediately fell on him and asked, "Oh, Abin, do you have any good suggestions?" "It's just my own opinion. It can't be said to be good or bad. It's just a drop in the ocean." Lin Bin had roughly understood at this time that the guardian of the nation level reincarnators were not just reincarnators, but also had the right to participate in the decision making of the rules of training for all the reincarnators below. He said, "In fact, the assessment does not necessarily have to be trained in the secret realm. It is better to control everything within our level. We can conduct separate assessments from different angles." "Oh, for example." Fu Xian became interested. "For example, bring all the qualified saint level samsaras here for a comprehensive assessment. The first level is a written test, to test their cultural knowledge and some basic common sense of experience. If they fail, they will fail. For the second level, put all of them in a dangerous situation, give each of them a book, and randomly give them the upper and lower volumes. Let them compete with each other, and they must collect both volumes to pass the level. If the book is stolen, they will fail and be eliminated. For the third level, consider their combat ability, and directly draw lots, to let the saint level samsaras compete with each other, and the loser will be eliminated." As soon as these words came out, one of the state defending samsaras scratched his head and thought to himself, what a familiar assessment method. It seems that I have seen it in some secret realm, but why can't I remember which one? It's been too long. When the others heard this, they all showed a thoughtful look. 3 levels. As long as one level fails, they will be eliminated. This seems to be a very strict assessment. If 10 out of 100 Saint level Samzaras can be evaluated as state defending Samzaras, it is already a very good record. As long as we ensure that there is no cheating, this assessment method can indeed select the truly most elite elites. Fu Xian nodded and said, but once it is run by humans, we need to consider those tricks. This is very simple. Just randomly select 3 chief examiners from the national level reincarnationists each time. If the other party really has the ability to bribe 3 national level reincarnationists, then let him pass. Anyway, he rashly obtained the identity of a national level reincarnationist without the strength, and he can't blame others if he dies. That's true. Everyone nodded. Chapter 384 Becoming a Rich Woman Today. Gather the wisdom of all. Almost all the national level reincarnationists have brought out their own rules. But after unanimous evaluation by everyone, it is decided that the method provided by Lin Bin may not be the best, but it is undoubtedly the most suitable. While being able to screen out the best reincarnationists, it can also greatly reduce the casualties of the saint level reincarnationists. Even if they fail, they can give those reincarnationists a second or even a third chance, and they can also pick out the tallest among the short ones. If you use humans as opponents, you don't need to be better than the secret realm, you just need to be better than all the saint level reincarnationists. But in this way, those dangerous secret realms that should have been assessed and promoted by the saint level reincarnationists will temporarily require everyone present to work hard. Fu Xian sighed. It doesn't matter. Those who are capable should do more work. Besides, we are not without new forces. When Abin came, we were suddenly full of energy, right? That's right. If you really encounter those difficult secret realms in the future, it's always right to ask Abin for help. Mr. Abin, don't be stingy with your help when the time comes. Lin Bin laughed and said, as long as you need it, I'm happy to help. Since even the most difficult problem has been solved, how to do it will naturally come from the bottom. This meeting ended successfully when everyone took off the helmets on their heads and returned to the real world. Elia let out a long breath and sighed. It feels like playing a game. It's quite interesting. As she said that, she began to look down at her reincarnation table. Well done. I can't even find any objection to your suggestions. It seems that you have improved more than just strength over the years. Raymond also patted Lin Bin's shoulder with satisfaction. Theoretically, Lin Bin has now been kicked out of the World Bureau. But as long as he comes out of the World Bureau, he is still Raymond's faction. The two of them were still considered as one of their own. Now that Lin Bin had become famous, Raymond was naturally proud of it. He and Feng Qingshan knew that Lin Bin was probably not in the mood to be polite with them at the moment. After a few words, they all said goodbye to Bayuki. Bayuki left a sentence. You two are now considered half of the Science and Technology Association. Don't be polite. Just go wherever you want. Then he continued his journey to clear the game. The two of them really didn't have the mood to chat. With the removal of permissions, the reincarnation table has indeed changed a lot compared to before. The previous reincarnation space app had 5 sections. They were the forum exchange area, the personal friend area, the secret realm team area, the secret realm item trading area, and the reincarnation space exchange area. And now, there is a 6th section, the reincarnation space mall area. After clicking in, the dense and dazzling array of goods made Lin Bin and Elia dazzled. Moreover, unlike the exchange area, where the highest level is A level, and it is hard to find, and even B level is extremely precious, here, the lowest level starts at B level. There are even S level items. S level, isn't it a world-class item? Elia stared at the item hanging at the top with her round wine-red eyes in shock. Frostmourne, S level weapon, the sharp blade kills life, and the power hurts the soul. This sword was forged by the Dreadlord. The soul of the Lich King Nersil is attached to it. If you die under this sword, your soul will not be at peace. You will be driven by this sword for the rest of your life, and will never be free. Note, for me, death is not the end. The S-level weapons hanging at the top are really much higher than the level of the exchange list. and below, there are endless A level and A plus level items such as Blacklight Virus, Overlord Egg, Sunfire Cape, and Dragon's Lair. Judging from the description, there is no weak item. Elia was surprised and said, even world-class items can be exchanged? Didn't President Feng say before that half of the items here come from those who died in the battle, and half of them are placed here because they are not used by the national level reincarnationists? The function is awkward, right? Moreover, world-class items are all S level, but S level is not necessarily world-class. Lin Bin had the same understanding as Elia before, thinking that world-class items and S level items can be equated, until he saw Avalon. Avalon is a serious S level item, but it is not a world-class item. There is no doubt that world-class items are actually important items in this world that have been added with luck, so that their power is greatly increased, and their level will also be greatly increased. Just like the Tang Dynasty Secret Realm. Theoretically, even if the Heshi be plus the Evil Emperor's relic, they are not up to the S level. But after the addition of the Apostles of the Kingdom of God, it was directly promoted to the S level. It was obviously a low-level secret realm, but it obtained the power of the supreme props comparable to the high-risk secret realm. There is no doubt that this business is worth it. According to Lin Bin's speculation, if the high-level secret realm is directly destroyed, it is very likely to obtain S+ or even S++ world-class props. Wait. Lin Bin suddenly realized the problem at this time. Elia asked in surprise, what's wrong? Nothing. Things have been so busy these 2 days that this fact has been ignored. You know, the A93 secret realm has been destroyed. And it was done by him personally, so what about the world-class props that should be there in theory? Could it be that just like the Datum secret realm, he also needs to complete some prelude tasks? Lin Bin was thinking. But this matter is still different from the original Datum secret realm. There is no hint, and he can only try to do it himself later. He shook his head and said, nothing. Is there anything you want to exchange? Too many. I want them all. After becoming a national level reincarnation, I realize that the responsibilities of a national level guardian are so heavy. If I only rely on a berserker, I'm afraid that it may not be able to support my future tasks, so I decided to strengthen other systems. I couldn't find a suitable one in the exchange list before, but now there is no problem at all. Elia patted her chest and said thankfully, fortunately, I have accumulated a lot of merit points some time ago, which should be enough, right? What about you? Lin Bin said without hesitation, I plan to exchange for a weapon above A level first. This trip to the A93 secret realm is indeed extremely difficult, but at the same time, the rewards are also considerable. If Ganjiang, Moi, and Yeezy Sword are all packed, plus Lin Bin's previous weapon reserves, the storage capacity of A level weapons has reached 6. Just one more. Lin Bin can collect 7 magic weapons, and then summon the dragon. Of course not. When the power of the 7 swords is equal, he will no longer have any flaws when he uses the Xiangang Bidao formation or the Zenwu 7 section formation. Their power is definitely far greater than the 8 swords of the King of Yu. When he faced those monsters before, he had already sensed the power of the A-level magic weapon. When the 7 swords are gathered, they will probably have enough power to compete with the beast god. Lin Bin thought that, now that he is so familiar with the beast god, if there is a suitable venue, he can try to fight with him. But there are too many things. To be honest, it's a bit of a headache. Elia scratched her head, a little distressed. After all, it is a major event related to your future life. Don't make a hasty decision. Go back and take a look. We should go back too. Lin Bin said there was no need to rush, but in fact, he had already chosen the things he wanted to exchange. Ice Green Sword, A-level weapon. It is formed by the condensation of the ice spring in the ice fire cave for thousands of years. It is cold and difficult for mortals to resist. The sword body exudes green light, which is why it is named Ice Green. It requires 1 A-level merit and 2000 reincarnation points to exchange. Note, I'm a sect level 1. The legendary weapon of the heroine of the Legend of Sword and Fairy 2nd. Lin Bin really didn't expect to find this artifact in the exchange list. As the sect level treasure of the Xianxia sect, its power is amazing. Although it may not be better than the 6 magic weapons Lin Bin is holding now, it is definitely not inferior. Although there are weapons like A+ or A++, Lin Bin's purpose of buying the ice green sword is just to form a sword formation. The ice green sword is only an A-level merit, which is not too expensive. But if it is an A+ weapon, at least 2 A-level merits are required, which is a bit expensive. You know, there are so many good things in this mall. Lin Bin has a lot of A-level merits, but he also plans to exchange some other good things to supplement his wallet. It's just that there are too many things, and it's inconvenient to make a decision at the moment, so he'd better keep some first. The two left the Science and Technology Association. But when they were at home before, Elias said very directly that people would definitely provide meals, so even at noon, the two didn't feel embarrassed to go home. There must be no meals left. Lin Bin simply took Elias to KFC, not KFC, but the store where you eat hamburgers properly. Although it's junk food, it tastes pretty good to eat it occasionally. After eating, the two bought milk tea and stayed in the car for a long time. This time they didn't mess around. The new mall was launched. The two had no other thoughts. The back seat was folded down, and Elias' calves were on Lin Bin's lower abdomen, pressing gently like a kitten stepping on milk. Each of them chose a comfortable posture, and then began to browse the mall. Not to mention, the feeling of shopping is really great. Elias came over from time to time to ask Lin Bin about this exchange item and that strengthening system. In the end, she simply switched her feet and head, and her whole little head was nestled in Lin Bin's belly. The two of them tossed until the evening. Then they drove back home belatedly. At this time, the house was also very lively. Alice was playing with two extremely exquisite black small suitcases with gold edges. Noticing the two people coming back, she smiled and said, "You are back. This is sent by the Reincarnation Association. It is said that it is the standard equipment for a state-level reincarnationist. I haven't opened it yet. My villa." Elias shouted happily, leaving Lin Bin and flying over. The treatment of a state-level reincarnationist is naturally different from that of a transcendent saint. Fu Xian didn't even mention this at the meeting. It is because, as long as you break through the state level, you will definitely get this kind of treatment. Elias grabbed one of the small boxes and opened it. A real estate certificate and a bunch of keys fell directly. The poor girl picked up the property certificate, opened it and took a look, then covered the book with her chest and giggled, saying contentedly, "More than 300 square meters. It can be divided into partitions and made into bunk beds. How many people can it be rented to? God has mercy on me. Elias has finally realized my dream of being a landlady." Lin Bin was speechless. He opened another box and took a look. The same property certificate and key. It was also a single family villa, and the location was very close, right at the front row of his current community. Abin, let's go see the new house. Elias immediately became excited, especially when she found that the two villas were next to each other. She was even happier. "It's time to eat." "It's okay, I'm full." Elias happily pulled Lin Bin away. Really, they have such a good relationship. Looking at Lin Bin being dragged away by Elias, Alice looked back at the food still warm in the kitchen, and then looked at the backs of the two people opening the door and leaving. Suddenly, she scratched her head in confusion and muttered, "Hey, that's strange. Where are Elias' socks?" Alice remembered it very clearly. Elias told her very seriously last night that she had something to do tomorrow and called her early, but she stayed in bed again the next morning. Alice helped her put on all the clothes on her body, naturally, including the pair of white cotton bare socks on her feet that only reached her ankles, but now her calves were bare, revealing a piece of delicate skin. Where were the socks? Alice blinked and suddenly had an inexplicable ominous premonition. The Samsara Space Association was very concerned about Lin Bin's affairs. Or it should be said that President Lonky was very concerned. The villas were all brand new and luxuriously decorated, with floor heating, pure cotton cashmere carpets, and exquisite murals on the walls that were difficult to understand. The view was not as clear and bright as the one on the 18th floor, but the front and backyards together had a total of more than 400 square meters of space. Black bamboo was planted in the backyard. It was the specialty of Dazu Peak. I don't know which reincarnation was so bored that he brought this thing here. but these spiritual bamboos did bring fresh spiritual energy. It was far from enough for cultivation, but it made people feel happy and comfortable. The front yard was flat, with only a few mosquito repellents planted here and there, which could solve the problem of too many mosquitoes on the first floor. I suddenly couldn't bear to change it into a partition house and rent it out. I looked around the two houses from front to back, especially in the attic. Elia was surprised to find that the attic windows of the two villas were connected. Normal people naturally couldn't get through, but the gap in the guardrail couldn't stop her small head. If she moves here, it will be very convenient for her to sneak in. After exploring everything, Elia was sweating profusely. She lay on the sofa and fanned herself with her hands. With a smile on her face, she said to Linbin, "Why don't we not go back tonight?" "What?" Linbin was stunned and looked at Elia in surprise. Elia didn't seem to notice a speech error at all, but her face was a little red. She sighed. "The castle I lived in before was much bigger than this one. I also lived in that kind of narrow dormitory for one person. I moved a lot over the years, but I just don't feel as warm as here. Maybe it's because I feel like home here." She looked at Linbin. She smiled and said, "It's strange. Just with you here, I suddenly feel like I have a place to stay." Elias said it casually, but Linbin felt warm in his heart. The full of feelings expressed in this tone was actually touching. But Elias suddenly gnashed her teeth again. "But don't think that I don't know what you did to my mother in the A93 secret realm. Do you think I really fell asleep?" Linbin explained. "I was replenishing your mother's magic." "Replenishing magic? Are you replenishing magic?" "Bah. I don't even want to expose you. Anyway, it was me first, whether it was kissing or drinking milk. No matter what, I have to be faster than her." Elia was a little embarrassed at first, but she spoke more and more fluently, and even a raging fighting spirit ignited in her. She jumped up from the sofa and threw herself on Linbin. She took out her mobile phone and said, "I'll call my mother and tell her that I will sleep in the new house today." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, S-Class Disposable Item Popular Arrow. Although no one was staying in the villa, all kinds of living details were available. Obviously, Longkey really put a lot of thought into it. It was a bit too much to say that he was flattering, but he really wanted to gain Linbin's favor as much as possible through these small details in life. The large European-style 2-meter bed had already been covered with a high-quality cashmere 4-piece set in advance. In terms of touch, it was not worse than the ones that Elia slept on in the Eansburn castle that year, and Elia praised it, especially nestling in the arms of the closest person, feeling the peace of mind. At this moment, it seemed that even the soreness of the limbs and bones became addictive, and she didn't want to move for a lazy moment. This was a feeling that the big bed in the Eansburn castle could not give her, and Linbin was in a great mood at this time. The Reincarnation Association was really thoughtful. Not only furniture and appliances, but even daily necessities were well prepared in the villa. Drinks and fruits were placed in the refrigerator in advance, especially a bunch of juicy, fingernail-sized top-grade crystal grapes, which made Linbin very excited. After washing them with water, he fed Elia several grapes in succession. Although she was unwilling to do so, Linbin insisted on feeding her, so she could only obey him, and then she found a rare and unique pleasure in it. That night, she did not sleep all night. The next morning, Alice came over specially to bring food to her daughter. Then she found Elia lying on the bed playing with her mobile phone. Although her face was ruddy, her expression was quite listless, and she was overly tired. Alice was concerned and amused. She asked, "What's wrong? Did you stay up all night because you were excited about moving to a new house?" She glanced at the messy clothes on the ground and sighed. "You're still throwing clothes around like a child. Haven't you always said that you're a grown-up girl and much older than your mother?" "It's mainly because I was excited and didn't sleep all night." The double entendre made Elia's face a little red, but this statement made her feel inexplicably stimulated, but her simple mind obviously couldn't understand where the stimulation came from. Alice didn't hear Eli's provocation. She just sighed that, although her daughter still loved to act coquettishly to her on weekdays, her daughter, who was actually more mature than her, actually had such a lovely girlish side. She showed a loving smile on her face and said, "You haven't had breakfast yet. I brought you some soy milk." "No, I'm full." Eli shrank back into the quilt. Alice asked curiously, "Have you eaten yet?" "We haven't moved yet. Is there anything to eat here?" "Grapes. Such a big bunch. We ate them all." Elia felt like she was going to break down. She even said these words in front of her mother. It was like a provocation. But what was the inexplicable excitement in her heart? It felt like she couldn't stop at all. Alice didn't suspect anything, but she felt that, although her daughter was physically tired at the moment, she was a little excited, but it was normal to get the long-awaited house. She asked, "Isn't the master here?" "Huh? Why do you think he should be here?" "Nothing. He just didn't come back last night. After he came with me to see the villa yesterday, he made an appointment, with a guy named Lilei. It seems that we went out for a night drink together." Lilei. Alice's delicate eyebrows suddenly frowned tightly, and her face, which was always soft, rarely showed clear negative emotions, such as boredom. "What's wrong, Mom?" "Nothing. I just feel that, although Lilei is not a bad person, he is the kind of bad person who will lead the master astray." Alice put her hands on her hips and complained, "What that guy said sounds fine, but when I think about it carefully, I always feel that something is not right." Later, I consulted Miss Lenzu and found out that Lilei is a pure pervert and he likes to fool around outside. The master is almost led astray by him. He didn't come back all night yesterday. Could he be playing with women all night? Elias said guiltily, "This is really possible." Alice sighed, "Alas. I'm just a heroic spirit. Logically, I shouldn't care so much. It's okay to play with other women, but if he fools around outside, what if he gets infected with an unclean disease? It will be bad for Miss Fian and Miss Zidal." Elias said vaguely, "Actually, it's still very clean. Forget it. I'll just give him a subtle reminder next time." "Okay, Ella, get up quickly. Mom will make the bed for you." "Forget it. I plan to play with my phone in bed all day." "No, not playing with my phone. I'm seriously considering the direction of my own strengthening." Elia refused stubbornly. Although there were objective reasons for not being able to get out of bed, she originally just wanted to use it as an excuse, but while waiting for Irisville, she was really addicted to it. She motioned Irisville to come over and said, "Mom, look at the strengthening systems I have chosen. They are all very powerful. I really have a headache and don't know how to choose." Hearing that her daughter had a new route to strengthen herself, Irisville also became interested and hurried over to take a few glances. Then he also became dizzy and said in confusion, "These enhancement systems are very powerful according to the descriptions, but is it really good not to describe the defects? It seems that all the choices are good. How about the elementalist? But I feel that the battle mage is more in line with my expectations. The descriptions in the mall are all very powerful, but there is no way that there is a completely powerful combat system without defects. I don't know where the defects are. This is a matter of a lifetime. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to make a rash choice." "Didn't the master spend a lot of time with you last night? Didn't you think of asking for his opinion? He was eating grapes all the time, so he didn't have time to help me choose this." Elia was full of resentment. "First choose the enhancement system you like, and then discuss it with the master. He will definitely have a better idea. That's the only way." Elia inexplicably remembered that during the break last night, the guy was holding his mobile phone and swiping in the mall, collecting things without any hesitation. Maybe his merit value is indeed very rich, but he does know what is the most cost effective to exchange. But the bad guy got a call and ran away in a hurry. It seems that he must have something serious to do. I don't know when he will come back. Fortunately, I just finished my training, so there is no need to rush. Elia yawned, curled up in the quilt, and said vaguely, "I'll sleep for a while. Mom, please help me wash the clothes. Don't call me for lunch at noon. I will get up on time for dinner. Go to sleep." Aliceville gently stroked her daughter's hair lovingly. The silver white hair was casually spread on the pillow, as soft as silver silk cloth. and felt very good, but in the process of gently stroking, the fingertips inexplicably touched something strange. On the hair. Aliceville's heart suddenly moved, looking at Alia, who turned over and fell asleep, touched her hair a few more times, then put her fingertips to the tip of her nose and sniffed, and immediately reacted. A look of confusion appeared on her face unconsciously. At this time, Linbin had already rushed to a cemetery. He had promised Zhu Jiuan that, if he could find his body, he would bury him and Yan Honggai together, so that they could be together forever after death. But unfortunately, Zhu Jiuan died with the heavenly demon star. Then he turned into a meteor and fell to the earth. It was basically impossible to find his body, but he merged with the heavenly demon star, and the remains of the heavenly demon star fell to the earth. The only thing Linbin could do was to scoop up a handful of soil, which must contain his ashes. Fortunately, Yan Honggai's body was burned by Zhu Jiuan himself, and no ashes were left out. Zhu Jiuan gave them all to him. Linbin had already been paying attention to a suitable cemetery on the first day he came back, but he was busy with promotion, so he entrusted the whole process to the seller of the cemetery. Now that the other party was sure to have the news, he naturally rushed over as soon as possible. "Hello, is it you who wants to book a cemetery?" "Yes. I want a tombstone with the best lighting and the best view. It doesn't matter if it's big or small, but I must be able to see the whole view of Beishu City below. If possible, I want to be buried immediately on the original mountain." Linbin put forward his own conditions to the salesperson. "Yes, we understand what you mean." Just by listening to the other party's words, he knew that this must be a big customer, especially when the salesperson's eyes fell on the reincarnation watch on Linbin's wrist, which symbolized his identity. He didn't dare to have the slightest idea of killing him. He asked with a very respectful attitude, "Excuse me, what is your relationship with the deceased?" "Comrade. I see. I will arrange it right away. And the funeral service?" "No, keep it simple. Prepare 2 coffin boxes." "No, a larger one will be fine. And a few more agar wood sticks." "Yes." After asking a few of the most critical questions, the staff didn't ask any more questions. Although they didn't know why their comrades didn't go to the high-end cemetery exclusively for reincarnations, but came to their civilian cemetery. Was it just because of the good lighting and good view? But the customer's requirements are above all else. 3 hours later, the names of Zhu Jiuan and Yan Honggai have been engraved on the tombstone. There is also a photo of an old man with a full beard and a crazy smile. Zhu Jiuan. Linbin left this photo with the intention of keeping track of his movements at any time when he and Yan Shiksha acted together, but he didn't expect that it could be used as a posthumous photo in the end. "If I had known that I would bury both of you, I would have left a photo for Yan Honggai as well. Although your ashes are incomplete, there are photos to supplement them." Although Yan Honggai doesn't have a photo, her ashes are not missing at all, which just makes up for your regrets and losses. Standing in front of the tombstone, Linbin sighed deeply and inserted the 3 agar wood sticks in his hand into the incense burner. "Now, you two can be together forever, and then take a good look at this new world. After you see this prosperous world, maybe you will regret your previous choice." Linbin bowed 3 times very seriously and said, "I will come to visit you during the holidays in the future. Although we have known each other for a short time, we are comrades after all. I will not let you be alone down there without even a piece of paper money to spend." After the 3rd bow, suddenly, a breeze blew. The 3 originally curling smoke columns immediately twisted and floated in the air, and gradually a few words emerged. "You have fulfilled Zhu Jiuan's last wish. Do you want to accept the gift from Zhu Jiuan after his death?" Linbin's eyes suddenly lit up. After he came out, he had already had the idea of helping Zhu Jiuan choose a tomb, but it was only later that he realized a fact. He destroyed the A93 secret realm. Logically, he should have obtained a world-class item. The reason why he didn't, it should be because this matter has not been completed. And now, Linbin chose yes without hesitation. The next moment, the words transformed by the smoke slowly dissipated and regathered into a somewhat pungent scent of agar wood. The smoke did not dissipate, but was ethereal and gathered in the air. As the number of cigarettes increased, the smoke gathered above became thicker and thicker, until it turned into the form of 2 sharp arrows. and when the 3 agar wood sticks were burned out, the shape of the 2 sharp arrows was completely restored to its original form. Then it fell into Lin Bin's hand. It was heavy in the hand and felt quite familiar. Bipolar arrow, S-level prop, the strongest arrow of righteousness that has been nurtured by Zhuangxin Zhengzhan for decades. It can destroy all evil demons. It was originally damaged, but because it contains the ultimate righteous thoughts of a world, it reappeared. The righteousness in the arrow cannot be offset, suppressed, or eliminated. Note, I'm the pillar of the righteous way, the ultimate righteous thoughts of a world. Lin Bin soon understood what was going on. To put it bluntly, the entire secret realm of a Chinese ghost story collapsed, and even Ning Kaichen, who was originally a small waste, became a demon lord. Yan Shiksha completely lost his original heart, and the people all became demons. Isn't the only good person Zhu Liuan? No wonder I didn't get the world-class props, even though I had destroyed that world before. It turned out that the world-class props had already been used by Zhu Liuan. Lin Bin held the bipolar arrow and felt the arrow body was warm to the touch. And then he recalled the scene when he hid in the dark and controlled the bipolar arrows on behalf of Zhu Liuan to attack Yi. At that time, the 2 arrows directly merged into Ki's body and turned into positive energy, competing with the demon energy of the demon star in his body. It's an arrow, not a sword. The bipolar arrows should be disposable props, right? Lin Bin murmured. A world-class disposable prop. How powerful is this? He showed a satisfied look on his face. You know, among the props of the same level, the more single the function and the greater the limitation, the more powerful the lethality it can exert in a certain aspect. And this completely disposable prop, the lethality is so strong that it is probably enough to rank first among all the S-level props that Lin Bin has now. Don't worry, I won't waste these 2 arrows. You two can have a good rest here first. You have been tired for 50 years. It's time to relax. I will come to visit you later, when I have time. Lin Bin put away the sword. He bowed to Zhu Liuan's tombstone again. Then he turned around and walked back. The bipolar arrows are just a pleasant surprise. S-level props. It's really not too much to get them. He still has a lot of props to exchange. Just got home. I was caught by a liar. Strengthening the system? Let me help you with reference. After all, we will all be teammates in the future. I will definitely need your guidance on which direction I should strengthen. For the first time in her life, Elia felt that having too many choices was also a kind of pain. Oh, give me some advice. Lin Bin looked at Elia thoughtfully, and then Elia looked away stiffly. The reaction was wrong. Lin Bin looked at Iris Veil again, but he found that she was smiling, still as soft, tender, and lovely as usual. But for some reason, he felt a little cold on his back, judging from Lin Bin's many years of experience as a scumbag. It's over, the truth is exposed. Chapter 386. Whom? I don't know where the flaw was revealed. Was it the sheets that I didn't have time to change? Or the bare socks that I put in my pocket? Or was it because I opened the window too late and the smell didn't have time to dissipate? Or is it abnormal not to notice it? It can only be said that once a man's mind is full of lust, he really doesn't care about anything. Just like when he was in the secret realm, did he really not know that Elia was pretending to sleep? It was just that he was emotional and didn't care at all. And Alice is an experienced person. She even gave birth to a child, so she is naturally not a novice in this regard. Unless Alice doesn't care enough about Elia. Otherwise, how could she not notice the subtle changes in her daughter? At the very least, lying in bed all day without getting up is not normal in itself. Lin Bin coughed seriously and said, really? In that case, let me help you with some reference. He sat upright, with a serious attitude, as if he was holding a very serious meeting. Seeing the serious and calm face, Elia could hardly believe that this person was the same person who had force-fed her washed grapes. Well, it seems that you have chosen a lot of items. Lin Bin took a quick look, most of which were about magic enhancement systems. Obviously, although she wanted to improve her own strength, Elia still wanted to go the magic route. It's not surprising. After becoming a national guardian, if she temporarily changed the route of her own enhancement system, it would easily weaken her strength, and she would not know how she died. As for choosing a route, it was actually very simple. Directly exchange 4 powerful magic attack skills to improve her own combat effectiveness. Or practice magic and martial arts and increase her combat ability and physical fitness with the blessing of the Eansburn family's magic. Each one is very suitable, so she doesn't know what to choose. Linbin carefully browsed all the information and then slowly analyzed it in his mind. At first, he was a little guilty, and his eyes glanced at Iris Veal from time to time. Then, when their eyes met, it was Iris Veal who moved away awkwardly. Linbin was curious, thinking, am I the one who is at fault in this matter? It was obviously me who bullied your daughter, but why is it as if you cheated on me? But soon, he was immersed in the comparison of these different enhancements. After a long time, Linbin said, it is normal for you to hesitate. These enhancement systems are actually very suitable for you, but I still suggest that you strengthen the summoner system training method obtained in the A52 secret realm. Summoner? Elia was stunned for a moment, and a bit of embarrassment appeared on her face. Well, Summoner, with your excellent foundation, it's okay to strengthen other systems, but the problem has come to this point. If you switch to other systems, you will inherently lag behind others. Being able to deal with all situations is equivalent to being unable to deal with all situations perfectly. In addition, we are teammates, so it's better to strengthen your own strengths. Linbin said seriously, Berserker is indeed very powerful, and it is far from being developed to the limit, but he is just a heroic spirit after all. He can't defend if he attacks, and he can't attack if he defends. And if I guess correctly, your huge magic power should be able to fully support Berserker's free movement and there will be a lot of surplus, right? In this case, why not bring out the limit of your huge magic power and summon a lot of powerful summons in addition to Berserker? In particular, I have a certain understanding of this A52 secret realm. This summoner can summon various elemental elves such as light, darkness, ice, and fire, and can also summon more powerful elves by sacrificing them. If you practice to the extreme, you can even summon a powerful demon god. The more Linbin thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. He said, even if you strengthen other systems, such as this battle mage system, that also comes from the A52 secret realm, to be honest, as an enemy, it would still take me a moment to kill you. But if you summon a bunch of messy things to surround yourself, plus the protection of the 7 layering of blazing sky, even if I want to deal with you, it won't be so easy. And as far as I know, summoners also have magical skills that can summon substitutes to take attacks on their behalf, so they can also greatly improve their own self-protection capabilities. Elia hesitated and said, that's right, but it's very expensive. Linbin said, expensive is not a problem. The A52 secret realm seems to be still nightmare level now, but if it goes as I expected, it won't be long before this secret realm is upgraded. At that time, the price of this summoner's enhancement may increase significantly. After all, this is not a nightmare level enhancement. Can nightmare level be upgraded? Wouldn't it be upgraded directly to hell level? Elia said blankly, is this world going to be destroyed? Don't worry, even in the hell level secret realm, this system can be fully mixed in it. In fact, other systems can also be fully mixed in, but in my opinion, this summoner system can best play the advantages of your powerful magic. Linbin said seriously, I still have a vision in this regard, you can trust me. But my merits are not enough, I still lack 2B level merits. Elia scratched her head in distress and muttered, I have actually accumulated a lot of merits, but now the value of merits has suddenly skyrocketed, but the reincarnation points have depreciated and are worthless. To be honest, I was a little caught off guard. I should have saved more merits if I had known earlier. As for merits, I have them. I forgot that merits cannot be traded. Alice sighed regretfully and said, it seems that I can only wait until next time. Linbin said, it's okay, I have a way. What way? Don't I have the 8 swords of Yuan? I will present 2 weapons to Elia, and then Elia will sell them to the authorities. Isn't that the B-level merit? Iris Veal's eyes suddenly widened, and she said in surprise, but in this case, Master, your weapons will not be enough. Our goal is to improve the combat effectiveness of our team, but if it weakens your combat effectiveness, it's okay, we are all family, and I'm very happy to help Elia. Besides, I have already. Yeah, I will try my best to return the favor to Abin at that time, but it seems that the exchange in the mall requires going to the reincarnation space. Abin, have you chosen what you want to exchange? Elias suddenly interrupted Linbin. Well, I've thought about it, and I'm waiting for you. Then mom, let's go to the reincarnation space. We'll be back for dinner in the evening. Bye. Elia pulled Linbin and ran out happily. Alice called out worriedly from behind. Ella, you were just injured last night, and your wound should not have healed yet. Don't take such big steps. Linbin almost stumbled and fell. He said it so bluntly, he really knew it. Elia's little face was red next to him. The two of them ran faster tacitly. They got in the car. Linbin patted his chest guiltily and said, how could she know? I've become a want no cake. How could I hide this from her biological mother? Elia glared at Linbin resentfully. I thought she would be angry and want to kill me. Linbin instinctively felt that Alice's reaction was not right. Elia snorted, because when I confessed honestly, I also added some spring and autumn style writing. Linbin, for example, we already admired each other when we first met, but because of my physical condition, we never unveiled the last veil between us. Later, we both experienced amnesia, terminal illness, serious injuries, hostility. Linbin, Elia explained. Anyway, it's more or less like this. We have gone through countless hardships and are finally together. Then, by chance, you became my mother's master. You two need to replenish your magic from time to time, and then I had to give up you actively. Linbin suddenly realized. So, you turned your mother into a third party? Or did you enter her? It was me first. Elia pinched Linbin lightly with a little embarrassment, and said, anyway, she has been completely bound to you. In this case, it would not be good if she knew that I was behind her. But if she was a latecomer, she would be the embarrassed one. Linbin thought to himself that it was no wonder that she felt embarrassed. In that case, all he had to do next was to let things take their own course. As for the question about Elia, wouldn't it be okay to just say that he couldn't help himself when the time came? He sincerely praised, you're such a genius. Then why didn't Elia let Linbin say that he had actually found a substitute, and the reason why he couldn't use the 8 swords of the King of You was very simple. It was to let Alice Phil see how much Linbin valued Elia. Of course not. Elia leaned on Linbin's shoulder, sighed softly, and said, anyway, I owe you the 2B level merits this time, so let me help you with the reincarnation points you need to exchange for things, and I'll consider it as my purchase of those 2B level merits from you. Linbin, do we have to calculate it so clearly? It's only natural for you to support my mother, but you didn't marry me. I can't be a blood-sucking insect on your body, sucking blood from you every day. What's the point of that? Looking at the determined look of the little girl, Linbin nodded and said, okay, I plan to exchange it for an A-level weapon called Binking Sword, and you will pay the reincarnation points on my behalf. No problem, leave it to me. Elia obviously forgot the most crucial point. The exchange in the mall is about merit. But she doesn't want to eat and drink for free, so how can Linbin really exchange with her on an equal basis? It's enough to have this thought. Besides, if we really want to calculate who loses and who gains, last night he knelt in front of him for so long, which is really a big loss. The car drove towards the Samsara Space Association, and along the way, Linbin told Elia about obtaining the S-level item, the bipolar arrow. It caused the little girl to exclaim again, and then she was dissatisfied and complained. Linbin buried a couple, and then got a pair of S-level weapons. Although they were disposable, they were even more powerful, because they were disposable. She also buried a couple. Why didn't he give anything? This Ninkachin is so stingy. Came to the Samsara space. Just greeted the staff, and in just a few minutes, Lonky had already rushed over from upstairs. He laughed loudly, and held Linbin's arm intimately, saying with a smile, what a rare guest, it seems that you have already thought about what you want to exchange. Linbin smiled and said, not only do I have things to buy, I also have things to sell. Hahaha, the biggest convenience of becoming a national level reincarnation is probably that it is easier to sell things. Come on, I'll take you to the evaluation office and I can give you a satisfactory price directly. Lonky led the way personally. The three of them soon came to the evaluation office on the top floor. A narrow window. There was only an old man wearing single-sided glasses guarding the inside of the window. Seeing the three people coming, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "There are things to exchange again. I wonder which secret realm it comes from." Linbin looked at Elia. Elia took out two weapons and handed them over. They were the two swords, Yanri and Jingri, which Linbin specially gave to her before coming. Oh, what a good sword. The material is good, and the cold light is revealed. You have to use such a magic weapon. Oh, I forgot. Although the weapon is good, the level is too low. B-level weapons really can't keep up with the pace of the two of you. Then what I can do is to try to estimate a price that will not shame these two weapons. The old man seemed to be a weapon fan, and he became interested when he saw the two weapons. He held the two swords in his palms and admired them carefully. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. After a while, he gave a price. The sun covering sword is 1 B-level merit, plus 3000 reincarnation points. As for the Jingwei sword, it is 1 B-level merit, plus 2500 reincarnation points. The price is indeed not much different from the exchange list. Elia looked at Linbin in surprise. Linbin nodded. Elia said, "After it is sold, I plan to exchange it for the summoning contract from the A52 secret realm." Summoning contract, A++ level item. With this as a contract, you can contact the demon spirits in different dimensions. After communication, you can transform them into your own summon beasts, which will fight for you until you die. To exchange, you need 3 A-level merits, 2 B-level merits, and 5000 reincarnation points. Note, guess where my limit is? Oh. Are you planning to add some summon beasts to yourself, little girl? This summoning system is quite amazing. Although it is a growth type, and not so powerful in the early stage, the upper limit is extremely high. As long as you don't die, you can almost form an army by yourself in the future. What a good vision. The old man exclaimed, and asked, "Are you sure?" Elia nodded and said, "Sure." Okay. The old man immediately started to operate. Linbin looked at Elia with some admiration. This little girl seemed to be inconspicuous, but she was so rich that she had hidden 3 A's. No, it should be 5. But there was nothing wrong with A's. After being used to eating big fish and meat, it was not bad to change her taste. But it was normal to think about it. Elia was an alien, not an ordinary reincarnation. She did not need to strengthen herself from scratch, so she did not need to exchange many basic things. Instead, she only needed to continuously develop and strengthen her own strength. The reincarnation points might not be enough, but there were really not many places where merit could be used, so it was understandable that they were left over. Because the summoning contract was unique, it was not here. But when Elia chose to exchange, someone would use the magical props of the Reincarnation Space Association to teleport the items over as soon as possible. It only took a few minutes. Elia had a scroll emitting purple light in her hand, which seemed to contain abundant magic power. Does this gentleman have anything he wants to sell? I have too many things I want to sell. The 7 swords of King Yu, Zhengang, Duan Shu, Wulian twin swords, Zuan Po, Mihun, Luan Shen, Shuang Long Moang sword. Azure Rose also took action, because its power could not keep up with the pace, so she just took action with all of them. Oh. The old man looked at Linbin with horror, and said in shock, You, did you rob a branch of the Samsara Association? Where did you get so many props? Linbin said, let's calculate the funds. I still have a lot of things I want to exchange. There are actually quite a few B-level props left, such as B+ level Gale boots, or B-level soft hedgehog armor. But no matter how thin the armor is, it is still armor, and in the previous life, he spent a lot of money to increase the speed of movement a little bit when playing games. Linbin feels that these auxiliary props can be used until his death. But just these props, I believe, are enough to double his savings. Chapter 387, Upgrading. 8 magical weapons and 1 item. They are all above B level, and some are even B+ level weapons. If they are placed in the hands of ordinary reincarnationists, they are all good things that can be used as a means of keeping the bottom of the box. But unfortunately, these items are only ordinary standard weapons for ordinary national level reincarnationists. Not to mention Linbin, who now has more than one S level item, and these weapons with quite strong power directly brought Linbin 8 B level merits, plus 21,000 reincarnation points. It can be regarded as a sudden wealth overnight, which is almost equivalent to 3 A level merits. Then, Linbin chose the exchange he had already set his eyes on. Ice Green Sword, A level weapon, condensed from the ice spring in the ice and fire cave for thousands of years. The cold air is pressing, and mortals can hardly resist it. The sword body exudes green light, and is named Ice Green. Exchange requires A level merit x1 and reincarnation points x2000. Note, I'm a sect level 1. It can be used to make up for the last sword that Linbin is missing. As the treasure of Xianxia sect, the value of Binking sword is undoubtedly not inferior to the Xianxia sword in Zeux's Secret Realm, which is exactly what Linbin needs. So far, the upgraded Linbin's weapons and equipment have finally taken shape again. As for the Azure Rose, it has already been unable to keep up with his pace. The power of B-level weapons is indeed amazing, but Linbin himself is far above this level, and the opponents he encounters are generally much higher than his current level. This has led to the Azure Rose having no place to use. I haven't sold this weapon before, because I can't find a suitable item to exchange, so I just keep it with me. But now that I have the opportunity, Linbin directly sold the Azure Rose, and then chose a more powerful weapon that can keep up with his pace. You know, dimensionality reduction strikes are the most cruel strikes. This kind of weapon of future technology is placed among those weapons with ancient backgrounds, catching the enemy off guard and exerting 200% lethality. This is absolutely normal. Therefore, it is not necessary to use it at ordinary times, but it is necessary to do without it. And Linbin has already chosen what he wants to exchange. Kyankanjidian Cannon, A+ level, epic hand cannon, which has greatly increased power compared to hand cannons of the same level, and greatly reduces the charging time. It launches a supercharging effect when attacking, which lasts for 60 seconds. Exchange requires A level merit x2. Reincarnation points x 3500 points. Note, eat my cannon. A+ level props. The power is stronger than the Blue Rose. Compared with the pistol, the power of this hand cannon is actually more similar to the plasma hand cannon that the Iron Blood Warrior Lone Wolf gave him before. While it cannot fire continuously, the power of a single shot has also been raised to the top. After careful consideration, he exchanged 3 extra fairy beans. Senzu beans, B-level item. After taking them, all injuries in the body can be restored to their best condition. Rather than saying it is a medicine to treat injuries, it is better to say that it restores the body's condition to the most perfect and perfect state. To exchange, you need B-level merit x1 and reincarnation points x500. This is really a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Linbin carefully inquired about the origin of the Senzu beans. It is said that a reincarnator who entered the saint level accidentally entered a difficult secret realm and then met a cat fairy in the secret realm. The so-called Senzu beans are the food that the cat fairy used to fill his stomach. After taking it, the body can be restored to a perfect state, but no one knows where the specific upper limit is. But according to the strength of the cat fairy, the upper limit should be very limited. So it was priced as a B-level item. Needless to say, the reincarnation must have entered the world of the earliest Dragon Ball. In that period of time, the military power of that world was not very high. Even the Senzu beans were small things that people took to eat and use at will. I'm afraid that even the cat immortal himself did not take them seriously. I'm afraid that no one could imagine that after a few decades, the Senzu beans in that world would be scarce to the point of being scarce, and even if the strength was strong enough to destroy a star with one blow, the injuries suffered could still be completely healed by the Senzu beans. B-level? Even if it is just a one-time prop, according to Linbin's judgment, the value of this thing must at least reach A level. Buy 1, earn 1. Only buy 3, because there are only 3. You must know that, although Linbin already has the S-level prop Avalon, after all, Altria is not his exclusive heroic spirit. This also leads to the limited magic power inside Avalon. It is indestructible before it is used up. Once it is used up, it will really become a decoration. Healing medicine is also extremely important to him. So, after the exchange, Lin Bin's data finally changed greatly. Reincarnator, Abin. Level, Guardian of the Nation. Qualifications, Nightmare level Secret Realm Clearance Experience X2, S. Killing level Secret Realm Clearance Experience X5. Rating, SX4, or X1. Adventure level Secret Realm Clearance Experience X4. Rating, SX4. The first 3 items are visible to all reincarnators. Merit, A level Merit X1. B level Merit X2. C level Merit X3. Reincarnation points. 28,501 reincarnation points. Equipment, Avalon, S. Nanming Lahore Sword, S. He's Jade, S. Bible of the Dead, S. Time Gem, S. Polar Arrow, S. Sub-Holy Grail, S. Incomplete. Kayang Kunji Electric Cannon, A+. Moist Sword, A+. Dragon Slaying Sword, A+. Yixi Sword, A+. Ganjiang Sword, A. Binking Sword, A. Magic Sword Apophis, A. Magic Mirror, A. Zuanian Sword, A. Lightning Boots, B+. Optical Camouflage Cloak, B. Soft Hedgehog Armor, B. Fantasy Soundbox. Items, Senzu Beans X3, A level, Expansion Fire, A. Positioning Camera, Lich Life Box, A. Original Bloodline, B. X1, Destiny Coin, C. X3, Transformation Capsule, C. Storage Belt Soul Guide, D. Lightning Rod, D. Reinforcement, He's Jade, Nuwa Stone, Skills, S level, 4 volumes of the Heavenly Book. A level, Zuanming Dao 5th level of Watch and Ghost Dao, A level, Taiji Zuan King Dao, 4th level of Shanking Realm, B level, Eternal Life Secret, 200%, B level, Harmony with the World, 100%, B level, Heavenly Demonic Art, 100%, C level, Fragments of Sword Cannon, 100%, Skills, S level. Divine Sword Controlling Thunder Secret, 72%, Soul Capture Spell, 58%, Sword Attracting Azure Dragon Secret, 32%, Heavenly Ice Falling Earth Secret, 28%, A level. Xiangang Bidao Formation, 100%, Zenwu 7 Section Formation, 78%, B level, Heavenly Demon Force Field, 100%, Teikai Sword, 100%. Heaven and Earth Lost Color, 100%, Yin Yang Spell, 100%, Sword Heart Clear, 100%, Zuanian Sword Art, 100%, Teisin Removing Demon Slaying. Body Protection Spell, 100%, Sea Level, Ladder Cloud Vertical, 100%, Teikai 7 Injury Fist, 100%. So far, Lin Bin's data has achieved a great leap. The character panel is also much more luxurious than before. Except for some auxiliary props, almost all props are above A level. Coupled with the more than 20,000 reincarnation points. Although the cultivation of Teikai Zuan King Dao and Zuanming Dao has made rapid progress under the benefit of the Heavenly Book, it is obviously unlikely to make breakthroughs in a short period of time. But with the blessing of 7 A-level magic weapons, Lin Bin is confident that with his current combat power, he can compete with the Beast God. The continuous exchange made Lonky and the old man who was exchanging items look shocked. The old man couldn't help but admire sincerely. It's amazing. I have seen many reincarnations who have just been promoted to the national level, but it is rare to see a reincarnation like you, Mr. Abin. Especially since all the secret realms you have experienced are only about 10 in total, and you can earn so many A-level merits. It's amazing, really amazing. As he said that, he took out all the props that Lin Bin had exchanged and handed them to Lin Bin. Sure enough, the sword was filled with chill, not inferior to the Nine Heavens divine weapon Shianaya that he had seen at the beginning. And the Kayang Kunjidian cannon was even more gorgeous in shape, as if it had traveled through time and space from the future technology to the present high-tech giant gun. The 3 fairy beans looked the most unknown, without even a little bit of spiritual light. But in fact, I'm afraid no one would have thought that the value of these 3 fairy beans was actually the highest. Lin Bin put away all the props. Then he said goodbye to Long Qi and the old man. Long Qi personally sent the two away from the association with a smile on his face and said that if there was anything next time, if they didn't have to come in person to handle it, they could contact him directly and he would help them. Although he was the president of the Samsara Association, facing the national level Samsara and Lin Bin, who would almost become the highest in the future as long as he didn't die, Long Qi obviously understood that bowing his head appropriately could help him climb higher. It's just that the two had just left the Samsara Space Association. As soon as he drove out of the parking lot, Lin Bin saw a figure that shouldn't be here. She was wearing a plain green Taoist robe, which made her look particularly graceful. Her white hair was bound with a pigtail, but she deliberately let some of her hair fall down from her forehead. She was wearing a pair of high-heeled crystal sandals, which surprisingly didn't look out of place with her Taoist robe, but instead matched it very well. It can only be said that some people are really born clothes hangers, and they look like they are walking on a catwalk in whatever they wear. Even though this style is mainly a rebellious one, because of her high seniority, it seems that no one in the world can restrain her. She also saw Lin Bin, but she didn't mean to say hello. She just gently raised her delicate sword eyebrows, and a rare smile appeared on her face. Lin Bin rolled down the window in surprise and asked, "Xiao Meng, why are you here?" Xiao Meng gently shook the whisk and replied, "To do something. Go to the reincarnation space to do business? Isn't this normal? Dakin has been completely integrated into the territory." Xiao Meng swung her whisk and seemed to be in a very happy mood. She said, "They are already a well-trained and powerful force. With a little training, won't they be able to use those modern weapons freely? So, the Dakin Empire is more important than you think. I believe this." Xiao Meng glanced at Lin Bin and asked, "You are just promoted to a nation-guarding reincarnationist?" "Yes, not long ago." "Not bad, not long ago. Not bad, not bad. The progress is faster than I thought. But for such a big happy event, don't you plan to celebrate it properly?" It's not a big deal. It's just a nation-guarding reincarnationist. You can celebrate it when you become a supreme reincarnationist." Lin Bin felt inexplicably guilty. He had invited everyone at that time, including Xianhu and the others, but he really forgot about Xiao Meng. It was because the relationship between the two sides was not very deep, and this woman always played riddles with him, so Lin Bin was more or less wary of her. But if you think about it carefully, he has gained a lot of benefits from her. From this point of view, he still owes her a favor. I really deserve to die. Lin Bin suddenly felt extremely guilty. "Whatever you say, I just said it casually. Goodbye." Xiao Meng waved her hand and walked towards the gate of the Reincarnation Space Association with a calm pace. "You're confident?" Elia did not interrupt the whole time, but when she looked at Xiao Meng's silver white hair that was similar to her own, there was a little intimacy in her eyes. She asked curiously, "Do you have any obsession with women with this color of hair? Is it because you deliberately paste it on so that you don't have to wash it, so that they can keep it forever without being discovered? Can this satisfy your perverted desire to conquer?" Lin Bin explained, "You think too much. We are just ordinary friends." Ha ha ha, classic lines. "If I really want that, you can't do anything about it, right?" Elias snorted. "Anyway, you'd better think about how to get past my mother." Lin Bin. At this time, on the side of the Reincarnation Association, "Master Xiao Meng, please come here in person." When Long Qi faced Xiao Meng, he finally showed the attitude of the president of the Reincarnation Space Association, cordial but not without dignity. He invited Xiao Meng into the reception room and served her tea. He asked seriously, "We are currently investigating the information you provided before. You came here in person this time. Is there any detail that needs to be added?" Xiao Meng replied, "Well, I'm just giving you a warning. The B-193 secret realm is no longer the ordinary B-level secret realm it used to be. Its interior has been alienated. Ordinary reincarnationists, even national level ones, who enter it will die and will inevitably end up falling. I came here specially to remind you, mainly because I don't want us to waste lives in the reincarnation space in vain." Long Qi was surprised and said, "Could it be Taoist Xiao Meng? You know any details?" "I know some, but not much. but I can recommend one person. If there is anyone in this world who can completely solve the troubles of that world, it may be only him. Otherwise, even if you send a supreme reincarnationist, it may be difficult to solve the defects of the current secret realm B193. Xiao Meng's face showed a meaningful look. Looking at Lonqi, who seemed a little disapproving, a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she said, I guess President Long must be wondering what the identity of the supreme reincarnationist is. How powerful is it? How can you, a small saint level reincarnationist, guess what it is? You are too arrogant to talk like this, right? Lonqi waved his hands hurriedly and said, hey, Master Xiao Meng, you are exaggerating. The supreme reincarnationist is not something you can guess, let alone me. I just think that your words may be a bit serious, but after all, this matter is of great importance. If this matter is not handled properly, it may cause a fatal crisis to China. So no matter how serious you say, I will seriously consider it. I just don't know who you plan to recommend. Xiao Meng said word by word. Abin. Lonqi murmured, I suddenly feel that what you said, Master Xiao Meng, is somewhat reasonable. If other reincarnations really can't do it, but if it's Mr. Abin, he may not be unable to do it. In short, the decision is yours. Whether to choose other victims to enter and investigate first has nothing to do with me. I have said the ugly words, so don't say I didn't warn you. Xiao Meng waved his whisk. Without even taking a sip of tea, he turned around and left leisurely. Chapter 388, A Strange Visitor. Driving home. Then, I found that the house was already in a mess. The moving company staff, wearing professional work clothes, were packing the things in the house into boxes, stacking them up like building blocks. At this time, most of the furniture had been packed, and Alice was directing it over there. In the room, Linzu also rarely dealt with the S-level world props, but packed her daily clothes in the cloakroom. Lin Bin asked in surprise, what's the matter? Move to a bigger house. Linzu showed a strange smile on her face, and smiled, although I think this place is big enough to live in, and Miss Fian hasn't come back yet. If we move suddenly, what should we do if she can't find us when she comes back? But Ailey seems to be very anxious. She said that Ella has grown up and should learn to be independent as soon as possible. It's not convenient to sleep with her mother. If she moves to the villa, she will have a room of her own. Lin Bin. There's nothing wrong with moving. There are 2 more yards. If they are connected together, such a large yard is good for practicing swords or exercising. But as for Ailey, you have to coax her yourself. Linzu knows Lin Bin too well. Alice can find something wrong through Elia, and Linzu can naturally see the secret between Lin Bin and Elia. In addition to lamenting that her brother's aesthetics are too broad, she has nothing else to say. Besides, as a sister, she shouldn't care about his affairs in this regard. Lin Bin immediately understood that this matter might still be decided by Alice. But what does it mean to sleep in separate rooms? Does she want to avoid seeing and being bothered, or does she want to facilitate Lin Bin's night attack? Lin Bin was actually a little guilty at first, but when he greeted her just now, Alice's demeanor was quite natural, so Lin Bin was relatively bolder. Well, if she turns into the evil Alice again, I can just take away her magic power. I did it once, before in the City of No Tears, so I'm very familiar with her. Lin Bin went to the living room with a guilty conscience, and looked at Alice. In order to facilitate work, Alice tied her smooth hair into a ponytail with a headband at this moment, and wore a light pink apron with trousers and a sweater inside, looking particularly capable. At this moment, her forehead was slightly sweaty and her breathing was slightly short. Obviously, although she was in charge of the whole process, she was really busy. Noticing Lin Bin coming over, she smiled and greeted him. Master. That. Lin Bin was about to apologize for Elia, but Iris Veal first put her hands together on her belly and bowed deeply to Lin Bin. It must be a bad habit brought to her by her ex-husband. When she apologized, her head was lowered, as if she was kowtowing. She apologized. I'm sorry, Master. Lin Bin. What? I bullied your daughter, and you apologized to me? What kind of magnanimous good mother is this? I'm so stupid. I only cared about enjoying my own happiness, but ignored the feelings of you and Elia. I didn't know that you two had already. Alice said guiltily. When Elia decided to let me become your heroic spirit, she must have already made up her mind to give you up and give you to me, right? She made such a big sacrifice for me, but I was so selfish to enjoy the master. This is really too much. Linbin. He felt that Alice seemed to have conceived hundreds of episodes of bloody Korean dramas in his mind. Especially when she looked at Linbin. Her eyes were very gentle and loving. Gentle? Loving? Linbin always felt that she seemed to have taken on the identity of the mother-in-law, and the speed of her mentality change was really incredible. During this period of time, you two must have been very depressed. You clearly admire each other, but you can only pretend to be ordinary friends. After we move, I will sleep in separate rooms from Elia, so you don't have to worry about someone being around when you go to see her. Iris Veal said very considerately. Although Elia looks a little younger, she is actually older than me, and it is time for her to find a partner. Only you, the master, cannot discriminate against her defects and give her true happiness. So I'm relieved to leave Elia to you, the master. Linbin exclaimed. Suddenly, I felt that Elia had gone too far. As for me, master, we should return to the old way of replenishing magic in the future. Just call the saliva. Otherwise, Elia will feel uncomfortable when she sees it, right? I really don't want to be an obstacle between you. Iris Veal has obviously figured out everything. Replenishing magic is inevitable. But she could try to avoid the ambiguous magic, just sitting in each other's arms like before. It didn't seem normal, but in order for the mother and daughter to be together forever, Elia had already sacrificed so much. What would it matter if she sacrificed a little? Therefore, her attitude was very firm. Linbin was speechless, thinking that it was you who reacted violently and acted unruly at that time, right? However, there are some things that can be done, but they can't be said openly, otherwise, it will be really embarrassing, especially for girls who are thin-skinned. He brought up the words he said to Elia before and said again, for this kind of thing, I still think it's better to let it go. Yeah, it's better to let it go. Iris Veal nodded in agreement. The move was quick. After all, it was in the same community, and the furniture and electrical appliances were already ready. Just some normal daily necessities, including the dining table that was specially enlarged a lot, which also needed to be replaced. There were many people in the family, and the table prepared for the villa was elegant, but it obviously couldn't seat so many people. The two villas have been connected. 2 or 3 large living rooms, plus 8 or 9 rooms, and the size and area of the rooms have also been greatly improved. When Gaoyu came back from school with her school bag, the little girl cheered when she saw the new home, threw her school bag away, and ran to find a new room, as if she was exploring. The little girl obviously wanted to have her own room, especially now that there are so many rooms. Even Zardao can get a room. Linbin was also very relieved. After all, after moving, he was the most convenient. Each room is equivalent to a small compartment with an independent bathroom system, and it would be great to take a bath together afterwards. And in the future, you don't have to practice on the roof. You can practice in the yard. As for the problem with Alice, Elia was not surprised. Mom is like this. I can figure out that she will definitely make such a decision. It doesn't matter. Let's keep it as it is for now. After a while, you can express your dissatisfaction with my body shape in front of her appropriately, such as I can't satisfy you. It's too easy to fill up, and then express that you want her to help pack the remaining things. Mom will definitely agree half-heartedly. It can only be said that Elia's words are quite fierce and ruthless, as she deserves to open the door to a new world. She never thought of monopolizing it from the beginning. In this situation, either lose Mom, or share with Mom. Is there a third way to go? This hateful villain. Elia gritted her teeth and looked at Linbin in front of her, wishing she could bite him hard. And Linbin blinked his eyes, feeling that it really made sense. It's all fat meat in his mouth, and it's inevitable that they will exchange body fluids with each other in the future. He also has a very good impression of him. Now he has his daughter to help him with the strategy. Are you still afraid that she will run away? Naturally, he readily agreed to Elia's proposal. That night, everyone gathered in the living room, that was 2 rooms larger, and cooked a few extra dishes, which was considered a short celebration. When Linbin sat cross-legged in the black bamboo forest in the backyard, silently absorbing the vitality between heaven and earth, to practice Teikai Zuan King Deo and Zuan Ming Deo. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that his progress was faster than usual, and even the little green and white that were always wrapped around his wrists were much more active than usual, constantly swallowing and spitting out the essence that he exuded when practicing. That night, Lin Bin was very honest and didn't go anywhere. Although they slept in separate rooms, they always felt that it was not appropriate to go anywhere. He slept very honestly, but he couldn't tell whether it was reality or a dream. He always felt that there were two cold and soft touches wrapped around him, soothing him up and down, and it also had a different feeling. So much so that he knew it was probably a dream, or were the two little demons in reality, transformed into human forms? Lin Bin didn't know, but he tacitly didn't wake up, but let them do it. Until the next morning. When he got up, he looked at the two little snakes sleeping in the glass tank, as if they had absorbed enough energy, and were sleeping soundly. Lin Bin sighed, I didn't expect that I have the talent of Tang Monk. TSK, it seems that I have to be more careful if I get hemorrhoids in the future. He gently stroked the two little snakes that seemed to be exhausted. Lin Bin got up and went to practice. Becoming a national level reincarnation does not mean that his merits are perfect. It is better to say that he will face more new and more terrifying and dangerous secret realms. In terms of strength, it is still not enough, even if he is several times stronger. You are diligent. Next door. The beast god came out to water the flowers. When he saw Lin Bin next door, he first praised him, and then frowned tightly. What's wrong? Is there any problem? No. The beast god stared at Lin Bin thoughtfully for a while, and stopped watering the flowers halfway, and turned back to the house. What are you doing? Practice. The beast god would not say that he had not seen Lin Bin for just a few days, but he had already sensed a deadly threat from him. And this sense of threat was only felt when he faced the 8 evil mysterious fire array. Although he is no longer the immortal monster he was before, his absolute strength is not much weaker than before, after he got the 8 evil mysterious fire array. But how long has it been since this Abin has become a threat to him? The secret realm. How magical. It seems that, even if I come to this world, no, it is precisely because I come to this world that I can't be careless. There are no reincarnations of the same level as me, and the secret realm is extremely dangerous. I can't die before I find a way to revive Linglang. Rare. The beast god also had a sense of crisis in his heart. The beast god is different from before. He cherishes his life. Lin Bin didn't care, but continued to close his eyes and immersed himself in his own oblivion. The biggest difference of becoming a national level reincarnationist seems to be that they no longer need to enter the secret realm for training at regular times and locations like those reincarnationists at the saint level or below. They have been promoted from workers to leaders. They need to face greater crises, but at the same time, they also have more autonomy. This also means that, unless the reincarnation space specifies a task, Lin Bin does not have to consider the reincarnation in the future, and only needs to improve his own strength step by step. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. In this month, 2 more meetings were held to discuss some measures and responses for the promotion of saint-level reincarnationists to the national level. The Reincarnation Space Association is very concerned about this matter. It is time to gather ideas, and Lin Bin, as the proposer of the specific assessment method, naturally received an important task. The assessment requires 3 reincarnationists to serve as examiners. I think you should be one of them, Abin, without a doubt. Fu Xian also made a request to Lin Bin during this time. No problem. Lin Bin thought about it further. As the difficulty of the assessment between the saint-level reincarnationists and the guardian-level reincarnationists decreases, if nothing unexpected happens, a large number of saint-level reincarnationists will become guardians of the country in the future. The result is not only that the status of the guardian-level reincarnationists will decline to a certain extent compared with the past. After all, things are rare and valuable. More importantly, the mall that was previously praised by Lin Bin and Elia for its rich collection will be quickly divided up by a group of new reincarnationists. After all, it is not a real reincarnation space, and every treasure in it has its source. One less exchange. Whoever can become a guardian level reincarnationist first can choose the goods in these mouths first. And Alice, Dong Jin Yanfei, and Zidao are all saint level reincarnationists. If he is the examiner. Even Fu Xian said that, if there is really a saint level reincarnationist who can get so many guardian level reincarnationists to help him cheat, then he is willing to recognize the other party's legitimate guardian level reincarnationist status. Of course, with their strength, there is no need to cheat. There is a great possibility that they will succeed in this promotion. Lin Bin can help them cheat within the scope allowed by the rules. It was just unexpected. Over the past month, Yan Fei and Zidao have never returned to the real world. It was not until he asked Bayuki, the president of the Science and Technology Association, that Lin Bin realized that the two had actually returned, but they did not return from the secret realm when they returned. So the two people who had a very smooth first experience did not return, but directly stepped into the second secret realm without hesitation. There is no doubt. Just like Elia wanted to get the state level assessment as soon as possible, Dongjin Yanfei and Zidao were unwilling to be left further and further behind by Lin Bin until they could no longer see his back. So the second experience was a bit unsuccessful. I think they are a little too anxious, or you put too much pressure on them. Bayuki sighed with a playful look on his face. Zidao has always been a person who eats and waits for death. You can actually arouse her desire to catch up. It's really amazing. Lin Bin could only sigh. In this situation, it seems that there is no other way for him except to wait. While Lin Bin was waiting for Yanfei and the others to return, in a quiet wilderness forest, the sky was suddenly torn into a hideous gap, which was almost the same color as the surrounding environment, and was dark green, perfectly hidden among all the green plants and vines. A figure slowly walked out from inside. He was tall and graceful, and had an extraordinary heroic appearance. He looked around and murmured, "Is this the real world? It seems that there is no difference from where we are." Chapter 389 King Lang seeks help. That morning, it was just dawn. Lin Bin received a call from Long Qi. "Mr. Abin, if you have time, you may as well come to the association. There is a strange man from the secret realm looking for you. It is said that he has something very important to do." Strange man. Looking for me? Lin Bin raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, "Did he say what his name was?" Long Qi replied, "He said his name is King Lang." King Lang? Lin Bin suddenly realized that King Lang Saint Envoy, the leader of the 4 guardian saints of the Ghost King sect? Could it be that something happened in the Xuxin secret realm? He nodded and said, "Wait a minute, I'll be there soon." He got up and took a cold shower first to clear the sleepiness that had just been drowsy. When he got up, he found that Elia had gotten up early again today. She was sitting upright, meditating with her eyes closed in the yard, as if she was thinking about something. Her small body looked very cute and innocent, like a child pretending to be mature. But Lin Bin understood that Elia was not pretending. She had sunk her spirit into the contract space again. The ability of a summoner in reality is very different from that in the DNF game. There is no such convenient ability to master a skill by clicking on a skill. In order to gain the recognition of those summoned creatures, you need to communicate with them in the contract space and then convince them. According to Elia, this is not an easy task. The temperaments of those elves or summoned creatures are different. Some of them have a childish temper. You can say a few nice words to them and coax them into saying that they will often be summoned out during non-war time, and they can have a good time in the real world. They will take the initiative to become Elia's summoned spirits with a clear and stupid character. But there are also some summoned beasts that are not convinced by their hosts. This requires Elia to force them to be subdued with her own powerful magic. Therefore, since moving to the new house, Elia has not taken the initiative to crawl into Lin Bin's bed. First, because her mother lives not far away, it is one thing for her to know that she is with Lin Bin, and it is another thing for her to know that she is with Lin Bin. Elia feels that she will not be able to face her mother if she does not know the present tense. Another important reason is that she is busy conquering all kinds of spiritual creatures in this summoning space. You know, there are too many summoned spiritual creatures in the summoning space, and they are clearly arranged from weak to strong. Every time she obtains one, it means that her strength has been improved to a higher level. It's like playing a game of killing monsters and upgrading. There is always a hook in front of her, so that Elia, a girl who has just tasted the taste of meat, can't care about indulging in it. Instead, she becomes addicted to the internet. In this short month, her overall strength has at least increased by more than 50%. After all, Elia herself has a huge amount of magic power, and her level is also one of the best among the masters. This means that all she needs is to increase her summons, and her strength can fully support it. Lin Bin did not disturb her. He quietly went out and rushed to the Samsara Space Association. In the association, Long Qi had been waiting for a long time. Next to him, another man with long hair and a handsome and extraordinary posture was holding a folding fan. Even in this completely unfamiliar place, he did not feel awkward at all, but was very calm and comfortable. Until he saw Lin Bin coming. He then put away his folding fan, stood up and said with a smile, "The deputy sect leader is really trustworthy. He did not deceive us before. I just found someone who wore a reincarnation watch like me and asked if he knew Abin. Then I was brought here directly. I was even taught some common sense of life in this world. Ha 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 ha. The reincarnators themselves are the top talents of our Yuanxing, and Mr. Abin is the top figure among the reincarnators. So far, any reincarnator wearing a reincarnation watch may not recognize Abin, but how could they not have heard of this name?" Long Qi smiled and boasted for Lin Bin. He looked at him with amazement and even a little admiration. During the period before Lin Bin arrived, he was not idle. While teaching King Lang some knowledge of Yuanxing, he also found out a lot of information from him. In other words, both sides got what they needed. Because of this, he understood. It turns out that long before the Samsara Space Association planned to learn from the barbarians to defeat the barbarians, Lin Bin had already seen this key point with a very high vision, and even began to lay out in the secret realm. This Ghost King Sect Deputy Sect Master. Doesn't this mean that once this secret realm arrives, it can be used directly as a combat force? I didn't expect that he was just a reincarnationist, but he could already look at the world with the eyes of the association's president before he entered the country. The reincarnationist Abin is indeed extraordinary, especially some ambiguous details that he found out, such as Abin lived in the Ghost King sect for several years. Long Qi vaguely guessed something, but he didn't say anything, just smiled and said, "Since Mr. Abin is here, I can also retire here. Mr. King Long, I had a great time chatting with you just now. When your secret realm is officially integrated into Yuanxing, I hope I will have a chance to chat with you again." King Long also smiled and said, "Thank you, President Long." Long Qi got up and left, and was very considerate to help them close the door. The space was left to Lin Bin and King Long. There were no outsiders. King Long then breathed a sigh of relief, and his polite posture relaxed a lot. He had lived in Ghost King sect for several years before, and he was very familiar with Lin Bin, so he could let go in front of him. He sighed, "To be honest, I was really worried before coming here. Even if I went to Kingan sect back then, I was not afraid at all, but this is leaving my world and going to another completely unfamiliar world. If I'm not careful, I may die in a foreign land. No, maybe I will be completely dead when I leave my world." King Long raised the reincarnation watch on his wrist, stroked it gently, and sighed. "After wearing this reincarnation watch, I'm no longer an ordinary native, but an alien. I can no longer go back to my world easily, right? A 234 secret realm. This should mean that before my world was discovered, at least 233 worlds have been discovered, right?" Lin Bin laughed and said, "Alien reincarnationists enjoy the same benefits as orthodox reincarnationists, and naturally they have to bear the same obligations. In the future, you will also need to enter different secret realms for training. Of course, it is not all bad. At the very least, with the strength of the Azure Dragon Saint Envoy, I'm afraid that in more than a year, China will have another national level reincarnationist. Moreover, with your ability as the Azure Dragon Saint Envoy, you can easily lay a good outpost for the Ghost King sect. When the two worlds merge into one in the future, the Ghost King sect will be able to take the lead. I'm afraid that all this cannot be done without the help of the deputy sect master." King Lang looked at Lin Bin inquiringly, wanting to ask something, but hesitated for a moment, and did not ask. He was quite confident in Lin Bin's strength. He was enough to compete with him, but he was undoubtedly inferior to the sect master. But now, after only more than a month of separation, when they met again, facing Lin Bin again, King Lang actually felt an inexplicable pressure, feeling that the level was pulled apart. He even had the illusion that he was really facing a superior. It was not a superior in terms of power, but a higher level existence that was so powerful that it could take his life at any time. This also made King Lang's demeanor more restrained. He smiled and said, "This is also a good thing. After all, before coming to this world, I did too much psychological preparation. I thought that I would have to take a life and death crisis to find the deputy sect master, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. It saved me a lot of trouble." "Yeah." Lin Bin responded casually, without too much entanglement on this issue. He asked, "I'm so glad that you, the Saint Envoy King Lang, can come here in person. It seems that the matter I entrusted the sect master to pay attention to before has been solved." "Indeed, it has been solved." King Lang said seriously that Xiaoxin does have extraordinary abilities. The sect master and the two of them have been thinking and experimenting for a long time, and after several attempts and explorations, they finally successfully obtained the method to open the treasure house of the Heavenly Emperor. "Oh, this speed is much faster than I thought." Lin Bin's face showed a look of relief when he heard it. "Not only that, you said before, Deputy Sect Master, that the last volume of the Heavenly Book is hidden in the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. We were skeptical at first, but as the spiritual energy inside the Heavenly Emperor's treasury leaked out, we could vaguely sense that the spiritual energy inside is quite similar to the spiritual energy contained in the Heavenly Book itself. This time, thanks to you, Deputy Sect Master, the day when my Ghost King sect will collect the Heavenly Book is not far away." King Lang worriedly said, although the Heavenly Emperor's treasury was opened in advance, the momentum was too great and it still attracted the attention of other sects, especially the other three branches of my holy religion. They all want to take the treasure inside the Heavenly Emperor's treasury for themselves. My Ghost King sect is more vulnerable than the other three sects, so the sect master sent me to Yuanxing and asked the deputy sect master to go back for help. Since the deputy sect master dared to let us open the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, I think he must have full confidence that he can help my Ghost King sect seize this last volume of the Heavenly Book. Well, of course. Lin Bin thought to himself that this was really a pillow for a sleepy person. You know, after collecting all 7 swords, Lin Bin's combat power skyrocketed. But this surge was not in strength. His current strength configuration is actually more like that of Xiao Langnu, who uses external skills to improve his combat power, but in fact, the foundation is still far behind. As long as he works hard to improve his basic strength, the improvement in combat power will undoubtedly be multiples of the current level. The last volume of the Heavenly Book is exactly what he is currently in short supply of. Then, Deputy Sect Master, when can you go to the A234 Secret Realm for support? King Lang asked. The old Sect Master went through untold hardships to finally master the method to open the treasure house. If you, Deputy Sect Master, don't enter the Secret Realm as soon as possible, I'm afraid that all the hard work of our Ghost King sect in the past few months will be for others. I will do it as soon as possible, but for now, we have to wait a while. You also recognize Xia Dao. She is in the Secret Realm with another friend of mine. If you calculate the time, it may not take a few days for her to come out. When we gather together, we can enter immediately. And I have to apply first, after all. King Lang sighed. After all, Deputy Sect Master, you are now at the national level. Lin Bin smiled and said, don't worry. Even if the worst result is that they really took the Heavenly Book, I can make them spit out the Heavenly Book and all their good things. Let's go. King Lang Saint Envoy, I will take you to back up your identity, verify your strength, and collect all the benefits you should receive. Since you have come to the real world, if you don't have the identity of a reincarnationist, you may not be able to move forward at that time. King Lang stood up and sighed. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I don't know anything about this world. I can only rely on the Deputy Sect Master. Don't worry, I naturally can't let my own people down. Lin Bin stood up. He took King Lang to find Long He. President Long had already prepared everything, including the reincarnation table and the prepared residence. And considering that he was Lin Bin's subordinate, he was also arranged to live in Taoyuan community. It was just that when testing his strength, even though he had already made sufficient preparations, Long Qi was still shocked. A serious saint level. Moreover, he did not use any props or assistants, but reached this level with his own strength. This alone made him stronger than more than 70% of the saint level reincarnationists. Long Qi's eyes turned fiery when he looked at King Long, especially when he heard that King Long was now more than 200 years old. This fiery burning was so intense that even Lin Bin, who was standing next to him, almost ignored him. Lin Bin could not help but secretly marvel at King Long's sharpness. He had noticed the fundamental reason why he could gain a foothold in this world in such a short time. The skills of the Zooks and Secret Realm were powerful, but they might not be invincible in the real world. However, if it came to longevity, there was no doubt that their skills had the advantage. Even if one's aptitude was poor, as long as one could practice the basics, it would not be a problem to extend one's life by at least 100 years. Throwing this point out at this time. Sure enough, Long Qi's attitude towards King Long immediately became much more enthusiastic. Although this enthusiasm has not been reflected in actual benefits, it can be imagined that Long Qi is definitely the fastest one in helping King Long integrate into the real world. And if King Long can develop Long Qi into a member of the Ghost King sect, he can also make arrangements for the Ghost King sect to enter reality in advance. From this point of view, it is the best of both worlds. After arranging King Long, Lin Bin went back to continue practicing. But there was a small episode in the middle. King Long's residence was arranged on the first floor of the villa on the other side of the beast god, and an additional courtyard was given. It can be regarded as living next to the beast god. Others don't think it's a big deal, especially Long Qi thinks that everyone is from the same world. This arrangement method can allow them to keep each other warm, which is also considered to be more thoughtful. But thinking that King Long died at the hands of the beast god in the plot, Lin Bin thought it was really interesting for the two to live next door. Although King Long was anxious, he knew that Lin Bin's team had not yet assembled, so he did not want to rush him. After all, in his opinion, Lin Bin's strength was indeed very strong, but the strength of his teammates should not be underestimated. Now the opponent is the other three branches of the Holy Path whose strength is above that of the Ghost King sect. The more anxious he is at this time, the more likely he will lose more than he gains. Fortunately, King Long arrived at the right time. He did not have to wait too long. Just 3 days later, Lin Bin received a call from Yan Fei. What's going on? Yan Fei's voice on the phone was still as gentle and low as ever, but with a hint of absurdity that even she couldn't believe. She was shocked and said, "Brother Bin, what's going on? Our house, is there a thief? Why did I find that all the light furniture was gone? We moved. For some reason, I didn't have time to wait for you to come back. Don't worry, I put away the little toys I bought for you as soon as possible. I didn't let anyone see them, especially Jua." Lin Bin smiled and said, "How about it? Are you tired from 2 consecutive trainings? But there is no time for you to rest. We have to enter the secret realm as soon as possible." Chapter 390, Return to Zhu Zun. So, Xiaodao, who had just returned to her home, was tired and weak in the legs. She didn't even have time to take a shower and planned to get into bed and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Bin dragged her out directly. "What, again? Are we going to enter the secret realm again?" Xiaodao's chubby white face showed a bitter and resentful look, and she was shocked and said, "Do you know how the two of us have been spending this period of time to catch up with you? You really treat us as animals. Haven't you noticed that we both lost weight?" Lin Bin glanced at Xiaodao's thinner figure and nodded. It's true that she has lost weight, but Yan Fei has also lost a lot of weight. But she has only lost weight in the right places. Compared with the more slender waist and legs before, it makes the fullness of her chest and the plumpness behind her buttocks more graceful, just like a beautiful snake. It can only be said that there is a difference between a girl and a young woman. One is thin overall, and the other is thin in parts. Lin Bin said, "We are going to Secret Realm A234. Huh?" Xiaodao's eyes lit up. She was deeply impressed by that world. And if nothing unexpected happens, this is also the last secret realm you will experience as a saint level reincarnator. Linbin said, when you come out, you should have obtained the qualification for the assessment of a state level reincarnator. At that time, I suggest that you apply for the assessment of a state level reincarnator. Dong Jinyanfei said worriedly, so soon? Linbin said concisely, I was the examiner for the first session. Xia Dao rushed over and hugged Linbin's thighs. She looked up, her round eyes flashing with crystal light, and asked, boss, do you still need a pendant for your thigh? This posture is really too convenient. Linbin touched her hair and said, in fact, after becoming a national level reincarnationist, you will know a lot of secrets. You may be a little anxious, but you should join this team as soon as possible. While the value of national level reincarnationists has not dropped, maybe you can enjoy the last dividend of the era. As Linbin explained, Xia Dao's eyes became brighter and brighter. Yan Fei said seriously, Fei Yan is indeed one more experience away from getting the chance to take the state level assessment, but we have already entered the A234 secret realm once. If we enter again, that's fine. Since no one has any objections, I will apply now. Linbin actually had an idea in his mind. There is no doubt that this may be the last time Yan Fei, Xia Dao and Alice Phil can score points. So do we need to use the expansion fire? Increase the difficulty of the already extremely difficult task again, so as to gain more benefits. But after thinking about it, Linbin gave up this tempting idea. Although he has absolute confidence in his own strength, once the expansion fire task expands, it is really not something that can be completed by force in many cases. Just like the original underworld secret realm, if he didn't have a tie in his hand at that time, it is possible that the task would have failed. Even if he did that task at his current level, although he could easily crush all the enemies, it would not be so easy to make the extraordinary power disappear completely. Now that you have a big family and a big business, you should still be cautious. Although the expansion fire is important, you should treat it as a weapon to harm others instead of a tool to improve yourself. You should be cautious in everything. After reaching a consensus with the others, Linbin immediately went to the Reincarnation Association to apply for the secret realm. The country guarding reincarnationists no longer have to wait for the arrangement of the reincarnation space at regular intervals to enter the secret realm for training as before. The country is a brick, and it can be moved wherever there is danger. And if you want to enter the secret realm, you must apply and have a suitable reason. But correspondingly, if you take the initiative to enter the secret realm, you will no longer receive a reward. This is also to prevent the country guarding reincarnationists from entering low-level secret realms to train and brush merits. And the reason used by Linbin is very appropriate. His martial arts is incomplete, and the final fragment of the martial arts he needs has appeared. Once he gets the fragment, his strength will be greatly improved. A method that can greatly enhance the strength of a reincarnationist. Even if it is replaced by other reincarnationists, there is no reason for them to disagree. Not to mention that Abin's identity is extremely special. But you should also remember, Mr. Abin, that the assessment of the national level reincarnationists is about to begin. You are one of the 3 designated examiners. Don't stay in the secret realm for too long and miss your business in reality. But I think, Mr. Abin, you will definitely be able to balance the time in the secret realm and in reality. Long Qi smiled meaningfully. Obviously, through the previous communication with King Long, he had guessed that Linbin must have extremely magical props in his hands. And, by the way, I heard that Mr. Abin is the deputy leader of the Ghost King sect. It seems that you are very optimistic about this Ghost King sect. Long Qi suddenly talked about something off topic. The main reason is that I have similar interests with the leader and we appreciate each other. Long Qi asked again, I heard that the Ghost King sect's exercises and health preservation are quite amazing. If this secret realm is integrated into the real world, does the Ghost King sect plan to accept disciples in the real world? What are the standards? President plans to join the Ghost King sect? This? Who doesn't want to live a few more years? Long Qi smiled and did not hide his thoughts. If you really want to do this, you might as well ask King Lang. After all, I'm just an outsider. Although I have a higher status, King Long, as one of the 4 holy envoys, is deeply trusted by the sect master. If you can get his consent, you may not even have to come to this world with the Ghost King sect. You can directly become the first disciple of the Ghost King sect in the real world. Lin Bin joked, but in this way, our relationship will be messed up. It doesn't matter. When the time comes, you can call me the president and I will call you the sect master. It won't affect it, not at all. With Lin Bin's support, Long Qi smiled even more happily. Not long after, the application was approved. After returning, make some preparations. When he learned that Lin Bin was going back home, the beast god also took the initiative to come to the door. Do me a favor, I owe you a favor. If you need my help in the future, I will never refuse. The beast god said, help me bring Teoti back. During this period of time, he took the initiative to apply to enter an extremely dangerous secret realm for training. The crises experienced by a high-level reincarnationist are naturally not comparable to those of a national guardian level. Anyway, even in his state, he has suffered serious injuries, but there is no doubt that his strength has also improved significantly. For him, if he can bring Teoti back, it will not only greatly improve his strength, but also allow him to have a companion in his daily life and not be lonely anymore. It's just that a mere nightmare level secret realm has long ceased to pose any challenges to him, and entering it is a complete waste of time. Now that someone is doing it for him, he is naturally happy to use a favor instead. Okay. Lin Bin readily agreed. Lin Zu also held Lin Bin's hand and kept reminding him to be careful. Lin Bin, on the other hand, held Lin Zu's hand and said seriously, sister, you should be well prepared for the suggestion of the spirit time house. The time gem can only be used in the secret realm, and the secret realm of the kingdom of God is also a secret realm. At that time, you can let your teammates improve their strength in this secret realm, and then enter the secret realm, and their safety can be guaranteed. I understand, don't worry. Lin Zu naturally understood Lin Bin's good intentions. In fact, if it weren't for the deep affection between siblings, even if it was a close relative, how could they be willing to lend the S-level props? King Long reminded, Deputy Sect Master, remember to be careful. The Hehuan sect is not easy to deal with, especially during this period of time. After you, Deputy Sect Master, more than one batch of reincarnations have entered our world, which has caused a lot of impact on our world. Our Ghost King sect has also received a lot of legacies left by the reincarnations, and we have them, so the other 3 sects may also have them. Don't worry, I'm sure. Lin Bin nodded. He got on his H9. Dong Jin Yanfei, Alison Dela, plus Xia Dao. Lin Bin couldn't help but sigh that his team was so dominated by women. But this was completely unexpected. Who could have imagined that Alice would be forcibly bound by him? And once she was bound, her daughter would naturally board his pirate ship. Add Yanfei. 3 of the 4 teammates already have some kind of unspeakable relationship with him. Lin Bin thought to himself that I really didn't want to build a harem team, otherwise I would have pulled Shifixun and the others in as soon as possible. He has really tried his best to develop to this point today. I don't know what's going on. I always feel like I don't fit in this team. Xia Dao touched his head and asked curiously, are you bullying me? Don't worry, I won't. As soon as the words fell, with a bang, the car seemed to have run over something hard. However, the current H9 has been modified, and the risk of a car tire bursting normally has only been a small bump. Look, your biggest flaw has been made up for by your efforts. Why should I bully you? But why do I feel like I'm the only one outside? Xia Dao looked at this and that, and muttered, strange feeling. The A234 secret realm, everyone has been here once, and the second time, all went smoothly. The staff of the Reincarnation Association had been waiting for a long time. The leader was a middle-aged woman in her early 30s. Seeing Lin Bin and others coming, she came forward with a smile and said, Mr. Abin, welcome to the secret realm A234. Is there anything you need to know? No, enter immediately. Yes, I'm still a newcomer. Elia muttered, holding Iris Veil's hand obediently. Such a team doesn't look like they are entering the secret realm for training. Instead, they look like a family going out for a trip. Entering this secret realm again, the feeling is different from before. The passage of the secret realm has completely lost its previous tightness. Perhaps it is because after Linbin and the others, many reincarnations have entered, so the passage has become much wider. This time it was particularly smooth. After dozens of breaths, everyone has appeared in a very familiar place. It was the headquarters of the Ghost King sect when they first left. Being away for several months is obviously not too long for the Ghost King sect, but compared to the last time they left, the Ghost King sect this time was much more nervous, and disciples dressed in Ghost King sect costumes could be seen hurrying everywhere. The mission is here. Yan Fei suddenly called out softly. Looking at the reincarnation watch on her wrist, Alice and Xiaodao also lowered their heads tacitly. Xiaodao chuckled and said, "It's worthy of revisiting the old place. There is no need to go through the process. I can directly receive the task." And Elia blinked and muttered, "It's over. This really doesn't give us any chance to find loopholes. If we become a national guardian, then they won't even give us tasks." She really didn't see the shadow of the task. What's the task? The reward is just a small amount. Come with me. I guarantee you will eat until you are full. Linbin did not hesitate, but took out the time gem immediately. Time gem, S-level item. By paying reincarnation points, the time flow rate between different worlds can be divided, and the amount of reincarnation points paid will be the standard. Note, who said money can't buy time? Do you want to use the time gem? Linbin directly chose yes, and his reincarnation points began to decrease at the same time. After a moment, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He remembered very clearly that the last time he came to this secret realm, when using the time gem, he adjusted the ratio to 1 to 10, and the daily consumption was about 100 reincarnation points. But this time, the same ratio. As a result, the daily consumption has reached 140 points. Is it because of the addition of Elia? In this way, the consumption of the time gem should be based on the number of people, and it may also be related to the individual's strength. After all, how can such a small body be worth 40 reincarnation points? It seems that everyone's strength has improved significantly. Linbin sighed with relief. He didn't care about the expenses. They were all family, so why should he be polite? And if nothing unexpected happened, the only use of the reincarnation point in the future would probably be to consume the spiritual time house. After Linzu's construction was completed, he asked, "What is your mission?" "This mission is a little." Xiaodao raised his head with a serious face. Linbin asked, "Oh, what's the matter? What is the specific mission?" He didn't care. How difficult could it be? At worst, we could send out the Night King to create another army of aliens. Without the 8 Evil's mysterious fire array, the Night King has no nemesis in this world and is almost invincible. I was just a little curious. After all, Xiaodao could be considered a veteran, but she could show such an expression. It was really strange. At this time, Dongjin Yanfei and Alice Phil also raised their heads, with extremely strange expressions on their faces. Yanfei shook her head and sighed. "Our mission is no different from last time. We still have to save Xiaoqi and Biao from danger." Linbin, what? Xiaodao sighed speechlessly. This. Could it be that the Ghost King's family is actually surnamed Tang? Otherwise, why do they always fall into the hands of the enemy so frequently? Chapter 391 Madam, you don't want to drag down your husband, do you? Xiaodao came from a ruined secret realm where civilization had collapsed and been destroyed. Therefore, she had heard of the story of a certain elder Tang who was often kidnapped, but it was just a few fragments, but it did not prevent her from bringing it up to prove her knowledge. Linbin pondered and said, "It's not surprising. The opening of the Heavenly Emperor's treasure house by the Ghost King must have caused a lot of noise." King Lang also said before that this matter has aroused the covetousness of the other 3 sects of the demonic path. Don't think that, just because we are born from the same source, we are as close as brothers. In fact, these people have probably coveted the heavenly book for a long time, and it is normal for them to have the idea of taking advantage of the sect master's wife. Moreover, any of the 3 sects is enough to delay the main combat power of the Ghost King sect. If others take action to snatch people, they will have a great chance of success. I just don't know where Madame Xiaoqi was captured this time. Alice's eyes were slightly sighing and pitying. Having lived with Xiaoqi for several years before, she was naturally familiar with his personality. She was just a woman with high aspirations, but a fragile life. She clearly wanted to be a helper to her husband, but she could only become a burden to him again and again. This must have been a big blow. Linben said, "Fortunately, we have already laid the groundwork before. It is not difficult for the enemy to kidnap my wife, but they will definitely leave clues. We just need to know which sect is the one who did it. Then we can go directly to the headquarters of that sect and take the person back. With strength, we naturally have the confidence to speak." Linben's tone was full of strong confidence. While speaking, several disciples of the Ghost King sect hurriedly passed by and noticed Linben and others. The leader showed a bit of surprise on his face and hesitated. "Deputy Sect Master?" Linben recognized this disciple, named Kisha, who can be said to be the most capable person among the younger generation of the Ghost King sect. It can even be said that, if Guile had not come to intercept in the plot, he would be the mainstay of the younger generation of the Ghost King sect in the future. "Kisha, you've come just in time. I have something to ask you." Seeing Kisha running over quickly, he bowed respectfully. Linben asked, "I want to ask you, has the sect master's wife been kidnapped?" "The sect master's wife? No." Kisha was surprised and said, "Why does the deputy sect master say that?" Since the last Fox Mountain incident, the sect master has been very concerned about the safety of his wife. The Susaku Saint envoy can be said to be by her side day and night, and she is accompanied by Miss Xiaobei. Under such circumstances, who could have kidnapped her? She wasn't captured? Several people looked at each other in surprise. This is not in line with the mission. Where are the sect master's wife and daughter? In her boudoir. Especially in recent times, when the sect master is away, the wife stays at home and never leaves the Ghost King sect's important garrison easily and dares not cause even the slightest trouble to the sect master. Kisha looked longing and sighed. "I used to think that all women in the world were a burden, but I didn't expect that there was such a considerate person as the wife. No wonder even the wise and powerful sect master fell in love and couldn't extricate himself." Linben. "Sect master, someone is targeting your wife." Linben waved his hand and said, "Okay, I know, you go and do your thing." "Yes. By the way, deputy sect master, are you coming back this time to help the sect master? It would be great if you could take charge of the overall situation." Kisha bowed respectfully again, then turned and left. Linben turned his head to look at his teammates. Xiaodao was puzzled at first and said, "What do you mean? Didn't we save Xiaokai from danger? What if she is not in danger yet? How about we kidnap her first, send her to that Sanzang, and then rescue her?" As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes fell on Xiaodao. Linben said, "It seems that our mission is not a simple rescue mission, but a prevention mission." Yan Fei pondered and said, "Because the enemy has already started to target Madame Xiaokai. Madame Xiaokai is now in crisis, so our mission is not to save Madame Xiaokai from prison, but to prevent her from falling into the enemy's trap? If so, the difficulty of this mission has increased a lot." Xiaodao looked puzzled, not understanding why the difficulty of the mission would increase a lot. But everyone else obviously understood this. Preventing trouble before it happens. But what steps should be taken to completely avoid the crisis for Xiaokai? In the middle, there are too many points to pay attention to. Should we split up? Elia asked. "We still have the mission to enter the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. If we want to protect Xiaochi, wouldn't it be very passive? Let's find a way to reunite with her first." Linben waved his hand and said, "I already have an idea in mind. This mission is not difficult, but it shouldn't be a big deal for us." Several people walked towards the residence of the women in Huki Mountain together. After several years of seclusion and cultivation in the Ghost King sect, Linben's so-called deputy sect leader position has long been legitimate. No one dared to stop him along the way. On the contrary, seeing their long-lost deputy sect leader reappear again, the disciples were inexplicably excited. It felt that the dark clouds over the Ghost King sect during this period of time had dissipated a lot. Chixin Pavilion. It was a residence specially arranged by the Ghost King for Xiaochi. The surrounding area was heavily guarded, and there were birds singing and flowers blooming. The scenery was lush and beautiful, which was very different from the generally dark and solemn decoration of the Ghost King sect. It can only be said that for the safety of his wife, the Ghost King really cared deeply. It was inevitable that he was concerned. The Ghost King hadn't been back for a long time. Since the opening of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, whether Lin Bin came back or not, the Ghost King would never allow his hard work of several months to be plundered by others. Therefore, he had been in the Dead Marsh during this period of time, and many elite members of the Ghost King sect were also taken there. In this situation, how could he not guard his own rear? Especially since his flaws and weaknesses were so obvious. In fact, it was not only the Ghost King who was worried about the safety of his wife and daughter in the sect, but Xiao Kai was also worried about the Ghost King. When the Heavenly Emperor's treasury was opened, the world changed greatly. Almost everyone noticed this amazing phenomenon. If the Ghost King sect wanted to dominate the Heavenly Emperor's treasury now, it would be as difficult as being an enemy of the whole world. Even if he had to distract himself to protect them, Xiao Kai was almost unable to eat or sleep during this period of time. And at this time, the deputy leader of the Ghost King sect and his confidants actually returned with the departure of the Azure Dragon Saint envoy, Sister Dao Dao. After not seeing each other for nearly a year, Biao had grown a little bit taller, almost catching up with Zidao. She happily flew over, intending to crash into Zidao's arms, but the two girls ended up bumping into each other with the ball, because they were of similar height. Xiao Kai was relieved and happy, and sighed, with the return of the deputy sect leader, my husband is even more powerful. This time, we must be fully confident of going to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. You are back just in time. Xiao Bei's originally bored expression became lively again, after seeing Lin Bin. She held a small cat tail leaf fan in her hand, and fanned herself casually. She looked unruly and said, I'm very relieved that she is in Xiao Kai's hands. As for the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, why don't you leave this kind of thing to me? I will go to the Dead Marsh. Alas, I'm almost moldy after staying in Fox Mountain every day for this period of time. Xiao Kai said guiltily, I'm sorry, Sister Xiao Bei, it's all my fault. You can't even leave Fox Mountain. Xiao Bei comforted softly, your safety is definitely the most important. Xiao Bei, if you want to go, it's not that you can, but you can't go alone. We all have to go together. Go together? Yuji, who had been serving as a guard nearby, was shocked and said, how can this be done? Madam is a daughter, how can you put yourself in danger? The Ghost King sect is in danger now, and the safest place is actually by my side. Lin Bin said seriously, the mission issued by the reincarnation space when we came to this world this time is to protect Madame Xiaoqi from danger. This means that the enemy has set their sights on her, and if we don't intervene, they will definitely succeed. Now staying in the Ghost King sect is just a living target. It's better to leave here and act with me. There should be no safer place than by my side now. This is very arrogant. But Yuji is concerned about another point. She said in surprise, your mission is related to Madam? As a middleman who is not a reincarnation, but has mastered the memories of reincarnations, the Ghost King has naturally taught his capable subordinates about the concept of reincarnations over the years. Because of this, Yuji naturally understands what this mission represents. She asked, then what do you plan to do? I plan to take the initiative. As long as we eliminate all the forces that may threaten Madam, then our mission will be accomplished. Lin Bin spread his hands and said, we can't really hand Madam over to those enemies and then rescue her. There is no such cheating method in missions. All the forces that threaten Madam. At present, Xian'an Temple is in a state of panic and Fengxiang Valley is completely destroyed. As for King Gan sect, we have a friendship of fighting side by side. In addition, they are a famous and upright sect. They would not do this if they had a little shame. In other words, our enemies are actually only the three sects of Hehuan sect, Changsheng Hall and Wandu sect. Xiao Bei tilted her head. She was obviously a person who had even given birth to a child, but at this moment, her puzzled look seemed a bit cute and adorable. She asked in confusion, that's all? Although I'm not afraid of them, if a fight really breaks out, there is a better way right now. Madam, do you also think that the title of sect master's wife is too small? How about the title of the Holy Church's wife? Lin Bin laughed and said, when the time comes, just give me the title of deputy leader. Xiao Kai clenched his fists and raised his voice, deputy leader, I'm serious. Madam, I'm serious too. Lin Bin smiled and said, the Heavenly Emperor's treasure house is open and the challenge is imminent. If you, madam, plan to lend a helping hand to the sect leader, then come with me. I promise that we can give the sect leader a big surprise. You don't want your husband to be unable to deal with the enemy wholeheartedly because he is worried about you, right? Xiaokai thought about it seriously and nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. Yuji exclaimed. Madam, this is too dangerous. Xiaokai said firmly. Sister Yuji, there is no need to say more. I have made up my mind. If the enemy has really set his sights on me, then leaving the Ghost King sect will make the enemy more confused. At least I don't have to wait here like a target for the enemy to deal with. Rather than just accepting the enemy's calculations, I prefer to take the initiative. Xiaobai asked straightforwardly, where are we going? Are we going directly to the Dead Marsh? Linben said, no, before we go to the Dead Marsh, let's go to Southern Xinjiang first. Southern Xinjiang? Why? Xiaobai was stunned. Linben smiled mysteriously, without any explanation. Just go. Only half an hour later, everyone had packed up, and Yuji was still muttering that I must be crazy. The enemy is targeting us, and we actually took the initiative to leave the Ghost King sect. Isn't this delivering to the door? But when Linben summoned a magic sword, amplified the sword light, included everyone in it, and then turned into a long rainbow, and dissipated in the sky, within the sword light, Yuji couldn't help but exclaimed, Deputy Sect Master, so fast. It seems that, if they take the initiative to leave Huki Mountain, the enemy may really not even be able to find their traces. At the same time, around Huki Mountain, the spies of the various sects of the demonic path who had been lurking for a long time saw Linben's undisguised sword light, especially the several blurred figures in the sword light. How could they not understand everything? They immediately sent messages to their respective sects. Hidden sect. What? The Ghost King sect master's wife left the Ghost King sect with her daughter? Upon hearing this, Madame Jinling's eyes lit up, and a smile of success appeared on her charming face. She smiled and said, this is really a pillow for sleepiness, and even the quilt is laid out. If you stay in Huki Mountain, I still have a headache. I have to consider cooperating with others to catch you. Now that you have left the Ghost King sect, I don't have to be polite to you anymore. Come on, tell Hu and Onjing to lead the 4 Dharma protectors and the elite in the sect to capture the Ghost King sect master's wife before others. Yes. The subordinates immediately rushed to work. The same order. Not only the Hehuan sect, but also the Changsheng Hall and the Wandu sect have sent out their best troops. The Ghost King sect is now firmly defending the Dead Marsh. Although the 3 sects have joined forces to force the Ghost King sect to retreat, as the first to discover the Heavenly Emperor's treasure house, and even use a unique method to open the Heavenly Emperor's treasure house in advance, the Ghost King sect undoubtedly has much more information than them. Because of this, if anyone can capture the Ghost King sect's leader's wife, then they will be able to seize the initiative in the game with the Ghost King sect. For a while, because of Xiaochi's movement, almost all the elite combat forces of the 3 major sects of the demonic path followed suit. Compared to fighting with the Ghost King sect, but still worrying about being picked up by other allied sects, it is more labor saving to bully other people's wives and children. Linben ignored these. There was no other way. There was no way to drive. The 5-seater car just fit the 5 people of his S.M team, and suddenly there were 4 more people. Unless they sat in layers, there was no way to squeeze so many people into their car. Simply fly on the sword. Linben's true essence recovered very quickly, especially when he returned to this place with abundant spiritual energy. There was no need to save his energy. He flew at the highest power throughout the journey, heading straight to the southern border at the fastest speed. The purpose was simple. Completely destroy the 3 major sects. Having achieved the state defending level and obtained 7 magic weapons, Linben's strength has now increased to an astonishing level. It's not that no one in the Xuxin secret realm can match him, but there is no doubt that the people who can match Linben are definitely not in the Hehuan sect, the Wandu sect, and the Changsheng Hall. How can Linben have time to fight wits and courage with these people, and then completely destroy them with great strength, and then find a way to deal with their remaining rebels? Coincidentally, didn't the Beast God intend to let him help bring Teoti back? After the Beast God leaves, Teoti can command all the monsters in the 10,000 mountains. These monsters undoubtedly have the combat power to destroy the entire world. In this case, why not let them help us completely unify the magic path? Since there is help, don't use it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392. Don't bully beasts like this. Even Lin Bean probably didn't expect that he would stir up a storm again just after he came to this world. Almost all the demonic forces in the Zooks and Secret Realm were moved by him. The three major demon sects each have their own methods. Although they couldn't catch up with Lin Bean's lightning fast speed, there was no problem in confirming his whereabouts. Especially since Lin Bean didn't have any twists and turns throughout the whole journey, and he almost went straight to the destination like a dragon. The 100,000 Mountains. Do you want to use the remote mountains of the 100,000 Mountains to make us unable to find their traces? It's a smart idea, but unfortunately this guy forgot that the four major holy sects are from the same sect, and the cultivation methods they practice have something in common. Naturally, there are ways to capture each other's whereabouts. As a person from an outside sect, the deputy leader of the Ghost King sect who changed his ways halfway obviously doesn't understand the magic of their holy way. Ha 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 ha, this is their way to death. After learning this news, the people of the three major demon sects were all delighted. The Ghost King had arranged the layout before, and Fox Mountain was almost surrounded by water. The three sects could naturally break through it together. But this guy was too cunning. The defense array he arranged was strict and sparse, but they could help each other to reinforce. In this way, the people of the three sects, who already had their own plans, were not easy to take action. No one wanted to be the one who suffered the most. But now, the amateurs were commanding the experts, and the other party revealed such a big flaw. Isn't this the best opportunity? The news that Xiaoqi and Biao, mother and daughter, left Fox Mountain naturally reached the ears of the Ghost King of the Dead Marsh as soon as possible. Aren't you going to save your wife and children? Xiaoqi looked at his old friend, now the leader of the Ghost King sect, and sighed. The Heavenly Emperor's treasure house is important, but there is only one wife and child. With your temperament, if they are gone, you will never remarry in this life. By then, you will be a widower for the rest of your life. The loneliness and coldness are not something that ordinary people can bear. Did you eat shit in your mouth to say such unlucky words? Who could have imagined that the Ghost King of the Ghost King sect, who was as wise as the sea, could actually curse like a shrew? However, they both knew each other's details, so when there were only the two of them, there was no need to pretend. The Ghost King sighed deeply and said, "The deputy sect leader has returned. It seems that King Lang's operation went smoothly." Xiaoqi sighed. "This is your unwiseness. King Lang is the leader of the four guardians of the Ghost King sect after all. His strength is second only to you in the entire Ghost King sect. At such a critical moment, you actually sent him away. And from what you said, he will never come back, right? The strength of your Ghost King sect has greatly decreased." The Ghost King snorted and asked, "Don't you claim to be able to calculate the world and know the past and present? Then think about it carefully. Why should I trust the new deputy sect leader of the Ghost King sect so much? I won't even worry if my wife and daughter are taken away from the sect by him." Xiaoqi was surprised. "Are you really not going to save your wife and children?" "I feel more at ease with the deputy sect leader." The Ghost King sat down. He was really not worried at all. No one knows the magic of the reincarnation better than him. Each reincarnation has at least several props from different worlds, and the role these weapons can play in the battle of the same level can definitely catch the enemy off guard. Although Abin has never shown his strength in front of him. But the Ghost King always remembers that when he learned that the Night King was in chaos, his expression never showed any confusion or worry. Even when he mentioned that the Beast God might not be able to kill the Night King, he was not at all confused. Obviously, even if the Beast God really failed, he must have other ways to take the Night King's life. You know, the Night King is a terrible monster that almost destroyed the three major righteous ways in one fell swoop. And the three major righteous ways have suppressed their holy way for hundreds of years, and they can hardly raise their heads. it can be seen that the ability of this deputy master is definitely beyond his imagination. The three major demon sects sent elites to pursue. The Ghost King thought that this way, while the battlefield was transferred from the Dead Marsh to the 10,000 Mountains, I can take this opportunity to completely open the door of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. Although the power of the Ghost King sect is still a little weak, it is barely enough to deal with the incomplete power of the three sects. And there is also the Kingayan sect, which may be used. The Ghost King is a man of great talent and strategy. Even though he is worried about the safety of his wife and daughter, he still figured out what he should do most in just a few breaths. At this time, Linbin had already brought a group of beautiful women to the deepest part of the Shuan Mountains. Here, I've been here before. Xiao Bei looked calm and looked at the surroundings in surprise and asked, this was once the place where the beast god was sealed, but now, hasn't the beast god left with you? He even took away the diagram of the 8 evil mysterious fire array here. If you want to rely on some things left by the beast god to protect Xianich's safety, then you may be thinking too well. But there are some things he can't take away. What are they? Teoti. Linbin looked back and asked Yuji, Saint Envoy Suzaku, didn't you say before that the methods practiced by the four sects lead to the same goal? So as long as the cultivation is high enough, they can use secret methods to sense the location of their fellow practitioners? Check how far those people from the evil path have chased. Suzaku closed his eyes after hearing this and sensed carefully for a while. He looked up and said, the enemy is chasing us very fast. Now they are 200 miles away. If we stay here for more than an incense stick of time, they will catch up and surround us. And these people are the elite of the three sects. If they rush up, we can't deal with them. I don't plan to deal with them directly. Linbin muttered, this distance is about right. He took out a burnt stick, about half the length of an arm, the thickness of an arm bone. It seemed to be a burnt and crystallized human arm bone. According to the beast god, he was trapped in that cave and couldn't get out. He lived a very lonely life. Later, he met Teoti, but it was also very lonely. So one day in the future, it took the initiative to bring such a bone and played the game of throwing with itself. So it only needs to do this. Linbin threw the bone high into the sky. The next moment, a black shadow suddenly flew over in the sky, mixed with a strong and pungent smell of fishy wind. It bit the bone directly and fell to the ground. Several people couldn't help but let out a low exclamation. It was because the beast's face was too ugly. Although it was doing the same movements as a dog, its appearance was much larger than a lion. The ancient mythical beast, Teoti, and holding the bone in its mouth, it was like meeting an old friend. Teoti immediately swung its tail in joy, rolled wildly on the ground, and kept kicking the bone in its mouth with its two hind legs, curling itself into a ball. At first glance, it really looked a bit ugly and cute. Yuji immediately protected Biyeo and Ziokai behind her, and looked at the ferocious beast with caution. Linbin asked, do you like it? This is what your master, the beast god, asked me to bring for you. Raw. It's great that you can understand me. Linbin smiled and said, your master can no longer come back to this world, so when he knew I was coming, he asked me to bring this toy to you, saying that as long as you see this toy, you will know what kind of relationship I have with him. Teoti's excitedly kicking hind legs suddenly stopped, and his two big ears drooped a little weakly. He instantly became listless and roared twice. That's right, I'm your master's friend, so I won't lie to you. Roar. Teoti kicked the bone aside angrily. Don't you like it? Are you angry that your master didn't come to see you in person? Alas. He also has his own unspeakable secrets. He can't come back to this world. But it's not that he has no way out. He can't come, but you can go. In fact, if you don't have any attachment to this world, I can take you to reunite with your master. Teoti. Linbin sighed, but you look too ferocious, and I heard from the beast god that you like to kill and eat people. It was because of this that he didn't take you with him when he left. Roar. Carrot. Oh. Teoti immediately pounced over and squatted on the ground obediently. A very anthropomorphic and flattering smile appeared on his ugly face. The tail behind him was about to shake like a wheel and quickly cleared the ground that was originally piled with a thick layer of rotten leaves to create a large open space. You want to say that you are very good and won't eat people indiscriminately, right? The big head nodded like pounding garlic. Are you sure you can listen? Roar, roar, roar. One man and one beast, speaking completely different languages, but they communicated without any obstacles. Irisveal turned her head away a little embarrassedly. How should I put it? The beast god's request was to help him bring Teoti to the real world. As a result, the master took the opportunity to turn Teoti into his own tool. It really fits the master's temperament. It's just like when you are replenishing your own magic. It's obviously just an exchange of saliva, but your hands have to move around, as if you are at a disadvantage if you don't get a little more oil and water. Thinking of the past that can't be written down, she felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart, and then she shuddered, secretly glanced at Elia, and thought to herself that she couldn't think about it because the master belongs to Elia. How shameless must a man be to steal his own daughter? Well, although you said you are very obedient, I still want to test you. Only if you pass the test can I take you to see your master, so that you will never leave his side again, and you don't have to wander alone in this world. How about that? Teoti stood up vividly, and then posed a hunting posture, and took a few bites with his big mouth, indicating that there was no problem at all. You can see that there are a group of tails following us, and the beast god is gone. Can you control these monsters? If you can, then do me a favor, and kill all of them. Don't let them follow me anymore. Linbin sighed. Cannibalism is a very cruel act, so I tolerate them to live until now, but you are not human, so there is no worry in this regard. Let the monsters in the 10,000 mountains eat them all. Raw Teoti turned around without hesitation and rushed into the depths of the dense jungle. The next moment, a rough and fierce roar sounded. Then, the voices of other monsters that followed, from different locations and different species, even monsters that might have been hunting each other, stopped what they were doing and roared along with Teoti. In an instant, the entire Shuan Mountains came alive. Then, there was a violent earthquake, as if the entire Shuan Mountains were about to. What happened? The many demons who had just chased to the Shuan Mountains and went deeper into them were suddenly confused. This is already an extremely remote southern border. How could these serious demon monks come here? To them, this place is completely unfamiliar. Even this violent earthquake, they just thought it was a normal situation. After all, it was a mountain, and earthquakes were also normal. But when they saw a demon beast as big as an adult lion flying out ferociously, biting the head of a demon monk, above their heads, a giant python as thick as an adult's waist had quietly poked its head out. Its body was still coiled on the tree, but its huge bloody mouth had already extended more than 10 meters, and was close to their heads. The dark and quiet bushes shook violently. In an instant, a large number of monsters suddenly surged out, like the roar of the ocean, and rushed to the middle of these monks in an instant. Monsters are rioting. Be careful. Everyone, fly to the sky. The demon monks were also elite, and reacted very quickly. Seeing that the monsters were coming fiercely and powerfully, with sharp claws, they seemed to be many times stronger than ordinary beasts. At that moment, each of them raised his magic weapon. With the joint efforts of everyone, they formed a defensive formation and immediately slaughtered the monsters that rushed in the first batch. In an instant, blood mist filled the sky and the earth, and the monsters were already dead or injured. But this was just the beginning. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw more monsters rushing out from all directions. It was like a forest with no end. All the monsters rushed here and regarded them as their hunting targets. We've fallen into a trap. Run away. This is a conspiracy. Some smart people soon discovered something was wrong. The Ghost King sect had set their sights on the 100,000 mountains from the beginning, and they wanted to use the power of these monsters to completely wipe them out. At that moment, the powerful disciples drove their magic weapons into the sky, wanting to fly away from the sky. But there were dark clouds above their heads, and ugly giant beasts with ferocious bone wings quickly blocked their way, and rushed towards their protective auras fearlessly. Many monsters were killed and injured, but gradually, as the monks' skills were exhausted. Soon, some monks also shed blood in the sky. The blood filled with spiritual energy immediately aroused the nearby monsters' greater ferocity. After entering their mouths, they howled wildly, and rushed towards other humans. The flesh and blood of these monks were the best tonic for them. If they were just following orders from the superiors before, now they were following their most basic instincts and drinking the freshest blood of these monks. They were even fearless for the sake of blood. Roar, roar, roar in the distance. The Teoti, who had witnessed the battle, swung its tail wildly at Lin Bin, as if to say, see, these people are dead. It's just a matter of time. Good boy, you did a great job. Next, you just need to do one more thing for me. As long as you can do it, I will take you to see your master, the beast god. Lin Bin calculated that the Teoti would not speak, and he seemed to be planning to squeeze its value completely. However, we are all leaving this world, so it would be a waste not to borrow this help. We might as well make the best use of it, which can be regarded as a kind of saving in a different sense. Chapter 393, Ghost Winds. 3 days later, the group of elite monks who came to pursue were finally completely submerged under the waves of continuous and surging attacks. It can only be said that these monks were sent here to carry out the task of hunting down the wife of the master of a sect for a reason. They can still support for 3 days under such an attack, which shows that the strength and foundation of these monks are far superior to ordinary monks of ordinary sects. They can be said to be the elite among the elite. However, this made Lin Bin's plan fall through. Originally, he thought that after these people died, he could exploit them severely. Unexpectedly, this group of monks fought to the last moment. When they died, the magic weapons they used had already exhausted their spiritual light and were incomplete. It greatly reduced the gains that Lin Bin expected. But he didn't care. This time, as long as he could get the last volume of the heavenly book, it would be the biggest victory for him. Lin Bin praised loudly, well done, Teoti. Next, as long as you help me destroy all the monks in these 3 places, I can promise you that I will definitely let you see your master. Roar, roar, roar. Teoti responded happily, raised his front paws in a very humane way, and gave Lin Bin a high five to make an alliance. After that, it ran to summon the monsters. The beast god is the source of the evil spirit of the 100,000 mountains. In a sense, he is the ancestor of these monsters. It is his evil spirit that breeds so many terrible monsters. As a pet that has always been with the beast god, Teoti carries the breath of the beast god on his body, which makes it very convenient to command these monsters. So, in just 5 days, a huge team of monsters that was so huge that Xiaoqi couldn't help but worry rushed out of the 100,000 mountains and rushed straight to the direction of the Hehuan sect, which was the closest of the 3 major demon sects. Wherever they passed, there was a huge momentum, smoke and dust rolled, and the earth trembled. Such a might naturally could not be hidden from anyone. So, in the death marsh, the 3 major sects that were confronting the Ghost King sect from a distance quickly received the news. What? The countless monsters in the 100,000 mountains have left the mountains and are coming to our sect? When they learned the news, whether it was the poison god or Yu Yangzi and Madame Jinling, they were all shocked. Especially Madame Jinling. She asked the messenger in disbelief, how is it possible? Haven't those monsters never left the 100,000 mountains? Why are the 100,000 mountains so dangerous that even those cultivators are unwilling to easily set foot in them? It is because those monsters may not be scary alone, but there are too many of them. In addition, the 100,000 mountains are their geographical range. Even if a cultivator with strong strength enters it, he will die if he is not careful. Fortunately, these monsters rarely leave the Shuan Mountains, and they have never been ravaged by monsters, because they were guarded by Fengxiang Valley. Although Fengxiang Valley was destroyed later, the monsters were like dogs tied with chains. Although they have grown up to be beasts that don't need to take the chains seriously, their childhood habits make them still accustomed to hiding in the Shuan Mountains. But who could have expected that they would rush out of the Shuan Mountains at this time? And Madame Jinling quickly grasped the key thread in the middle. What about the elite troops sent to chase the Ghost King sect master's wife? The last time they sent us a message, didn't they say that Xiaoqi and the others were taken to the direction of the 10,000 mountains? Why haven't they sent any messages in the past few days? This, I don't know, but if the monsters in the 10,000 mountains really come out in full force, then they will just run into Senior Sister Hua and the others. In this situation, they are probably in danger, and according to their direction of travel, they can reach the sect of our Hehuan sect in 3 days at most. Madame Jinling shook and felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand. Even if she used her knees to think, she could guess that this matter might still be related to the sudden appearance of the shitty Ghost King sect deputy sect master. But now it seems that the matter of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury has to be postponed. Sect inheritance is the most important thing. Madame Jinling shouted in a delicate voice. Quick, order all Hehuan sect disciples to return to Hehuan sect immediately to support the sect. Also, send 2 eloquent disciples to meet Yuanyangzi and Dushan. Just like the saying goes, the lips and teeth are cold. The monsters in the 100,000 mountains may have united with the Ghost King sect. Even if the Hehuan sect goes out in full force, it will never be the opponent of the 100,000 mountains monsters. But after the demise of the Hehuan sect, the next will be the Changsheng Hall and the 10,000 poison sect. It is better to work together with our Hehuan sect to destroy these monsters in front of the Hehuan sect, which can also relieve their life and death crisis. Otherwise, our Hehuan sect will immediately move to another sect and let them face these monsters on their own. Madame Jinling's reaction was not slow. And what she thought of, the cunning people like Dushan and Yuanyangzi naturally did not need to say much. They even thought about it more deeply. If the enemy was really coming for them, the Hehuan sect could not be the opponent of the 100,000 mountain monsters. Once they moved, they would be the first to bear the brunt. In this case, it would be better to put the battlefield in the Hehuan sect. In this way, the Hehuan sect would have to fight for the sect, and would have to fight to the death. As for them, they only needed to play a supporting role, and the Hehuan sect would owe them a huge favor. They even had the leisure to think about the Heavenly Emperor's treasure house. You know, the Ghost King was very thoughtful, which made him spend several months to open the door of the Heavenly Emperor's treasure house. Combined with the information of the second volume of the Heavenly Book he had previously mastered, it is very likely that the Heavenly Emperor's treasure house is related to the Heavenly Book. If so, they must not miss such a good opportunity. So, the elites of the 3 sects quickly retreated and returned to their respective sects. But during the retreat, another group of people quietly stayed behind. At least on the surface, they had previously been competing with the Ghost King sect for advantageous terrain. If it weren't for the fact that the Ghost King sect was the only one that knew how to open the Heavenly Emperor's treasure house, the 3 sects that had already completely defeated the Ghost King sect would have retreated with a pile of corpses. This news could not be concealed, and the Ghost King soon received the actual detailed news. He laughed and said, I knew that once my deputy sect leader returned, they would be defeated. However, the deputy sect leader is quite good at using the opponent's strength to defeat him. Last time he faced the Night King, he was able to ask the Beast God to deal with him, and tortured him to the point where he was worse than death, thus relieving the fatal crisis in the Central Plains. And now facing the 3 major demon sects, he can even bring in the monsters from the 100,000 mountains. Hahaha, it's such a happy experience to watch the enemy suffer heavy losses without losing a single soldier. I suddenly like this way of fighting. Funny as hell. These monsters are terrifying, enough to sweep the world. They never left the 100,000 mountains before, but now they are out. Do you expect them to go back obediently? Zayixon showed a dazed look on his face. He exclaimed, your deputy sect leader released a disaster, a terrible disaster, that can destroy the world. No matter how terrible it is, can it be as terrible as the Night King? The Ghost King was quite calm and said playfully, he is not afraid of the Night King, so how can he not handle the monsters in the 10,000 mountains? You underestimate the deputy leader of our Ghost King sect. You have great confidence in him. Zayixon sighed. Now he is thousands of miles away, which is a good assist for you. If you open the treasure house of the Emperor of Heaven, no one will dare to compete with you. The Ghost King asked. The 3 major sects retreated, and all the elite masters retreated cleanly. Do you believe it? What do you mean? Zayixon asked back. Is there any hidden conspiracy in this? The Ghost King sneered and said, I believe that the Hehuan sect really retreated. After all, the monsters have come to their doorstep. It is a critical moment for the survival of the sect. If Madame Jinling does not retreat, she will be at a loss. But as for the 10,000 poison sect and the Changsheng Hall, people are lucky and always think that things have nothing to do with them if they don't happen to them, or they are thinking about having the best of both worlds. If you understand these old guys, you should understand that as long as there is a 50% chance, they will dare to bet everything they have. He shook his head and said, on the surface, they have indeed retreated, but if I open the Heavenly Emperor's treasury now, these old guys will rush to the gate as soon as possible. Although our Ghost King sect is the strongest in the Dead Marsh, if they insist on breaking in and taking things and running away, we may not be able to stop them. Moreover, there must be guarding spirit beasts in the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, and their strength is also extraordinary. With the power of my Ghost King sect, it is really too difficult to deal with these threats at the same time. Then what are you going to do? It's very simple. In the current situation, our Ghost King sect can't handle it alone. Of course, we need to find a partner. But your demon sect is divided into 4 sects. Now 3 sects are united against your Ghost King sect. Who can you cooperate with? The Ghost King said lightly. For example, your old family Kingan sect? Zayaxin widened his eyes in shock. Shocked, he said, the demon sect cooperates with the righteous sect? Don't look at me like that. This is a very normal thing. The Ghost King explained. Although the deputy leader of our Ghost King sect has left during this period, our world is not peaceful. Our Ghost King sect alone has detected 6 groups of reincarnations entering this world to cause trouble. Among these people, there are demons and monsters. To deal with our Saint sect, there are also many reincarnations who sneak into Kingan sect and cause great damage inside Kingan sect. As far as I know, Shang Zhengliang, the head of Chaoyang Peak of Kingan sect, died in the conspiracy of reincarnations. From this point of view, we have a common enemy. Reincarnation? You know them very well. Of course, I may be the person who knows the details of the reincarnation best in this world, and the second one should be Deogsun. As long as he is not stupid, he should understand that the world is no longer the enemy of good and evil. What we need to do now is the same thing, that is, to improve our own strength, so that our own sect can survive in the future torrent. Therefore, if he knows that the second volume of the Heavenly Book is hidden in the treasure house of the Emperor of Heaven, he will never give up such a good opportunity. Especially after Deogsun knew that the 5th volume of the Heavenly Book was in the Zeuxan sword, and that Taijizu and King Deo also had a very complicated relationship with the Heavenly Book. The Ghost King was full of confidence in this. Zayaxin asked in a deep voice, you knew what was in the treasure house of the Emperor of Heaven? Yes. You are willing to share the Heavenly Book with Kingan sect? Of course. Zayaxin was surprised. You are so generous. The Ghost King smiled and said, I always keep my word. Looking at Zayaxin with an unbelievable face, the Ghost King felt that his unfathomableness finally fooled this person. He laughed triumphantly. Generous? Only ghosts are generous. The Ghost King thought that Kingan sect now has the 4th and 5th volumes of the Heavenly Book. They should have understood by now how much benefit the Heavenly Book would bring to their own practice. This alone is destined to make them unable to resist the attraction of the Heavenly Book. And now, they should think that the Ghost King sect only has the 2nd volume. Therefore, if they get the 3rd volume, they will have 3 volumes of the 5 volumes of the Heavenly Book, while the Ghost King sect only has 2 volumes. They are the ones who have the advantage. But in fact, the people of Kingan sect could never have imagined that the Ghost King sect already has the 1st, 2nd, and 4th volumes. The 4th volume was taken out by Linbin when he used it to exchange for the 1st volume. It can be regarded as a small cooperation between the 2 parties. Therefore, after this cooperation, Kingan sect will definitely be able to greatly improve its strength and achieve its goal by getting an extra volume of the Heavenly Book. But their Ghost King sect has already obtained 4 volumes of the Heavenly Book, especially the general outline of the 1st volume. Their benefits will be greater than that of Kingan sect, and it is not impossible for them to take off from where they are. They have made a lot of money. Cooperation? We must cooperate. Moreover, he was sincere. He did not regret it, even if the people from Kingan sect changed their minds halfway. Therefore, he was very sincere. Not only did he tell Deogsun a lot of information about the reincarnation for free, but he even told Deogsun that it was Abin who took the initiative to tell him that there was a Heavenly Book in the treasure house of the Emperor of Heaven. Deogsun did not trust him, so could he not trust Abin? Xiaoxin muttered, I always feel that you are full of bad intentions, but I don't know where your conspiracy is. Why are you worried about your juniors? There is no need to worry. The heavenly book is just a book. One person can take it all by himself. If 100 people read it, there will be 100 copies. Cooperating with King Iron Sect will not reduce my gains in the slightest, but it can minimize the losses. The Ghost King recalled Lin Bin's words before. In the treasure house of the Emperor of Heaven, there are things coveted by ancient beasts. Once it is opened, those ancient beasts may come. This is the real crisis. He needs a truly powerful and trustworthy opponent to join him. At that time, maybe his four spirits blood formation will have a chance to be completed. After all, he has paid for the intelligence and sincerity, so it is normal to get a few living captured beasts. Not long after the conversation between the two ended, a sharp sword light rushed into the Ghost King Sect's residence, and a moment later, led by the disciples of the Ghost King Sect, a young man with a refined demeanor, entered with a sword in hand and said, Zheng Shashu, a disciple of Fenghu Peak of King Iron Sect, greets Sect Master Ghost King. The Ghost King said indifferently, it seems that Sect Master Daoxuan has agreed to my proposal for cooperation. Zheng Shashu replied, the Sect Master will rush to the Death Marsh in 3 days, carrying the most precious treasure of my King Iron Sect, the ancient sword of immortal execution. The Ghost King laughed and said, I heard that the ancient sword of immortal execution has a strong evil aura, and cannot be easily unsealed. It will even backfire on its master. Sect Master Daoxuan actually came here with the sword in person. It seems that you have mastered the method to move the sword of immortal execution. Zheng Shashu remained calm, and was not moved by the Ghost King's mention of the weakness of the sword of immortal execution. He said humbly, it's just that I got some magical props from some reincarnationists. So you should be able to understand the magic of reincarnationists better. The Ghost King sighed and said, how ironic. At this time, the people I really trust are you, the righteous ones. Go and tell your master that I'm waiting for you here. When he arrives, I will immediately open the Heavenly Emperor's treasury and share the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Book with him. Chapter 394. People sitting at home, steamed buns come from heaven. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 days later. During this period, the demon beasts were so powerful that they were like the pouring water of the ocean, and no one in the world could stop them. Although they encountered several interceptions or provocations along the way, they intended to lead the entire demon beast army to another direction. It was obviously the last fluke of the victims, thinking that if these demon beasts were not rushing towards them directly, but were running in this direction by chance, so as long as they made a little effort, they could lead them away. But after trying, they found that they were too naive. The imagined demon beasts had low IQs, and with just a little bit of benefit, they could easily transfer them to any place they wanted them to go, just like fishing. But in fact, their goal was very clear. It was to go to their Hehuan sect. Even if they did everything they could not deviate from their goal even a little bit. What made the people of the demonic path even more desperate was that they could not find out whether there was anyone behind this group of monsters. There were monsters everywhere, and there was no trace of living people. The possibility that the Ghost King sect had mastered the secret method to drive these monsters was once again shattered. Unfortunately, the people of the demonic path could not imagine that it was not Lin Bin who was driving these monsters, but Teoti. The Teoti's body shape was similar to these monsters. Hiding in a group of hundreds of thousands of monsters, even if you had white eyes, you couldn't find its trace, let alone the people of the demonic path who didn't know about the existence of Teoti. So, even if the demonic path got the news in advance, 3 days later, countless monsters still rushed into the sect headquarters of the Hehuan sect. Protective formation? There is indeed one. In order to deal with this group of powerful monsters, the Hehuan sect made all the preparations they could in just a few days. But in the face of the fearless attack of the monsters, these so-called preparations only lasted for a few hours, before they were completely destroyed due to the exhaustion of spiritual energy. No one survived wherever the monsters passed. Teoti launched this attack in order to return to its master, but for the monsters, it was to satisfy their own appetite. The delicious food was ahead, so what if they made full preparations? For them, the more delicious the prey, the stronger it was, and the more sacrifices they had to make to catch it. Therefore, a small sacrifice was nothing at all. The war between the magic path and the monsters was destined to be the loser from the beginning. And the entire battlefield from beginning to end was witnessed by Linbin, driving the magic weapon, leading the women to soar above the sky, watching the monsters below from attacking the Heho insect space, tearing through the defense, entering the inside, and swallowing it alive. It only took 2 days to devour the entire Heho insect without any life. Then the monsters continued to move forward. Then they rushed towards the Changsheng Hall. Their momentum was so great that it seemed that it was beyond human control, unless the disciples of the Changsheng Hall gave up their sect that they had developed for hundreds of years. But if they gave up their base, they would become rootless duckweed, and it would be difficult to escape the reckoning of the Ghost King sect and the pursuit of the King Giant sect in the future. They had no other choice from the beginning. 3 days later, Changsheng Hall was destroyed. 5 days later, the Wandu sect was destroyed. As the last target, the Wandu sect was also the strongest opponent. They were good at using poisons. When they found that they were no match for these monsters, they immediately released all the toxins that had been stored in the sect for who knows how many years. For a time, the area within 1,000 miles was almost a barren land. The monsters also suffered heavy casualties. Unfortunately, most monsters have extremely strong resistance to poison. After all, they are infected by the evil spirit, and the evil spirit is the most poisonous and terrifying thing in the world. Even if some monsters have a slightly lower resistance to poison, as long as they do not die immediately after being poisoned, they can quickly evolve to resist poison. It is also because of this magical characteristic. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Wandu sect might really perish together with these monsters. Linbin watched from a distance throughout the whole process. What made him even more gratified was that even though the scene of humans being devoured was clearly happening below, even Xiaodao, who looked the most silly and adorable in his team, did not show even a little bit of saintly heart. This made him very satisfied. Damn all saintly bitches. A true saint should be as lovable as Joan of Arc. Seeing the complete destruction of the 3 major sects, Linbin sighed. The concerns of the Azure Dragon Saint Envoy are indeed not unreasonable, but unfortunately, who will play by the rules with these people? They have props, but how much power can they exert against these monsters? If they really fight with them, with the props left behind by the casualties of the reincarnation, perhaps the 2 sides can really fight back and forth. But now, Fei Yan's mission has been completed. Dong Jinyanfei looked at Linbin with eyes full of intimate admiration and said admiringly, "Brother Bean is really amazing. He can take precautions against such a difficult mission. This time, there is no need to worry about Madame Xianachi's safety." Xiaodao also laughed. It's great to have picked up 2 A-level merits for free, but now it seems that our mission target is these 3 evil sects, so if we kill them, the mission will be accomplished. Boss, should we practice in seclusion in this world for a while? If so, that would be great. I feel that my physique has been strengthened enough, and I can practice these immortal cultivation methods, such as immortality. Hehe. Let's go to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury first. Linbin said, don't forget that the main purpose of our trip is to collect the 5 volumes of the Heavenly Book. The last volume is within reach. It would be a pity to miss it. Madam Xianachi, I will send you back to the Ghost King sect first. I'll go with you. Xianachi said, this will save some time. Besides, if the people targeting me are the Hehuan sect, the Wandu sect and the Changsheng Hall, since they have been destroyed, there is no need to worry about my safety, and there is no need to return to the Ghost King sect. That's right. We have wasted too long in destroying these 3 sects. I hope we can still make it. Linbin did not leave immediately, but fell to the ground. The monsters rushed towards Linbin with blood all over their bodies. Their tails were wagging fast. They shook their heads and roared at Linbin, as if to say that I had completed my work and you had to take me to find my master. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word, but you have to arrange these monsters first. You brought them out, so you have to be responsible for their actions. Send them all back to the Shuan Mountains and let them reproduce on their own. Linbin looked at the monsters that had gone through 3 battles in a row, and now more than 60% of them were still left. It seemed that there were a lot of them, but the casualties were also huge. Without hundreds of years of reproduction in the future, it would be difficult to restore the previous prosperity of monsters. Especially with the departure of the beast god, the source of the evil spirit dissipated, and the children born by these monsters might not have the strength of their parents that was as strong as that of monks. And after hundreds of years, maybe the 100,000 mountains will become an ordinary forest. But this has nothing to do with Lin Bin anymore. Raw. Don't worry, I'm trustworthy. After you arrange everything, I'll find you. What? You can smell my breath and find me, no matter where I escape to? Aren't you afraid that I'll keep my word? That's great, just come find me when the time comes. After arranging the monsters, seeing that this huge tide of monsters did not rush directly into the human world, but rushed back to the direction of the 100,000 mountains, Xiaokai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that these monsters would not give up and rush into the human world to kill. Then, Lin Bin summoned the flying sword and signaled everyone to get on the car. Under the urging of the sword light, he took everyone to the direction of the dead marsh. The Xuxin plain is vast and boundless. Even if Lin Bin used all his strength to fly the sword, when he arrived at the dead marsh, it was already 7 days later. A full 7 days of running. Calculating the time, he had wasted more than a month to destroy the 3 sects. But compared to the Emperor's treasure house that would not be opened for more than 10 years in the plot, this more than a month seemed to be nothing. But when he finally arrived at the dead marsh, he saw that it had completely become a ruin. The dead marsh is also a GD, not inferior to the 100,000 mountains. But now, the ominous fog that could be seen everywhere has dissipated, along with the broken ancient trees, huge deep pits, and the traces of black blood contaminated land that had been oxidized and blackened due to long-term exposure to the air. The dead marsh has become a place of wreckage after a fierce war, and it is not even an exaggeration compared to the ruins of the 3 sects that have been ravaged by monsters. But when Lin Bin and others entered the dead marsh, soon, someone came to greet them. It was an acquaintance. It was Xian Buai from Kingan sect. You are here as expected. Xian Buai has a bad temper, but he showed a good face to Lin Bin. After all, this is a selfless and chivalrous man who is willing to travel thousands of miles to return the 9 heavens divine weapon Xian'ia sword. Although he joined the Ghost King sect and became the deputy leader of the Ghost King sect. But this can't be all his fault. After all, if he really wanted to cultivate immortality, Kingan sect would actually be the first sect to have a relationship with him. I don't know why, they were all like possessed by ghosts at that time. Obviously, the other party took the initiative to help return the Xian'ia sword, and they should have invited him to join Kingan sect, but they let him leave inexplicably. Lin Bin smiled and said, Master Xian, long time no see. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Xian Buai said, we have successfully breached the Heavenly Emperor's treasury and obtained the 3rd volume of the Heavenly Book. However, there is still a very important thing that needs to be handed over to you in person, so we have been waiting for you until now. Now that you are here, please follow me quickly. Lin Bin was stunned and said in surprise, what? The Heavenly Emperor's treasury has been breached? How fresh. The Ghost King sect and the Kingan sect have joined forces, and my senior brother Daogsun has even used the Xuxin sword. How could they not be able to breach the Heavenly Emperor's treasury? Isn't it just a few ancient beasts who come to disrupt the situation? Under the Xuxin sword of my Kingan sect, they are all destined to flee in embarrassment. When Xian Buai talked about the Xuxin sword, his fat face glowed. That was a proud look. After witnessing the power of the Xuxin sword with his own eyes, he now seemed to have a sense of honor that he was a Kingan person, and he was proud. But I still have to thank you, Brother Abin. Xian Buai said, if you hadn't reminded us, Brother Abin, that the ancient sword Xuxin contained the heavenly book, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to control the sword so freely without being eroded by the evil spirit. From this point of view, the strength of my Kingan sect has greatly increased. I still have to thank you, Brother Abin, for your guidance. Lin Bin asked puzzledly, what happened? Nothing much, it's just that our Kingan sect and the Ghost King sect joined forces to open the Heavenly Emperor's treasure house. Oh, by the way, the old guys like the poison god and Yu Yangzi wanted to take advantage of it, but we also killed them. Xian Buai said with an absurd look on his face. If it were 2 years ago, I really couldn't believe that our Kingan sect would actually join forces with the demon sect. But now I still think there is no problem. Although the Ghost King is indeed open-minded, well, I have changed my mind about the demon sect a little bit, especially when I heard that you destroyed the other 3 demon sects. Now the entire demon sect only has the Ghost King sect left. It seems that Kingan sect and the Ghost King sect may not be able to fight in the future. Well, if they really fight, it will be the people who suffer. He kept talking, as if he had become a chatterbox. It seemed that he couldn't accept the changes in the world during this period of time. And Lin Bin listened to his description and vaguely guessed something. Although it was more than 10 years in advance, there is no doubt that the Blackwater Mystic Snake still came to join in the fun, and together with the Yellow Bird guarding the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, it can be said that they are 2 extremely powerful forces. But unfortunately, Daoxuan brought the Zukes and sword. Although he didn't kill them, there is no doubt that they were fatally injured, so that they couldn't enter the Heavenly Emperor's treasury at all, but had to flee in embarrassment. Then, they successfully obtained the 3rd volume of the Heavenly Book. I haven't even arrived yet, and you guys have already settled everything? Lin Bin was a little confused. He wondered why King Lan called me here. He immediately realized that, although he was thousands of miles away, he had forced the elites of the 3 sects back to their own sect and then destroyed them, which could be said to be the biggest assist. He was still the MVP. He was just used to being the leader, and now he suddenly met a very powerful teammate, which made him a little uncomfortable for a while. Lin Bin asked, "So, you all got the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Book?" "Well, the Ghost King does trust people. We prepared many means to guard against him before, but we didn't expect that he really had no other thoughts. Instead, he generously shared the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Book with us and told us a lot of information about reincarnations. It was beyond my expectations." Xian Buai said, "I said before that my change of mind about the Ghost King was based on this point. Even the righteous path can have traitors lurking for many years, but the people in the evil path can actually keep their promises and follow through. Sometimes, the difference between the righteous path and the evil path is really not that big." Lin Bin asked, "Then why did you stay here waiting for me?" "We also found a cup and a stone inside. There is abundant spiritual energy inside, which seems to be some strange treasure we don't know about. However, although we don't know what it is, the ancient mythical beast Yellow Bird naturally cannot be guarding the Heavenly Book, which shows that it must be coveting this thing." Xian Buai said, "There is only one thing. Our Kingan sect wants it, and so does the Ghost King sect. However, the tacit understanding between the 2 sides was hard to establish. If it is destroyed because of a treasure whose value is unknown, causing chaos in the world again, it would be too worthless. So we reached a tacit understanding." Lin Bin blinked and suddenly felt excited and expectant. He just watched Xian Buai point at him and said, "So, we decided to give the thing to you." Lin Bin exclaimed, and a dull look appeared on his face. He thought, could this be the legendary people sit at home and steamed buns come from the sky? Chapter 395. Is this an attempt to sow discord? Daddy. After entering the temporary residence of the Ghost King sect, Bao cheered immediately upon seeing the Ghost King and flew over like a fluttering little butterfly. The Ghost King embraced his daughter with a loving face and held her in his arms. Then he turned his head to look at Lin Bin with a hint of pride in his smile. Obviously, although he was his deputy sect leader, he was also a reincarnation from another world. In front of Lin Bin, the Ghost King naturally did not want to be weak. He said, "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. The treasure house of the Emperor of Heaven has been opened by us, and the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Book are in our hands." Speaking of the competition, he waved his hand. Immediately, a subordinate came forward and handed a brand new book to Lin Bin, saying, "This is the one I copied for you." "Thank you, sect leader." Lin Bin nodded. He put the last volume of the Heavenly Book into the moonlit night of the 24 bridges. Suddenly, a very uneasy feeling emerged in his heart. how to say it, this feeling of completely enjoying the achievements of others is really strange, and it always makes him feel unreal. There is one more thing. The Ghost King looked at Daoxin, who was sitting at the top with him. Daoxin smiled and said, I heard from Daoist fellow Ghost King that Daoist fellow Abin told Daoist fellow Ghost King about the news of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, and that we were able to obtain the third volume of the Heavenly Book thanks to Daoist fellow's guidance. Daoist fellow Abin contributed a lot to the Heavenly Book that our Kingan sect and the Ghost King sect were able to obtain. We share the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Book, and of course no one can be selfish. But if we don't thank Daoist fellow in other ways, it would seem that we are too stingy and unkind. So we found a treasure in the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, and we really don't know how to distribute it. So we simply give it to Daoist fellow to show our gratitude. As he said, he took out something. It was an exquisite wooden cup, with spiritual liquid slightly rippled inside, and a stone was also sunk in the spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid that can make the black water mystic snake unwilling to retreat at the risk of great danger, and against its natural enemy, the yellow bird, must be extremely precious. The Ghost King and Daoxin looked at each other and smiled. Obviously, they both had a tacit understanding. Although the treasure was precious, Kingan sect and the Ghost King sect had been passed down for many years, so what kind of treasure did they not have? Especially since they had already obtained the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Book. Fighting over this treasure would be suspected of being greedy, and would also destroy the peace that was hard won now. It would be better to give this treasure to Abin. In Daoxin's view, although Abin was the deputy leader of the Ghost King sect, he was definitely not a demon. This person had a noble character, which could be seen from the Shyanaya sword at the beginning. In addition, he is a reincarnation, and he cannot stay in this world for too long. In his hands, the things are actually equivalent to neither Kingan sect nor Ghost King sect getting them. It doesn't matter if I can't get them, but as long as my competitors can't get them, there will be no problem. Linbin said seriously, thank you Daoxin and Daoilan sect master for your kindness. This thing, I just happen to need it. Ghost King asked, this thing is full of spiritual energy. I wonder where it came from. Linbin answered calmly, this thing is called the Emperor of Heaven's Darkstone and Emperor of Heaven's Divine Water. If we talk about its efficacy, it is probably to accelerate ripening. If the black water mystic snake gets this thing and drinks it, it can be equivalent to 1,000 years of its own growth. That's why both the black water mystic snake and the yellow bird are salivating over it. That's the reason. I actually have 2 spirit snakes in my hands. If they take this thing, I believe they can transform. As he said, he raised his arm to let everyone see the 2 decorations on his arm, one blue and one white. Sure enough, as Xiaoking and Xiaobei were revealed, they seemed to smell the charming scent, and they all looked up and looked at the cup of spiritual liquid with greed. Their crystal-like eyes showed a look of desire. I see. Seeing the evidence, Daoxin suddenly felt regretful. You know, if this thing was given to Lingzhen to drink. But thinking of Lingzhen's appearance of paddling and sleeping all day, he felt that it would be useless to give it to him. Such a cowardly Killin would still run away when encountering danger. Moreover, Lingzhen was old, and maybe drinking it would directly kill him. Thinking of this, he lost even the last trace of regret. Everything is done. Daoxin bowed and said, it has been a pleasure working together this time. Thank you, Daoist Ghost King, for your generosity. If Daoist Ghost King encounters any difficult to deal with reincarnations in the future, you may as well send someone to Kingan sect to pass on the message. In order to deal with those from outside the world, we don't have to worry about the difference between righteousness and evil. As we are all people from the same universe, we should help and benefit each other. The Ghost King said seriously, if Kingan sect needs anything, the Ghost King sect will never refuse. The Ghost King sect does not have the long inheritance of the Kingan sect's ukes and sword, but some wonderful little tricks can still be of great use. That's true. If it weren't for Daoist Ghost King's soul reading and mind searching, how could we have obtained so much information about reincarnations? Daoxin said a few polite words, said goodbye to Linbin, and then left with everyone from Kingan sect, leaving behind the Ghost King, Linbin and others. The Ghost King breathed a sigh of relief inside. It's great that you are here. King Long is not around, and I'm facing So many masters of Kingan sect alone. I'm really worried. If the two sides really fight, except for me, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Ghost King sect can escape the power of the Zeuxan sword. At least Deoxys knows the limit, and knows that it is the most unwise thing to make an enemy of my Ghost King sect at this time. But this feeling of holding my life in the hands of others is really too bad. Lin been praised. The sect master actually thought of cooperating with Kingan sect, and was willing to share the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Book. He is really wise and powerful. There is no way. I have earned too much. The Ghost King showed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, which then turned into a hearty smile, and he laughed loudly. I'm afraid Deoxys would never think that I have already obtained the first volume of the Heavenly Book. It feels so good to make a fortune in silence. Although I told Deoxys about the news of many reincarnations, I didn't tell him that the world we are in will invade the main world sooner or later. This is also the main reason why he agreed to let me give you this Heavenly Emperor Divine Water, because in his opinion, after Abin's return, he may never come back in the future. But he didn't know that I dug several traps in succession, and Deoxys jumped into them all without leaving any out. Don't underestimate Deoxys. He can become the head of Kingan sect. How can he be a simple person? Zayixon sighed. I can feel that Deoxys also has his own plot, but we don't know it. But if you underestimate him because of this, I'm afraid you will suffer the loss at that time. After that, he lamented. I really don't know what happened. I actually stepped onto the pirate ship of your Ghost King sect without knowing it. I'm a direct disciple of Kingan sect, and my seniority is higher than Deoxys. That also requires others to recognize you. The Ghost King said indifferently. I don't care what his plan is. He must have guessed that I must have a plan, and he doesn't care either. As Abin said, there are 2 gaps in this world, and whether it is China or that so-called Free Federation, the tasks between the 2 conflict, so one of them must be our enemy. In this case, in order to ensure their own strength, the righteous and the evil cannot fight at all. The so-called plan is nothing more than wanting to make their own sect stronger. Linban smiled and said, the sect master is wise and sees it clearly. Okay, stop flattering me. This time, it's all thanks to you. Your position as deputy sect master is worthy of the name. Alas, it's a pity that you already have a wife and daughter. Otherwise, I really want to marry Jaoa to you, so that she will have someone to rely on for the rest of her life. Bao asked curiously, what is betrothal? Is it like before, being with the deputy sect leader every day? Ziokai said angrily, husband, what are you talking about? Jaoa is still young. Yes, still young. Ha 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 ha. Who can predict what will happen in the future? The Ghost King laughed again. At the same time, on the way back to Kingan sect, Master, it was worth the trip to get the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Book back this time. Xian Buai followed Deoxys, flying in front of many Kinganmen, frowning and said, but I always feel that the Ghost King was too generous this time. Does he have any other plans? Of course he has a plan. Deoxys said lightly. When the yellow bird was injured and retreated, I saw several elite members of the Ghost King sect quietly following it. It seems that they are trying to hunt down the yellow bird, but I don't know whether they plan to capture it alive or kill it and use its fur to refine magic weapons. It seems that the yellow bird is also one of his targets, but he never mentioned it from beginning to end, and he must have other plans. But if he has it, then we have it too, don't we? He paused and said, we once heard that Abin said that the first volume of the Heavenly Book fell into the hands of the blood refining hall 800 years ago. I'm afraid that the Ghost King sect has already obtained the Heavenly Book because it is close to the water. Xian Buai was surprised when he heard this. So, he is just like us, only 2 volumes away from collecting the whole. What if we gather them all? Deoxys frowned and said, even if he was as powerful as Patriarch Kingai back then, didn't he still die? Even if that Ghost King got 5 volumes of the Heavenly Book, at most he would be more powerful, but can he still compete with our Zeuxan sword formation? What he is pursuing, we have already obtained through the Zeuxan sword, but without immortality, everything is just a luxury. And according to the information we have found out so far, the immortal cultivation method in our world, even if it is cultivated to the extreme, it is probably difficult to achieve immortality. Right now we are collecting the Heavenly Book, only to delay the backlash of the Zeuxan Ancient Sword, so that my Kingayan sect can have more self-protection capabilities. But collecting the Heavenly Book is not the goal, immortality is the most important thing. He asked, how many reincarnation tables has my Kingayan sect obtained now? 4. Very good. When the next batch of reincarnations arrive, we can send the pioneer disciples of Kingayan sect into the main world first to lay the foundation for our Kingayan sect. Deoxeden's eyes sparkled, and he said, we got the information through torture. I'm not sure if the Ghost King knows that our world is about to enter the main world, but they are no longer our enemies. There are many secret realms in the A234 secret realm in the main plane, and there must be a method of practicing immortality. By then, we will exhaust the power of our Kingayan sect to get this method. We might as well take a long-term view. It's too superficial to focus on our own little piece of land. Brother is wise. Then have you chosen the candidate? Cheyenne Buai looked at Deoxen, and then noticed his gaze. Cheyenne Buai shuddered suddenly, and said in surprise, no, brother, I have a wife and children at home. Alas. It's a pity that junior brother Kangsang made a big mistake. It's so confused. Deoxen really sighed for a long time this time. But when it comes to junior brother Kangsang, I think of that person. If he leads, I can also be at ease. And I don't know if it's an illusion. He always felt that when he was at the Ghost King sect's residence before, there was a tall and graceful woman behind Abin, who inexplicably made him feel familiar. But when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't recognize her. It was really strange. If you can't figure it out, don't think too much. Now the main thing is the sect's affairs. Looking at the worried round face in front of him, Deoxen nodded and said, it's okay. Junior brother Cheyenne has outstanding abilities and is the backbone of my Kingayan sect. If you really leave, what will happen to the foundation of my Kingayan sect? Cheyenne Buai laughed twice, and it was a bit difficult to react whether Deoxen was mocking him or praising him. Lin Bin finally settled down. Mission completed. The third volume of the Heavenly Book has been obtained. This book is not of much use to Elia and Alice, but it makes up for the last shortcoming of Lin Bin and Yan Fei's practice. Therefore, after returning to the Ghost King sect, returning to the villa where he had lived for nearly 3 years before, Lin Bin and Yan Fei began to retreat as soon as possible. Xia Dao seemed to know that it was time to settle down, so she immediately went to Kingayan sect's Taijizu and King Dao and began to practice formally. With the foundation of Chang Shengju, she almost cultivated herself into a natural body. Practicing Taijizu and King Dao again, it felt really smooth, and the rapid progress made Xia Dao find the smooth feeling when she had a stomachash. Elia held her contract scroll and began to communicate with the high-level creatures inside again. At this time, the low-level elves had been communicated with by her. After that, the strength of the summoned spirits increased significantly, and the difficulty of the contract also increased a lot. She was very busy. As for Alice, she and Xiaoqi got together again, and had endless topics to talk about. The two were good girlfriends at the beginning. Maybe it was because the time they stayed here to practice was too quiet, so they quickly got into the rhythm this time. It was just that Lin Bin had just practiced for a while when he was awakened by a strange feeling. Then he saw two little snakes, Xiaoqing and Xiaobei, rubbing and entwining on his arms. Their two pairs of gem-like eyes stared at him eagerly, as if they were craving for something. Lin Bin asked, could it be that you two want that Heavenly Emperor divine water? The two pink snake heads nodded like pounding garlic. Lin Bin asked, have you regained consciousness, but are suffering from insufficient magic power and unable to appear for a long time? The green snake nodded without hesitation. The white snake hesitated for a long time, and the white snake body seemed to be covered with a layer of light blush. After a moment, she also nodded. Can it only be transformed for a short period of time? The two snakes did not hesitate much this time, and nodded at the same time. If that's the case, then I will lend you a hand. Lin Bin sighed and said, but there is only one cup of Heavenly Emperor divine water, but you have two snakes. Who should I give it to? The two snakes showed a dull look at the same time. Even if Lin Bin didn't want to give it to them, it was understandable. After all, the treasure was too precious. But this reason was too lame. Couldn't it be divided equally between the two? What kind of low-level provocation was this? Well, I have a way. Linbin inexplicably recalled the beautiful dream from the previous night and took out the Heavenly Emperor's divine water. The spiritual liquid was full of abundant spiritual energy, which immediately attracted the attention of the two little snakes. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Linbin's mouth. He carefully poured out a little spiritual liquid and then smeared it all on his clone. Then he lay down comfortably on the couch. He smiled and said, "Okay, who of you eats more and who eats less depends on who can persist in the transformation longer. It depends on your own ability. Don't blame me for not giving you anything to eat. Come and enjoy it." Xiaoking. Xiaobei. Chapter 396 Reborn. The Heavenly Emperor Divine Water. There is also the Heavenly Emperor Dark Stone, which in the plot helped the young three-eyed monkey to grow directly into a mature body and even faced the 8 evil mysterious fire arrays guarding spirit beasts and fought against them evenly. This is also the reason why Linbin could explain to Daoxun and the Ghost King that this thing was for beasts. Those who can become the leader of a sect are all human elites. If Linbin lied, the two of them might not be able to find clues. But whether this thing is suitable for human use is debatable. Linbin wanted to experiment slowly after returning, but Xiaobei and Xiaoking were so proactive that he couldn't bear to refuse. And if the two of them can also have the ability to transform, then wouldn't it be equivalent to having 2 more super killing skills on his body that can strike the enemy at any time? Especially the fact that it does not occupy the quota of reincarnations. It may not be of much use when entering the secret realm, but if it is in the Yuanxing, if there is a dispute with a reincarnation, then the two of them could completely play the role of the ultimate killer. No matter how cunning the enemy was, they could not guess that he had a super killing method in his hand. Therefore, Linbin almost did not hesitate and fed the Emperor of Heaven's divine water to Xiaoking and Xiaobei, or let them drink it themselves. While the two women were trying to drink the water, Linbin also tried to drink a small amount of the divine water. Then he found that the divine water was indeed very effective. The abundance of spiritual energy contained in it almost surpassed anything he knew at present. But that was all. With the blessing of the secret of immortality, Linbin's dependence on the environment was far greater than that of various spiritual medicines. For example, in this Yuxin secret realm, he fully operated the internal skills, which was almost equivalent to taking spiritual medicine all the time. Therefore, the Emperor of Heaven's divine water was of great help to him, enough to save him several years of cultivation. But the problem was that he had the time stone, and several years of skills were indeed very important to him, but it was not too important. It would be better to use it to cultivate his 2 spiritual pets, so that they also had powerful combat power. Except for the Heavenly Emperor Dark Stone, it can be used for personal use. After figuring out this key point, Linbin reached out and gently stroked Xiaoking and Xiaobei's soft long hair. He exclaimed, "It seems that the Heavenly Emperor's divine water is really helpful to you." Hiss. "Don't grab it. I have it all. I'll give it to both of you. When the time comes, I'll try to keep both of you in the transformed state for a long time." That night, nothing happened all night. The next morning, Yan Fei got up early and looked at Dai Linbin, who was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. He didn't even hear her coming in. She couldn't help but smile. Then she sighed. Brother Bin is really working hard in cultivation. He is so tired. Just halfway through the words, she saw Xiaoking and Xiaobei lying next to him. Dongjin Yanfei seemed to realize something, and she spat softly, saying angrily, "I wanted to ask Brother Bin about some of the puzzles about the 3rd volume of the Heavenly Book. I didn't expect you to. Alas. Anyway, there is no rush." She turned around and left in a hurry. By the way, she pushed away Ella, who followed closely behind, and seemed to have some good news to tell Linbin. In her eyes, this was just a little girl, so it was better for her not to touch these adult things. In fact, Yan Fei's idea was not bad. There was no need to rush. The mission time was given for 1 month. But under Linbin's extension, although it took more than a month, the mission was completed perfectly, so that although she and Xiaodao were both slacking, they still got the S-level evaluation. Obviously, it was Lin Bin who did not receive the mission, and S level was already the highest. Otherwise, based on the completion of this mission, he would have to be at least SSS level. However, under the extension of the time gem, only 4 days of the mission time of 1 month have passed. In other words, they can stay in this world for at least 1 year. Therefore, Lin Bin did not rush to practice, but tried his best to feed all the Xiandi Shenshu to Xiao King and Xiao Bei. Half a month later, when Lin Bin stepped out of the room, he brought out 2 extremely beautiful and stunning girls. One of them was wearing a white long dress, and she was as graceful and charming as the fairy Gush. The other one was wearing a green tube top with a light tulle on the outside. It was obviously a delicate and gentle dress, but because of her hair, tied into a ponytail, she looked particularly neat and sassy. Xiao Bei? Xiao Dao naturally recognized the girl in white. She was shocked and said, "Didn't your cultivation be abolished by someone? How did you recover so quickly?" Xiao Bei smiled a little embarrassedly and replied, "Thank you Miss Xiao Dao for your concern. Thanks to the master for giving me the magic water, I made up for my lost cultivation and greatly enhanced my Taoism, so that I can recover my original form." After that, she turned her head and looked at another acquaintance, Dong Jin Yanfei. It seemed that she thought of something and couldn't help blushing and moved her face away embarrassedly. Yanfei also looked uncomfortable. Although they were both women, she was led astray by the other party. She didn't feel anything when she was in snake form before, but now that she has regained her human form, she almost wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. However, Xiao King snorted disdainfully and muttered, "How dare you talk about a gift? It was obviously something we earned through our own abilities." Xiao King: "I understand, Xiao Bei. Now we are dependent on him, so we should respect him, like we do to our master, but our master didn't treat us so badly back then." Lin Bin laughed. "Okay, let's not talk about the extra gossip. I think everyone should understand why I forced everyone to come to this world as soon as possible. The first is that after the 5 volumes of the Heavenly Book are collected, the help in cultivation is greatly improved. I think you should have experienced this, Fian." Dong Jin Yanfei nodded and said, "The cultivation of Teikaizu and King Dao is improving rapidly, almost doubling. According to this trend, Fian will soon be able to reach the 9th level of Shanking. Work harder and don't slack off." Lin Bin said seriously, "It's the same for everyone. My reincarnation points are limited. After the previous month, strictly speaking, it can only support everyone to stay here for about 240 days. Regarding this, Fian still has 12,000 spare reincarnation points, which can extend our time by nearly 3 months. Yanfei obviously also understood that this opportunity was unique. In other worlds, people still had to worry about food, clothing and daily expenses, but here, they only had to practice with one heart, and the abundant spiritual energy could greatly improve the gains of cultivation. Alice Fei also said, "I also have 7,000 points. This kind of opportunity is rare. If I can stay for 1 more month, I will stay for 1 more month." Xiao Dao said, "I have 20,000 points. I can take them all out, and after completing this mission, I can get another 8,000 reincarnation points. Unfortunately, I have to return after submitting the mission, so I can use it to replenish my blood after returning." Elias said, "I also have 10,000 points. Oh. But if you give me more time, I can definitely contract a few more summoned spirits. By then, my combat power may even become the pillar of our team. Then I won't be polite to you." After several people put together, it was a total of 49,000 reincarnation points. If converted into time, it is enough to stay in this world for an extra year. In the real world, it is extremely difficult to have this year of peaceful cultivation and precipitation. Therefore, everyone cherishes these 2 years. Apart from the initial absurdity, Lin Bin rarely even has a state of reveling every night, except when he was replenishing Alice's magic. Her whole body was soft, but her mouth was still hard, which made him unable to control himself. The rest of the time was basically used for cultivation. Alice also sadly found that her idea was indeed good, but her body was not obedient. It was okay at other times, but when replenishing magic, she basically let Lin Bin bully her at will. In other words, Lin Bin's mind was mostly on cultivation, and he was working hard to improve his own cultivation. Otherwise, she would have been trained to be his exclusive slave. It can only be said that invade helped Lin Bin open the door to a new world. And all this is just a small episode. What really makes Lin Bin happy is the improvement in cultivation. 3 volumes of the Heavenly Book are in hand. Collect all 5 volumes. It represents that the many discontinuities in the Heavenly Book have been completely resolved. Although Lin Bin still practices Zuan Mingdao and Taiji Zuan Qingdao on the surface, in fact, the 2 methods are only auxiliary and are the external manifestations of the Heavenly Book. With the 4th volume of the Heavenly Book, if he wants, he can even display the cultivation of the great Brahma Prajna at any time, which is not inferior to Puhang. But for him, there is no need for this. And Lin Bin's cultivation has also begun to improve greatly in this comprehension. It only took half a month. After trying to integrate the 3rd volume of the Heavenly Book into his own cultivation system, Lin Bin's cultivation was directly broken through one after another. The 5th level of Shanking Realm, the 6th level of Watch and Ghost Dao, and the subsequent gains are also extremely fast, almost more than the previous cheating behavior. Lin Bin is not arrogant or impatient, and continues to work hard. Especially the Emperor of Heaven Stone, which has the effect of spontaneously attracting the surrounding spiritual energy. When practicing, hold it in your mouth and press it under your tongue, and the surrounding spiritual energy will begin to rush into your body crazily. This effect alone is much better than taking it directly at one time. And the rich spiritual energy makes Xiao King and Xiao Bei, who have the ability to transform, but are still bound to Lin Bin, absorb spiritual energy to the point of being almost drunk. As a result, their cultivation has also improved rapidly. According to Xiao Bei, she is now infinitely close to the level of the original national teacher, although it is only at the level of entering the saint level. But compared with the weak snake demon before, it is undoubtedly much more capable. Xiao King's combat power has also been greatly improved. It can only be said that the Emperor of Heaven's divine water is too magical. Although the 2 women are not at the level of spiritual beasts, the improvement may not be as great as that of the spiritual creatures of the 3-eyed monkey, but it is also extraordinary. At least, they are fully qualified to be Lin Bin's summoned beasts. Half a year later, Lin Bin's cultivation has broken through again. The 6th level of Shanking Realm. 1 year later, the 7th level of Watch and Ghost Dao. 1.5 years later, Shanking Realm reached the 7th level. Even though they were in the same realm, in terms of level, Taiji Zuan Qingdao's cultivation level was higher than Zuan Mingdao's. It should be, because the previous eternal life secret laid a good foundation. In the past 2 years, the biggest benefit was not the continuous breakthroughs and rapid progress of cultivation. Instead, it was the perfect integration of the 5 volumes of the Heavenly Book, which allowed his cultivation speed to reach an astonishing level. The help it brought to him later was undoubtedly unimaginable. At the very least, the trip to Zuxan Secret Realm greatly improved his cultivation and combat power, although his strength did not double. But he also reached the point where he could perfectly control the 7 swords, and even disassemble and combine the Xiangang Bidao formation and the Zhenwu 7 section formation at will, and perfectly integrate them. In fact, it was not just Lin Bin. Elia has now successfully reached a contract with 3 of the 4 superior elves, and is now stepping up efforts to capture the 4th. In her words, it feels like playing Gal game, capturing different characters. It feels so interesting. Now, as long as she wants, she can summon more than a dozen different types of elves at once, which can deal with different types of battlefields. Yan Fei's Taiji Zuan Qingdao cultivation has reached the 8th level. It is estimated that it will take a long time to reach the taking realm, to touch the edge of the state level, but recently under the suggestion of Lin Bin and others, the gold content of the state level has been greatly reduced. This is only a level away from the 1st level, and it is estimated that there will be a very high pass rate. As for Xiao, there is no need to talk about combat power. She practiced from the beginning not to improve combat power, but to increase her self-protection ability. Especially flying with a sword. As long as you reach the 4th level of Yuking Realm, you can have the ability to fly, which is also Xiao's current expectation. Normally, it is unlikely to cultivate to the 4th level of J Purity realm in just 2 years. The cultivation of this technique is not that easy. Linbin and Yan Fei made rapid progress because they had amazing foundations and were constantly relying on their own capital. As for Xia Dao, it was probably the powerful external factors that she relied on. 5 volumes of the Heavenly Book as the foundation. Yan Fei and Linbin personally instructed and taught. In addition, with the blessing of many natural treasures from the Ghost King sect, Xia Dao's cultivation was directly forced to the 8th level of J Purity realm in 2 years. Although the foundation was unstable. In this way, she had almost no chance of breaking through the level of taking realm, but she was not a professional after all, and there was no need for it. The Ghost King helped her refine a protective robe with a protective function. At the same time, it could also transform into aura and take her flying. While greatly improving her mobility, she also tried to install weapons such as electromagnetic rail guns and iron guns on the magic weapon, thus solving the problem of insufficient mobility. But her outfit full of weapons reminded Linbin of an anime he had watched in his childhood. It seemed to be called Justice Warrior or Divine Warrior. I always felt that Xia Dao was developing in this direction. Iris Veil was not idle either. After replenishing her magic with Linbin, she trained her healing function and went to find Linbin when she was short of magic. After 2 years, her healing ability had greatly improved. But every time she thought of Berserker, who was powerful enough to sweep away everything, and Altria, who was holding the holy sword and fighting fiercely with a strong enemy, she always felt that she was probably the most incompetent hero. 2 years passed in a hurry. A huge amount of reincarnation points were consumed. But everyone also ushered in a transformation. Chapter 397 Return. In the past 2 years, Team S has consumed a huge amount of reincarnation points. Not only did Linbin use up all the B-level items he had exchanged before, but he also used up all the reincarnation points he had earned from completing missions. Even the reincarnation points of several of his close friends. No, his teammates had also consumed all of their points. If they used reincarnation points as currency to live in the real world, I'm afraid the 5 of them would have been so poor that they could only afford to cover themselves with a blanket. But after paying so much, the rewards were also very gratifying. Everyone's strength had made great progress. Even Iris Veil, who had gained the least among the group, had successfully practiced the several healing magics she knew to perfection. As long as the injury was not cursed, and she had enough magic power, she could heal it in seconds. When Linbin said she was a medical reincarnationist before, it was a bit exaggerated, but now, it was already true. The next person who gained the least was probably Xia Dao. In some ways, it can even be said that there was no gain at all, which made her feel very depressed. This depression even suppressed the joy of the significant improvement in strength. At this moment, the little girl quietly hid in her room. She twisted and turned in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, looking at her delicate and slender waist, as if she would not gain weight, no matter how much she ate. It is a good thing to not gain weight, no matter how much you eat, but it is a headache to not gain weight anywhere. Xia Dao compared the size and muttered with frustration on her face. It turns out that you must keep up with the nutrition when you eat when you are young. Didn't I eat a little less when I was a child? As a result, I have papaya and milk every day. When I grow up, I'm 2 years older, but there is no change at all. She scratched her head and puffed out her chest. She said irritably, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that Ella has become much more mature during this period of time. She is the same height as me and hasn't grown at all, but her temperament has changed so much. But why haven't I changed at all? Is it because, after practicing that immortal technique, my age will be fixed at the present? If so, that's too bad. Can't it be fixed when I grow up a little bit? Just as she was feeling annoyed, the door was suddenly knocked, and Yan Fei's soft voice sounded outside the door. Miss Xia Dao, get ready, we should prepare to return. Hey, come on. Xia Dao hurriedly reached out and put the floor mirror into the folding space. This kind of girl's troubles naturally cannot be confided to anyone. Of course, Miss Fian is so gentle, so naturally, but the problem is that everyone is waiting now. If she confides now, it is very likely that soon, everyone in the team will turn into a topic about why Xiaodao is still so calm after so many years. Then she will really be completely dead. She hurriedly tidied everything up. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Seeing Xiaodao, Biao hurried over to her. Xiaodao hugged Biao, who was now slightly taller than her and looked like a young girl. The little girl buried her face in her shoulder with reluctance and said, "Sister Xiaodao, I can't bear to leave you. Don't worry, after we go back, I'm afraid it won't be long before we can meet again." Xiaodao smiled and tiptoed gently, touching Biao's head. Then her face suddenly became very lonely, sighing, "But you should be a big girl by then. Don't be afraid when you go to another world. Now you are protecting me, and I will protect you when you get there." "Well, thank you, Sister Xiaodao." Biao hugged Xiaodao and ran to find Elia. She picked her up and rubbed her hard with reluctance. Elia struggled desperately. "You made me not want to stay here at all." "That's great. Elia is still so cute." Biao's beautiful face showed a mischievous smile, and she laughed. "Elia is still the best. Even if we meet again in the future, we don't have to worry about things changing. Elia, if we meet again, I will definitely recognize you at first sight, but if you don't recognize me, I will be angry." Elia. Biao said goodbye to everyone one by one. In the past few years, she has never felt lonely at all. In the past, she was the eldest daughter of the Ghost King sect. The people around her were either her elders, who she had to respect and treat with courtesy, or her father's subordinates, who were respectful to her. Although there were many people around her, there was no one who was close to her. But since Lin Bin and the others came, she had playmates and friends, and even the ignorant girl's mind had a bit of admiration. A girl's feelings are always poetic, especially since she is no longer a child, so her memory is naturally very good. She still remembers the regretful sigh of the Ghost King 2 years ago. This makes a certain existence different in her mind. But these words cannot be said to anyone. She said goodbye to everyone one by one, but missed Lin Bin. Biao just looked at him a little embarrassedly and hid behind Xiao Kai. "We should go," Lin Bin said seriously. "Be careful along the way. By the way, there is one more thing that I would like to trouble the deputy sect master to take care of for you." The Ghost King said, "In order to send you a message, King Lang has obtained the identity of a reincarnator. He may not be unable to return to this world in the future, but he will definitely stay in the main plane. It is not easy for him to drift alone in another world. I hope the deputy sect master will take care of him more, because he sent you a message." "Sect master, you are too kind. The King Lang Saint Envoy is a smart person and can live easily, no matter where he is. Moreover, the two of us are neighbors now, so we must take care of each other in the future." Lin Bin smiled and scratched the big head of the Teoti beside him. Teoti shook a few times and seemed to know that he was going to leave with Lin Bin, so he did not resist his touch too much. Lin Bin said with a smile, "And strictly speaking, the one who really lives next to the Azure Dragon Saint Envoy is the Beast God. The Beast God's status in the real world may be higher than mine. He and the Azure Dragon Saint Envoy are from the same world, so they have some intense relationship, so the sect master does not have to worry about the safety of the Azure Dragon Saint Envoy." "Then I'm relieved," the Ghost King said with a smile. "Deputy sect master, have a safe journey. Goodbye." In front of Lin Bin and others, the huge vortex appeared. Teoti scratched his big head in confusion, watching Lin Bin and others looking in the same direction, but it could not see anything. It instinctively had a bad idea in its mind. But as Lin Bin buckled a special reincarnation watch on its neck, it was like wearing a big collar. It also saw the huge vortex. It howled with excitement. Teoti rushed in like a wild dog that had broken free from its reins. Lin Bin and others also entered in one after another. In the blink of an eye, several people have completely disappeared without a trace. Biao pursed her lips reluctantly and asked, "Daddy, when will we meet again next time?" "I don't know, but I think it won't be too far away," the Ghost King said to Yuji, Saint Envoy of Suzaku. "Pass the order and let all the disciples of the Ghost King sect be on high alert. Since the deputy sect leader has left, it will not be long before new reincarnations will come. It is difficult to distinguish between friends and enemies among these reincarnations, so we must not be careless. Yes. Yuji quickly prepared. The Ghost King's face showed a smug look. In the past 2 years, Bin and his team have gained a lot. As a local native, the Ghost King has obtained 4 volumes of the Heavenly Book, and his cultivation progress is naturally not inferior. Although it is still far from being comparable to the immortal execution sword of King Iron Sect, this time he has obtained not only the Heavenly Book, but also a yellow bird. The Four Spirits blood formation has made a good start. It's a pity that Teoti was taken away by the deputy sect leader, otherwise we would have gotten 2. But when we go to the real world, there are many secret realms, so we don't have to worry about not being able to gather all 4 beasts. The Ghost King sighed. Besides, the beast god is still here. If we really attack Teoti, even if we gather the 4 spirits blood formation in the future, once the beast god comes, the 4 spirits blood formation is strong, but it may not be able to match the beast god. It's better to take it away. They quickly prepared. This world has not yet gotten rid of the troubles of the reincarnationists. What they need to do is to kill all those reincarnationists who are full of malice, and then take their props for themselves. Hunt the reincarnationists, so as to prepare for the final arrival. Bao looked at the time and space crack that had disappeared with a little reluctance, and gently touched a small storage bag hanging around her waist. It contained many extremely magical props. It's just that she can't use it yet. But she knows that, if she encounters any accidents, as long as she wears the reincarnation watch that her father has already prepared for her, she can immediately transform herself into a formal reincarnationist. A reincarnationist like the deputy sect master. At this time, in the real world, in the secret realm A234, since Bin and others entered, the logistics staff of the Reincarnation Space Association have started their work in an orderly manner. Monitor data information, and keep an eye on the secret realm. Because once the reincarnationists fail the trial in the secret realm, their life data disappears, and the reincarnation watch has not yet been separated from the body. During that period of time, they can collect information at the first time through the unique connection between the Reincarnation Space Association and the Reincarnation Watch. Especially if the enemy does not know the function of the Reincarnation Watch and lets the bodies of these reincarnationists rot with the Reincarnation Watch. With enough time, they can collect almost all the intelligence that these reincarnationists have explored. This is why, even though many of the secret realms were wiped out, intelligence information was still transmitted. But this time, the staff were lazy and slacking off. It was because of him. The one who entered the secret realm this time was Abin, the reincarnator who claimed that he would fail if he didn't get an S-level evaluation. He might not fail, but he would never fail in a secret realm that he had already entered once. In this regard, the staff were more confident than he was. Therefore, they generally believed that this period of time was actually just a paid vacation. So when they received the warning from the Reincarnation Space Monitor, they couldn't help but be stunned. When everyone arrived at the instrument, they found out it was detected that the reincarnation table information that does not belong to the Chinese reincarnation is rushing in through the space-time crack. So fast, he will rush out in 1 minute. What? There are other reincarnations. Then Abin and the others, are they dead? No. It was detected that they were also leaving the secret realm, but they were obviously slower than that reincarnation. They must be opening the space-time crack. The enemy took the lead and ran along this space crack, and Abin and the others couldn't catch up. Quickly report to the ARM team. Understood. Someone immediately reported the current intelligence. The reincarnation that even Abin couldn't catch up with, although there were only a few minutes, it was probably enough for the other party to fish into the sea. By then, it would be too late to chase and kill him. As the alarm sounded, the combat team that the Reincarnation Space Association had already prepared immediately followed. Alarm. Ha. This time it's an A-level secret realm. It's interesting. I like it. Dispatch. I heard that this time it's a reincarnation that even the reincarnationist Abin couldn't deal with. Isn't that even better? The ARM team is responsible for the finishing work after the reincarnationists have gone astray. Especially this kind of riot is not a large-scale riot, but a single alien escapes, plus it was the mistake of the reincarnationist Abin, which makes them even more excited. At that time, won't it be another capital to brag to others? But when the 5 accelerated floating combat airships flew to the secret realm A234 at a very fast speed, what they saw was a small dog that was only as high as a person's knees, squatting on the ground and wagging its tail quickly. On its neck, it was wearing a reincarnation watch, and its smart eyes were looking around. At this time, several staff members were all looking at the puppy with a confused and horrified look, as if they were scared out of their wits. Abin had already left the reincarnation space in advance. I'm sorry, something unexpected happened. This dog is a pet raised by an alien friend of mine in the secret realm. After he became a reincarnation, he didn't understand the situation in our real world, so he couldn't bring the pet out. He was always worried about it, and when he knew that I was going to visit this secret realm, he specially asked me to help him bring the pet back. Linbin's attitude was very warm, with some sincere apologies in it, and he said, in order to bring it out, I could only put the spoils of the previous conflict with several reincarnations from the Free Federation on it. I didn't expect to scare everyone and make such a wasted trip. I'm really sorry. Just this little dog. Looking at the little dog squatting on the ground and wagging its tail wildly, it seemed that, if no one was restraining it, it would have been unable to resist circling around people. The ARM team captain Jinba squatted down and scratched the puppy's chin. The puppy raised its chin in cooperation and howled twice. He turned his head and looked at the staff members who were already frightened and pale, and because of his action, even their legs were shaking like sieves. Frowning, he said, "Are you guys making a fuss about nothing? Is it necessary to be so scared?" The person in charge still had a pale face. His lips were still churning, and he thought to himself, you didn't see how ferocious the beast looked when it came out just now. It was so ferocious, especially when it roared to the sky. The momentum was even more terrifying than many reincarnations. They really thought they were going to be eaten. Now this puppy is just a decoration. If Abin hadn't arrived in time. But even if it's a pet, it still needs to be reported. May I ask whose pet is this? The Supreme Reincarnation Beast God. This is his battle pet, the kind that serves as a capable assistant. About this point, several staff members suddenly understood. No wonder it was so impressive. It turned out to be the pet of a Supreme Reincarnationist. The staff originally wanted to remind them to be careful not to let monsters of this level cause trouble in the main world. Otherwise, if they cause harm to the people, it would be difficult to explain at that time. But now, it's said that it should be fierce. If it's not fierce, how can it become a battle pet of a Supreme Reincarnationist? So, after a hasty registration, the staff didn't even ask about its origins and let it go directly. Linbin couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that among the reincarnationists, the class barriers were so clear. Chapter 398 Special Attributes with Attack Speed Bonus. 2 hours later, Teoti, who had transformed into a small dog, happily threw himself into the arms of the beast god. He kept roaring and shouting, and his whole limbs were shaking and kicking with excitement, wishing he could kick a few holes in the beast god's body. It was not easy. It was too difficult. In order to see his master, he really went through extremely rigorous tests and completed extremely difficult assessments before he finally got what he wanted. Because of this, he wanted to confide in the beast god all the grievances he had during this period of separation. The beast god rarely showed some warmth. "I'm sorry, I left you for so long, but didn't I ask someone to bring you back as soon as I had the chance? This will be our new home from now on. You don't have to be trapped in a cave like before in the difficult border." He was intimate with Teoti for a while. He then looked up at Linbin and said sternly, "Thank you, Abin. This time, I owe you a huge favor." "You're welcome. This is what I should do." Linbin smiled and said, "Teoti also helped me a lot. How can it help you?" The beast god thought that Linbin was just being polite and didn't notice that Teoti in his arms had a look of hard work. The beast god thought for a while and said sternly, "I have nothing. After thinking about it, I can only promise you that no matter when, as long as I'm still here, I will definitely protect your rear and keep you safe. Also, this little thing is what I got in the secret realm last time. It doesn't have much use for me, but the previous owner of this thing is quite powerful. I think it should be useful to you. It's just a small thank you to you." After that, the beast god handed Lin Bin something. Lin Bin took it. It turned out to be a small wooden box about the size of a palm. Empty sword box, A+ level item, a sword container that can hold magic weapons, nurture the magic weapon's spirituality, and enhance the tacit understanding of the nurtured magic weapons. Evaluation. We are all family, so don't fight for favor. The beast god actually went to the secret realm of Journey to the West! Exclamation mark. What the hell? What kind of crisis does the highest level reincarnation face? Or, he actually came back alive from that secret realm? Lin Bin looked at the beast god with shock in his eyes. It seems that you seem to know something about the secret realm where I practiced? The beast god sighed. I asked you to bring back Teoti before, just out of nostalgia, but now it seems that this is my wise move. If I could have Teoti's assistance, I would not have encountered such a crisis in this secret realm. He touched Teoti's head with emotion and sighed. In the future, the two of us will continue to fight side by side. Roar, roar, roar. Teoti touched the beast god's shoulder with an anthropomorphic claw, as if to comfort him that he would have it in the future. Lin Bin was shocked and then had a huge surprise. No one knew the origin of the empty sword box better than him. The empty master who was known for his invincible swordsmanship. Although he looked like a mere comedian, in fact, his strength was so strong that he once suppressed Sun Wukong. After combining the magic weapons and the sword box into one, he could even break the Ruai Jingu Bang. Although the final outcome was indeed a little pitiful, it was an indisputable fact that he had once had the upper hand. According to the characteristics of this sword box, I'm afraid that the powerful final blow was mostly due to this empty sword box. Nurturing the magic weapons and cultivating tacit understanding. This thing is very compatible with him. If the 7A level magic weapons are stored in this sword box, I don't know what kind of magical power it will have after a long time. Lin Bin said goodbye to the beast god. Turned back to his residence. Back to his room. Lin Bin took out his current 7 main weapons one after another. The Dragon Slaying Sword, Ganjiangmoi, Yeezy Sword, Binking Sword, Zuan Yuan Sword and Demon Sword Apophis. The 7 magic weapons, each with its own power. Theoretically, their spirituality is different, and they should be incompatible. It is impossible to put them in the same sword box. But when Lin Bin opened the empty sword box and put these weapons in it, the divine weapon, which was originally more than 4 feet long, will then glow with spiritual light and turn into a small weapon about the length of a finger, lying quietly in the sword box. The 7 swords are 7 proportionally reduced figurines that are only slightly thicker than toothpicks. And Lin Bin just thought about it. The shrunken Zuan Yuan sword has reappeared in his hand and restored its original form. Not bad. It is much more convenient than putting it in the storage bag before, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to see any clues in the short term as to how to warm it up. I can only try again later. Lin Bin wanted to put the Nanming Lihuo sword in it as well and warm it up, but unexpectedly, the Nanming Lihuo sword couldn't be put in at all. It seems that it should be limited by the level limit. Props above A+ level can't be put in, or is it a limit on the number? But Lin Bin is already satisfied that it can accommodate 7 divine weapons. It's a pleasant surprise, so don't expect more. Put away the sword box. Lin Bin got up and went to find Lin Zhu. This trip to the Xuxin secret realm almost used up all his reincarnation points. And the time gem, which consumes reincarnation points, will naturally have no effect on him in a short period of time. Lin Bin plans to give it to someone in need temporarily. The spirit time house has been built. Speaking of this issue, Lin Zhu's eyes are full of joy. You know, as the second apostle, she has been hiding here and there for many years, but now, the S-level secret realm of the kingdom of God, which was once the most important prop of the kingdom of God, has fallen into her hands. This means that she finally has her own base. The so-called spirit time house is actually a small space isolated from the secret realm. For Lin Zhu, who has the authority, this is a bit difficult, but it is not impossible. After all, the consumption of reincarnation points by the time gem depends on the number of people, and secondly, although there is no direct evidence, it should also be related to the strength and size of this world. After opening up a small space, personal reincarnation points can be saved to the greatest extent. It was not applicable to Lin Bin. After all, Spiritual energy was relatively thin, and cultivation was ineffective, a pure waste of reincarnation points. But for those who had not yet embarked on the path of cultivating immortals, and did not rely too much on the external environment, the existence of this spiritual time house was crucial. I've already said that Fixuan will use it first to see how it works. Lin Zu took the time gem handed over by Lin Bin and said, after all, we have to give it to our family first, right? If our idea is true, then a year in the spiritual time house is only equivalent to a few days in the real world. By then, everyone will be able to enter it for training, but it's just a matter of time. Lin Bin smiled and said, after all, the Divine Kingdom secret realm is also a secret realm, and as long as it is a secret realm, the time gem can be used in it. At that time, I will provide the props, and you will provide the environment, and we will cooperate. After we take care of everyone, maybe we can charge for it. If we charge, we have to think about what price to set. After all, this is an exclusive business. No one dares to steal our business. Isn't it a big knife to rip people off? Lin Zu also laughed. It's said that it's ripping people off, but whether it will do business or not depends on the future. For now, it's better to take care of our own people first. So, Lin Bin drove to the Tang Dynasty town. When they learned that there was a wonderful place that could slow down the flow of time, thus giving them more time to practice, and they only needed to pay some reincarnation points to obtain it, Shi Fixuan's eyes lit up. She quickly turned to Shi Qingxuan next to her and said in surprise, sister, isn't this what you have been looking forward to? She smiled and explained to Lin Bin, since becoming a reincarnationist, we have always felt that we have less and less time to practice. Although the secret realms with different environments can indeed greatly improve our strength, it is also very important to practice properly. But unfortunately, the quiet time that was easily available in the past, and even wasted on our own initiative, is now precious and unattainable for us. Shi Qingxuan, who was packing her luggage next to her, paused. Needless to say, this squandering should refer to a certain Qingxuan. After all, Shi Fixuan is so serious that she will never be lazy, even if her master does not urge her. But Shi Qingxuan obviously has two sets of martial arts, Sen Jingzhe and Zhuang, each with its own system, but she has learned such a mess. Look, what are you looking at? Shi Qingxuan stood up straight, her plain and pretty face flushed red, and she said angrily, I'm just enjoying the quiet atmosphere between mountains and rivers. Qingxuan was born in a beautiful place with clear water and mountains. What she likes most is to wander between the water and the world. Is there any problem? She was obviously angry, but she felt a little embarrassed, as if her true identity was seen through. Lin Bin smiled and said, no problem. I just want to remind you to remember to bring a few more sets of clothes, and it's best to prepare for spring, summer, autumn and winter. Qingxuan, do you have enough clothes? If not, I will accompany you to the mall to buy a few more sets. Brother Bin, are you coming with us? Shi Fixuan asked a little embarrassedly. Shi Qingxuan was also shocked when she heard this, and secretly glanced at Lin Bin. She bit her lips gently. Entering a secret place, if they really live together for at least a year, based on their relationship, what will happen between them is simply imaginable. Lin Bin sighed. No, I have used up all my reincarnation points. Oh. Shi Fixuan wanted to say that I still have a lot of reincarnation points left. But saying this now is no different from actively asking for sex. Lin Bin explained, I can't practice without spiritual energy now, and in that world, spiritual energy should be very scarce, so it is very important to you, but it may not be very practical for me. Oh, that's true. Shi Fixuan breathed a sigh of relief, not knowing whether it was relief or a little regret. Then she turned to reluctance and asked, so after this, we may not see each other for at least a year. Lin Bin sighed and said, yes, Qingxuan, hurry up and pack up. After you pack up, you and Fixuan prepare some side dishes, and the three of us will have a drink. It can be regarded as a farewell for you. Shi Qingxuan was surprised and said, huh, aren't you going out to eat today? Since confirming the relationship with Lin Bin, the three of them often go out to play together. Lin Bin is a bit mean, he especially enjoys holding one hand in each, and then enjoys the envious and jealous eyes from other people of the same sex. But today, he rarely took the initiative. to propose to eat at home, which is completely different from his usual style. Linbin casually said, "Well, it's not convenient outside." "What's inconvenient?" Shi Qingxuan was startled, as if she realized something. "There's no rush to pack, let's go buy some vegetables. I suddenly want to taste your cooking skills, Qingxuan." And Fixuan, your Seheng sword cannon is a kind of advanced charm technique in a sense. Since you have practiced it so well, you must be able to dance or something, right? It's just right to help me out today. In a few words, Linbin arranged tasks for the two women. But the implication of his words was that they would stay here today. The two sisters looked at each other. Both of them were very smart. How could they not know Linbin's intentions? Although they knew that this day would come sooner or later. "But I'll go buy the groceries myself. It'll be faster." Shi Fixuan hurriedly made up an excuse and quickly escaped, not caring about her sister's life or death. Facing Linbin's teasing smile, Shi Qingxuan said vaguely, "I suddenly feel that I don't have enough clothes, and I don't have enough cosmetics. It's okay, even if you don't put on makeup, you are already a real beauty in the world." Linbin took Shi Qingxuan's hand and sat over, forcibly pressing her on his legs. He asked with a smile, "Your father doesn't come here often, right?" "Well, not often. The first apostle is not dead." He said that as a traitor. The first apostle will definitely not let him go easily, so he has been away since then, and even the relationship between us has not been exposed. It is better to say that, if we want to contact each other again, we have to be more cautious than when he was lurking before. Shi Qingxuan understood what Linbin meant, especially the meaning of Linbin's question. It was too straightforward, but she could only lower her head and bury it almost in her chest. She completely ignored the big hands that had already begun to behave improperly. It just so happens that Fixuan went to buy vegetables. After all, it's the first time, so let's not delay this beautiful scene. You don't want someone to stare at you when you are most embarrassed, right? Linbin took Shi Qingxuan's hand and walked towards the inner room. Shi Qingxuan shrank her hand and tried to struggle, but her movements were as soft as a cat's resistance. She mumbled, "Brother Bin. I haven't showered or changed clothes yet." "It's okay, I'll help you wash." Linbin completely ignored Shi Qingxuan's resistance. It has been more than a year since the three of them confirmed their relationship. Although there is no deep relationship yet, they have seen what they should and shouldn't see in their daily laughter and play. What they lack is just the last step. Whether it was a reluctance or a genuine resistance, Linbin was not so stupid that he could not tell. So, when Shi Fixuan came back from buying vegetables, Shi Qingxuan was already full. And those fresh vegetables didn't even have time to be put in the refrigerator. She was also pulled up by Linbin and became his meal. It was not until the next morning. Linbin drove Shi Fixuan and Shi Qingxuan back to his residence. And when he pushed the door and met Ella, the girl, who was already an experienced person, just looked at the two women's amorous looks and guessed what happened the day before. Speechless, this bad guy is really daring. The two of them will be gone for at least a year. Is he really not afraid that they will get pregnant in there? Aliceville next to him was immediately horrified. He looked at the backs of the two sisters in shock and whispered to Ella, "Could it be that the master and the two of them? But aren't they real sisters?" Ella sighed softly. "It's better to say that, precisely because they are real sisters. He finds it more exciting, right? Iris Veal. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Close D-Loop. Goodbye Linzu. For Shi Qingxuan and Shi Fixuan, it was naturally a different feeling. He didn't come back last night. Even a pig would know what happened that night, especially since they were together. This feeling of shame was doubled. Now that she saw familiar people again, she felt like an ugly daughter-in-law had to meet her parents-in-law. Fortunately, Linzu didn't care too much about this. Or maybe Shi Fixuan was originally her own person, and she was her designated sister-in-law. Now that she saw the fruit of cultivation, she was naturally very happy for them. As for Shi Qingxuan, well, Linzu didn't understand men, but she understood Linbin. Doesn't this greatly increase Shifixuan's temptation? Miss Fian is indeed dignified and virtuous, but after all, she has given birth to a child, and she is older than Abin. Of course, for Linbin, who loves his sister, this can actually be considered an advantage. But this advantage is much worse than Fixuan's biological sisters. Sure enough, her vision is better. Therefore, towards the two new sisters-in-law, Linzu's attitude was extremely friendly, and she even took out the gifts she prepared for the two sisters-in-law. Abin, that little scoundrel, only wanted to help you to improve your strength, and didn't consider that girl's puberty as very short. If you really practiced for a few more years in there, no matter how deep your skills are, you would have to mature a few years. After you come out and stand with that little scoundrel, I'm afraid you won't look like a couple at all, but like a mother and son. Linzu smiled and put 2 pills in their hands, saying, this thing is called Dingan pill. Fixun, you should understand what the effect of this pill is. In fact, I wanted to give this thing to you before, but I also know that you two are the kind of people who don't accept gifts without merit. If I give this pill to you rashly, you will definitely not want it. But now we are all a family, so there is no need to be polite, right? Just consider it as a gift from me as your sister to you. It is true that you don't accept gifts without merit. But now I still have no credit, except for being inseminated last night. She Fixuan took the pill a little embarrassedly and said gratefully, thank you, Miss Zhu. Just call me sister like Abin. We don't have to be so polite in the future. Linzu turned and held Shifixuan's hand. After chatting for a long time, she took them to the backyard. Since moving, there is an extra front and backyard at home. For convenience, Linzu simply placed the entrance to the kingdom of God in the backyard of her home, which is convenient for entry and exit, and does not affect daily management, without having to go out as frequently as before. The so-called spiritual time house at this time is a separate space in the kingdom of God's secret realm, just like the relationship between the main plane and the secret realm. Then, in this space, all the food, drink, and cultivation needs are placed. In this environment, you can concentrate on cultivation to the greatest extent without having to worry about external things. But the specific time ratio depends on how many reincarnation points you have. In short, the more reincarnation points you pay, the longer the time ratio will be. Lin Bin explained to them how to use the time gem. Thank you, Brother Bin. Sisters Shifixuan and Shikingsuan took the S-level props and looked at Lin Bin gratefully. The two sisters held hands and entered the secret realm. As soon as the two women disappeared, Linzu took the opportunity to pinch Lin Bin's waist fiercely. She said angrily, okay, you little brat, I didn't realize you were so good at playing before. It's because you are a boy. If you were a girl and fell into the situation of Fixuan and Kingsun, I would tear you apart as a family member. Lin Bin was surprised and said, do you think so? What else? Lin Bin heard that it seems that this matter still needs to be kept secret from the evil king. Otherwise, if he knows, I'm afraid his mood will be like his sister now, and it will be very bad at that time. But no matter what, Shifixuan and Shikingsuan can be regarded as an attempt. If they succeed, then they can let Kyan Kian and Zhuan go in with them later. Before becoming alien reincarnationists, these people were the chosen ones of heaven with the best talents in their respective planes. Even if they came to the main plane, they were extremely talented and had the help of cultivation resources from other worlds. Although their progress was not as good as Lin Bin, they were better than ordinary reincarnationists. And as long as they were given a chance. In addition, the value of the national level reincarnationists in the Reincarnation Space Association has been greatly reduced. At that time, even they might be able to fight for a place. Of course, it depends on whether they can make it in time. And if you calculate the time for this assessment should be approaching. Lin Bin looked at his phone in some confusion. It's really strange. He was in a hurry to return from the secret realm this time, one reason being that Teoti had urged him several times, which made him very annoyed. Secondly, he was worried that he would miss this assessment. After all, he had promised Fu Xian to be one of the 3 examiners this time, and he also planned to get some benefits for his people. But no one has contacted him yet, which is very strange. Bin took out his mobile phone and called Longkey, intending to consult. The busy tone only rang once. The call was connected. Mr. Abin, I haven't congratulated you yet. You came out of the secret realm so quickly this time. You must have got what you wanted, right? It seems that your strength has made great progress compared to before. Longkey's enthusiastic and hearty voice sounded. He smiled and said, it's a great thing to make up for the skills. When there is a suitable opportunity, I must arrange a party to celebrate for you, Mr. Abin. Don't refuse it when the time comes. Thank you, President Long, for your concern. I called you mainly to ask about the assessment of the national level reincarnationists. Although the time has not come yet, as the chief examiner, I should also be familiar with the process and rules in advance, right? First, pick a topic to show that he has a strong sense of responsibility. Then, he mentioned the issue of inserting a few candidates. Bin thought to himself that as an examiner, isn't it normal to use the back door? To be honest, it's just that Xiaoqing and Xiaobei are not strong enough. Once they apply for the identity of reincarnationists, they will not be eligible to practice with him. Otherwise, he even wants to help them get a reincarnation certificate. But for the long term, it is more appropriate to let them be battle pets. It was just a polite prelude, and he was about to get to the point in the next sentence. But here, Longkey heard the words, and his tone revealed difficulty. Even through the phone, Bin could hear the other party's headache at the moment. What? Could it be that I, the designated examiner, was eliminated by someone with connections? Bin laughed. But his tone had become stiff. At this moment, he thought of the brainless villain who was so successful and rampant that he forcibly squeezed out his opportunity. Could it be that, even though I have come to this point, there are still people who dare to provoke me and touch my cake? Where did this brainless villain come from? Longkey sighed and said, Mr. Abin, you misunderstood. The problem is not on your side, but on the other side. Generally speaking, there are some unexpected situations that we cannot control. Bin asked, the other side? What do you mean? What happened during this period of time? Longkey sighed and said, during this period of time, you entered the secret realm. There are some things you may not understand. Just 3 days ago, we received reliable intelligence that 4 more national level reincarnationists have died. Bin raised his eyebrows and said, 4 people have died? Did they die in the same secret realm? Yes. It can be said that the whole group was wiped out. Longkey explained, and 2 of the national level reincarnationists are Guzilan and Xinyangxun, 2 of the 3 chief examiners of our national level assessment this time. Bin was surprised and said, you mean 2 of the 3 examiners died? He thought of many possibilities, but he really didn't expect it to be this possibility. To be an examiner, his prestige must be able to convince everyone, and his strength is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary reincarnationists. He had also heard of Guzilan, who was said to have enhanced his talent for supernatural powers, and had even developed his own strength to the level of LV6. To describe it in professional terms of supernatural powers, it was to understand the will of heaven with a non-god body. His strength was so strong that he was considered a leader even among the national level reincarnations. But he died in such an unclear way. Bin asked, is that secret realm dangerous? Actually, it's not dangerous at all. Theoretically, it's just a B-level secret realm, ordinary and without any special features. It's just because someone warned us that the difficulty of this secret realm is no longer an ordinary B-level one, and it's better not to let ordinary reincarnationists enter and die. So for safety reasons, we sent 4 national level reincarnationists into it. Longkey smiled bitterly and said, I thought it was just an ordinary experience, not even a pastime, but I didn't expect that all the reincarnationists couldn't even escape and died. A B-level secret realm killed 4 national level reincarnationists. Bin's tone was full of astonishment. You know, normally, even for extraordinary level reincarnationists, as long as they are careful, it is not too difficult to pass through a B-level secret realm. But now, even the nation level reincarnationists. Yeah, it's my fault that I was too arrogant before and didn't take other people's warnings to heart. Longkey smiled bitterly and said, right now, we are urgently looking for new examiners. The reason we didn't contact you is because we are not sure which one to prioritize between this assessment and this mutated secret realm. Why is there a priority? Can't they be done at the same time? This. Lonky hesitated and said, Mr. Abin, let me be honest with you. Didn't I just say that someone warned us that this secret realm is no longer an ordinary secret realm? She also explained at the time that this secret realm is full of crisis. Even if a supreme level reincarnationist enters it, it is impossible to complete the task. If we send a nation level reincarnationist, it would be courting death, unless. He paused. Linbin asked, unless what? Unless you, Mr. Abin, enter this secret realm, this mission can be completed, no one else can. Linbin was surprised and said, what? He really didn't expect that after several twists and turns, this matter would eventually turn to him. Lonky smiled bitterly and said, I didn't take it to heart at the time, or I only listened to half of it. Since she said that the crisis in this secret realm was unusual, I didn't send a saint, but only applied for 4 national level reincarnationists to enter it. They also entered this secret realm with a completely game mentality, thinking that they could complete it quickly, but who would have thought? Alas. I also have an unshakable reason for the death of these 4 national level reincarnationists. Linbin asked, who was the person who warned you? It was an alien from the secret realm of B192. Mr. Abin, you shouldn't recognize her. Linbin said, Xiaomeng. Mr. Abin, do you recognize her? Linbin pondered. So, she went to the Reincarnation Space Association to do this? He asked. So what you mean is that since I'm the examiner, you are planning to ask me to help solve this problem, but you are worried that there will be a time conflict, right? Lonky sighed. 4 national level Samsara masters have already died, which shows that the warning of Master Xiaomeng is not unreasonable. If we rashly send in the highest level Samsara masters, once they fall, we cannot afford the loss, so then let's do the assessment as soon as possible. After the assessment is completed, I will immediately enter this secret realm and solve this problem. Lonky was surprised and said, Mr. Abin, do you agree to enter this dangerous secret realm? His tone was full of shock and emotion. You know, this is a dangerous secret realm where 4 national level Samsara masters had died. He could obviously refuse and apply for the highest level Samsara masters to enter to solve this problem. But, he actually took the initiative to ask for it. This is simply. Lonky never knew what greatness was, but today, he felt that he had seen it. Linbin said righteously, I've already said that it has to be me. Anyone else who rushes in will sacrifice their lives in vain. How can I let others sacrifice themselves? Leave this matter to me, but the most important thing right now is the issue of the assessment. By the way, there is still the assessment, but the 3 examiners haven't gathered yet. What, are you afraid that I will cheat if I'm the only examiner? Linbin joked, the rules I set don't have too many loopholes. Even if I want to cheat, what can I do? You tell President Fu that I volunteer to take the assessment as soon as possible, and don't delay me from entering the new secret realm to solve the difficulties. Since we can have the best of both worlds, why should we cause trouble for ourselves? Lonky said excitedly, I will apply to President Fu right away. Okay, no problem. There is one more thing. Linbin laughed. My teammates are already at the level of national level reincarnationists. The only thing they lack is this assessment, but they are all extraordinary people. Other aspects are fine, but when it comes to the rules of reincarnationists, don't worry, Mr. Abin. Whether you are the examiner or not, I will find a way to help you get the answer to the first test. As long as their absolute strength can pass the test, we will naturally not let them be eliminated in the written test. After all, we also pay more attention to the combat power of the reincarnationists themselves. If they pass the hard power test, everything else will be fine. Lonky was very tactful. The answer he gave also made Linbin very satisfied. He nodded and said, that's good. Don't worry. If they rashly get the title of a national level reincarnationist without absolute strength, it will be a disaster, rather than a blessing for them. I understand this very well. Ha 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 ha, how can we make you bleed and cry, Mr. Abin? Not really, not really, we are all serving the people of China. Linbin smiled and asked, by the way, may I ask, which is the dangerous killing level secret realm? It's the B193 secret realm. Lin Bin was thoughtful after hearing this. He murmured, "It seems that it's time to go to Xiaomeng for a good chat." He had a hunch. If nothing unexpected happens, the fate between him and her will soon be closed. Chapter 400 Fate. After hanging up the phone, Lin Bin drove directly to the Qin region, planning to meet Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng helped Lin Bin a lot. Even with Lin Bin's current strength, the Higuan Tangchen body technique is an extremely magical trick when facing the enemy. Xiandishi can be combined with the Xiandmo force field to become an AoE large-scale attack skill, and as Lin Bin's strength increases, the upper limit of this trick is constantly rising. But these skills, that are extremely useful to Lin Bin, are all given by her for free. In her words, he once saved her. Lin Bin can understand this. At that time, in his opinion, he must have been to the Xiangxingjiu's secret realm, and in that secret realm, he had an intersection with Xiaomeng, who was still a child at the time. And because of his request at that time, so in the Qinshi secret realm, Xiaomeng would return the favor and teach him the Taoist Xianzang skills. It is a very reasonable speculation. But later, as Lin Bin's strength gradually increased, let alone B level, even entering the A level secret realm would be a waste of talent for Lin Bin. He also had doubts from time to time. At this level, when did he and Xiaomeng have the origin? After all, theoretically, he should have nothing to do with the B level secret realm. But unfortunately, Xiaomeng has always been very secretive about everything between the two of them, and she has always kept her identity as a riddle man in mind, and she is unwilling to say even a little more details. In addition, the friendship between the two is not very deep, and there are not many opportunities to meet on weekdays, so this matter has been shelved. Anyway, the skills have been obtained, and the other party is not in a hurry, so why should he rush to repay the favor? Unexpectedly, a mere B-level secret realm can have such a magical change, and the car was just halfway there. A phone call came in directly. Fu Xian's somewhat excited voice sounded, asking, "Abin, I just received a message from President Long. You actually took the initiative to apply to go to the B193 secret realm. We can't let new victims appear. I'm going to see Master Xiaomeng now, and I'm going to discuss the details with her, so that I can make full preparations for the entry later." Lin Bin said, "So I hope the assessment can be advanced, so that we can have both." "No problem. It's rare that you have this intention. We will naturally not make it difficult for you. In this case, you can be the examiner alone. As for the time of the assessment, I will try my best to advance it to within 7 days." Fu Xian was obviously very troubled by this B-level secret realm that had changed, and the details were unknown. Now that Lin Bin has taken the initiative to take over the responsibility, he also knows the principle of returning a favor. He hinted vaguely, "By the way, as the chief examiner, you naturally have the right to make suggestions and revisions regarding the test questions. I will send all the questions for the first test later. Please help me revise and polish them as appropriate, and then return them to me. Understand?" "Thank you, President Fu. This is what we should do. Why should we talk about thanking you?" But there is nothing to say about the second and third levels. They still have to rely on their own abilities to pass the levels. We can only give them some rights and interests within our duties, but it should not be too much. After all, if they force themselves to obtain this status without sufficient strength, they will actually harm their lives. "President Fu, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, no matter what, strength is the first priority. Their strength will definitely not be half a point lower than that of other examinees." "Then I'm relieved. Mr. Abin, you'd better return the official test paper to me within 3 days, so that I can arrange it and conduct the assessment 7 days later." "Understood." Lin Bin hung up the call. Then, as expected, he received a small document. He clicked it and took a look. Lin Bin opened it and took a quick glance. A look of understanding appeared on his face. This side hasn't started yet, but the other side has received the test paper in advance. This kind of cheating feels really good. Put away the phone and concentrate on driving. An hour later, the car drove directly into Xianyang City. Today's Xianyang City is still as simple and solemn as before, but in addition to those orthodox Qin people, there are many modern travelers wearing modern clothes on the streets. It adds a bit of vitality to the majestic and silent Xianyang city. They hold cameras or mobile phones and pose and take pictures along the way. Among these people are couples holding hands and looking intimate, a family of 3 with children, and several archaeologists wearing glasses who look like researchers at a glance. They are squatting in the corner of Xianyang city, Gadari, knocking on the bricks and stones, as if they are studying something. Except for their upright demeanor and no sneakiness, they look no different from those thieves. It is said that the cultural heritage of the Great Qin Empire is quite similar to the civilization of China thousands of years ago, but it has been too long and most of the documents at that time have been lost. But now there is a live target like the Great Qin Empire that can be used as a reference, which naturally attracts the attention of these old scholars. Moreover, because of the gimmick thousands of years ago, this place has become a tourist destination for many people, which can be regarded as creating a lot of income for the Great Qin Empire. The pleasant voice sounded in his ears. It seemed to explain to him why the Great Qin Empire was so lively. Lin Bin braked and turned his head, and sure enough, he saw a water green figure standing next to the car. Her hair was pure white and her eyes were clear. She looked indifferent, but she always gave people a feeling of rebelliousness. It was Xiao Meng. Noticing his gaze, she knocked gently on the window of his car. Lin Bin opened the inner lock, and Xiao Meng sat on it unceremoniously. "You ran," said. "You came later than I thought." Lin Bin explained. "I was doing a mission in the secret realm." "Are you here for the secret realm B193? Lin Bin nodded. "Turn left in front. I know a milk tea shop. The business is very good. I haven't seen you for a long time. It's not too much to ask to treat me to a cup of milk tea. You decide." Lin Bin's face showed a bit of absurdity. In this solemn place, there is actually a milk tea shop. It seems that the integration of the Qin dynasty into the modern world is still very smooth. The milk tea shop is not big, about 50 square meters in size, and the business is not bad. There are more than a dozen people in the line. But when they saw Xiao Meng coming, the staff immediately asked with a smile on their faces, "Master Xiao Meng, is it the same as before?" "The same as before. 2 servings." Xiao Meng just cut in line. Others did not have any opinions, but looked at Lin Bin with curiosity. Obviously, this is the first time Xiao Meng brought a member of the opposite sex here. Xiao Meng is a frequent visitor here, and took Lin Bin directly to the rooftop of the 3rd floor. The place is not big, with only a small and exquisite round table and 2 armchairs, but from this position, you can clearly see the prosperity of the entire street. The environment here is not bad, right? When I first sat here, I could only see the deserted streets, but it's only been a few months, and now it's as lively as a market. Xiao Meng smiled and said, "Sitting here, you are in the downtown, but you are above the world, which makes people feel detached, and even the Taoist practice is more rapid." Lin Bin did not mean to be polite, and asked, "I came to you. You should already know the purpose, right?" "Well, didn't you guess it a long time ago? That world is actually 10 years ago in our world. It is indeed the world of Cheyenne Crossing Jiujian." Lin Bin asked, "What happened?" "That secret realm has been destroyed." Lin Bin was surprised and said, "What?" "It's not surprising. It can take the lives of 4 national level reincarnationists, which shows that the difficulty of that secret realm has reached an extremely alarming level. It's not surprising to say that it is destroyed." Lin Bin frowned and said, "But if that secret realm is destroyed, why didn't it disappear, but continue to exist? Because of us." Xiao Meng explained, "The timelines of the 2 worlds are really too close. Even people like me and your majesty, Gaini and Wei Zhuang exist in that world. Our existence is like a traction rope, tying that world to prevent it from being destroyed in the end. This is also the reason why the secret realm B193 still exists, even though the world has been destroyed. Then the reason why you asked the Reincarnation Space Association for help is because, just like our existence affects that secret realm, the destruction of that secret realm is also affecting us." Xiao Meng raised her hand and rolled up her sleeves, revealing her arm as white as jade. At this moment, there was a bloody mass on it, like an old wound, which looked hideous and terrifying. Lin Bin was surprised and said, "This is, didn't I say it?" The influence of the two worlds is mutual, because our existence causes the destroyed world to still exist, but similarly, because of the existence of that secret realm, we are also gradually being polluted. This blood color was originally only the size of a fingernail, but after more than a month, it has expanded to a fist. No one can imagine what will happen once our bodies are covered with this blood color. Xiao Meng sighed. It's not me, but the entire Great Qin Empire. All the aliens have these things, including your majesty, and the positions and sizes are also different. Is this also the reason why you asked the Reincarnation Space Association for help? Xiao Meng nodded and said, now the Great Qin Empire is an extremely important part of China. The Great Qin Iron Cavalry is well trained. If they are equipped with high-tech modern weapons from China, the lethality will be so strong that even the most powerful aliens cannot take it lightly. Therefore, although the Great Qin Empire has just been in existence for more than a year, it has formed a very close cooperation with China. If an accident really happens to the Great Qin Empire, the blow to China will be immeasurable. Not to mention that it would be better if we died. What if this blood is contaminated and turns us into degenerates? At that time, the Great Qin Empire is located in China. Once a riot occurs, it can almost cause fatal damage to China, so we must find a way to cut off the connection between the two worlds. Lin Bin was shocked and said, cut off the connection between the two worlds? Yes, let those who should be destroyed, and those who should survive continue to survive. Otherwise, we 10 years ago will always affect us 10 years later, and the impact will be unbearable after all. She sighed. So the association still takes my request for help very seriously, but they obviously ignored my personal warning. So it's not about completing the task issued by the reincarnation space, but about finding a way to cut off the connection between the two worlds. Lin Bin was a little confused and asked, how to do it? Xiao Meng shook her head and said, I don't know. You don't know? At that time, I was just a child and didn't understand what happened at all. And you only asked me at that time that, if I saw you in the future, remember to transmit the Taoist Xianzang skills. Xiao Meng pulled the corner of her mouth and said, because of this, you even jokingly called me your little spy. Lin Bin, that means I actually completed this mission. Xiao Meng nodded. She said, and only you can complete it. You and that secret realm also have a destined and difficult relationship, so even without me, you will be attracted to that secret realm sooner or later. This is your destiny. She paused and added, this is not what I said, but your original words. Fate or something. It feels really awkward to hear it. But Xiao Meng's endorsement. Lin Bin breathed a sigh of relief and said, I feel more at ease with your words. Although I still haven't got any clues. If nothing unexpected happens, I will enter the secret realm in about half a month. Thank you. Don't worry, the mission is not completed yet. My standing here means that your mission has been completed. Otherwise, it would be a paradox. Xiao Meng said, but even so, remember to be careful. Of course I will be careful. Don't you have anything to tell me? I've said that I was just a child at that time and basically knew nothing. Xiao Meng said, go with peace of mind. Just remember that the mission is not important. What's important is to find a way to cut off the connection between the two worlds, and if nothing unexpected happens, that world should still have a great opportunity for you. What opportunity? I don't know, but I know it's an opportunity that only you can get. Anyone else who goes will die. Lin Bin. He sighed and said, when I was watching the TV series back then, I especially hated the Riddler. It's hard for me to have a deep heart with you like this. Xiao Meng also sighed and said, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but if I tell you too much, it will affect your plan and judgment. Wouldn't that be a loss? I just need to know that you finally return safely from that secret place. If you don't do it, you won't do it. Once you do it, it may be wrong. So don't blame me for hiding it from you. I don't say it out of kindness. I accept your explanation for the time being. Just a few words. Basically, what should be understood has been understood. But in this way, there are more confusions. What is his destiny? What is the opportunity that only he can get? But seeing that Xiao Meng has no intention of answering, Lin Bin stopped asking. He stood up and said seriously, thank you for your popular science. Goodbye. Goodbye. Xiao Meng watched Lin Bin leave. Suddenly, she sighed softly and murmured, "I'll wait. You've been holding me back for so long. When you come out, I'll settle accounts with you." Lin Bin, you wait. Master Xiao Meng's anger is not so easy to calm down. She snorted softly. She brought Lin Bin half a cup of milk tea. Gulp. He drank it all. At this time, Lin Bin left Xianyang City. He already knew what he should know, so he put it aside for the time being. Anyway, there are still a few days left, and since Xiao Meng said that only he can do it, then that world must have some connection with him. When he returns, he can discuss it with Fei Yan. Wait, could she and Gao Yu also be affected? Lin Bin's heart suddenly sank. During this period of time, Yan Fei lived in his home like an ordinary person and experienced the secret realm with him. He almost forgot that she was an alien. If that was the case, this task really had to be completed. It seems that I have to check both the mother and daughter carefully after I get back. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.